10 months ago. Jax. The night is filled with the sweet, fluid tones of Harper's guitar and the even sweeter sound of her voice, which always, without fail, reminds me of thousands of birds singing as the sun rises, in perfect harmony, creating the perfect symphony. I sometimes think I feel her music more than hear it, feel her in it, because she puts all of herself into her music. The smells of at least 100 people swaying to her song is a mixture of sweet and sour, overlaid with the tangy scent of the redwoods growing all around the clearing where she's performing. But somehow, even though I'm well shielded by the trees, I can still smell her over it all. That clear, clean scent of a fresh spring morning that clings to her skin and radiates off her no matter when and where and what season it is. I probably won't get far without her. I am well aware of that. It changes nothing. The stage lights are blindingly bright in the darkness of the forest, but it would take a lot more than that to make me look away from her beautiful face as she sings her songs, the expression on her face at once serene and enraptured. She loves this. She lives for this. And I would stare into the sun for eternity if it meant I'd get to look at her pretty face. She can't see me. I'm too far back from the stage, standing in complete darkness. But her eyes keep scanning the crowd like she's looking for me. Or maybe I just want that to be true, need it to be true, even though it's pointless. Her father's words left no doubt that I can only stay if I stay away from her. She's too innocent for the likes of you, and she's going places. You're not. We kept our love a secret for a long time, because we both knew he'd never approve. And I didn't tell her what he said to me. He's right, and she doesn't need to know about it. I could stay and try to prove him wrong. Try to be the man who's worthy of her. But who am I kidding? I've tried that, tried hard for years. So now I know I'll never be that man. Not in a million years. Rotten, that's what I am. To the core, going nowhere. And if I stayed, I'd only bring her down with me. She disagrees. She says she can't live and create her music without me. Says she needs me. Not as much as I need her. I loved her long before she noticed. The day she finally said yes, gave herself to me, was the greatest day of my life, bar none, past, present, or future. But it's not fair to tie her to me. She's not as innocent as her father would like to think, but my life and hers are headed in completely different directions. And like I told her, songs of heartbreak and lost love are always the most beautiful ones. She went berserk when I told her that, and I think there's a hint of fear in her eyes as she scans the crowd, looking for me in the front row where I'd always usually stand. But she's stronger than she looks. She's stronger than me. I'm heading nowhere. She's heading everywhere. The only thing I can really give her is freedom. A life away from me and my bad influence. And I will. No matter how much it hurts.
Chapter 1. Present Day. Harper. The sun is shining. It's the start of a beautiful summer day, and I have gigs booked for the next 6 months all over the country, give or take. Everything I could possibly need on my tour and more is packed into my station wagon, and there's still room enough for me to lie down and sleep in it if I have to. I'm ready. But here's my father, looking at me forlornly over his morning mug of coffee. A bright purple thing, with Dad spelled out in clumsy yellow letters along the side, his droopy eyes questioning my decision to go on the road even worse than his words are. "Do you really have to go alone?" he asks in a hoarse voice. "I'll be fine," I tell him as my mother comes to stand by his side, resting her hand gently on his shoulder. His pleading look at her as he silently asked for her help was downright gut-wrenching. "She will be fine," Mom tells him. "You know she will. She may look like me, but she is your daughter through and through." She's been saying that for years, ever since I can remember, actually, and I always liked hearing it, always knew she was right, and was always proud of it. Until now. My father is a high-ranking member of Devil's Nightmare MC, an outlaw biker gang of notoriously cold-blooded and ruthless killers. And my father, Scar, isn't just a member. He's the one who tortures people to get the information they need. He's feared far and wide, not just because of the large, jagged scar covering half his face, but also because of his mercilessness. That's not the man I know him to be. Sure, he's tough and strong, but my dad is also a kind man who has always, without fail, been there for me and my mom. She's a former beauty queen him and the rest of his closest Devil's Nightmare MC brothers saved from a life of sexual slavery a long time ago. I've always known what they were, these men who are as good as blood to me, too. One of my actual blood relatives, my uncle and Scar's brother, is the man responsible for the jagged scar on my father's face and my mother's nightmares, and they saved her from that. But I've never actually seen them live up to their dark reputation. Not until they killed 100 men like it was nothing. In revenge, sure, and well-deserved revenge at that. And not exactly like it was nothing. I've never seen such deathly coldness in any of their eyes as I did after it was done, or felt such freezing nothingness coming off them. Truth is, I can't stand to be around them now. Not after almost losing Hunter, the son of Devil's Nightmare MC president and one of my closest, dearest, and oldest friends. And especially not after Jax, the man I chose, the man I still know I can't live without, left me last fall. Not after finding out that the men I loved as uncles really are ruthless killers, and that murder truly does take away a part of your soul. Because it does. It ripped their souls apart, and I hope souls heal. Because right now, I can't look at any of them the same way. Hopefully, I just need some time away from it all. Hopefully, everything will be back to the way it should be by the time I return. I'm afraid it won't. As things are, I can't write new songs. I can hardly sing the ones I already have written, and I've forgotten what joy feels like. So, yes, I have to go. And no, I can't explain all that to my father or my mother. They just worry and fret worse if I tried. So I just finish off the rest of my coffee from a bubblegum pink mug with my name spelled in neon green letters. My mom made these for us in her pottery class a very long time ago, and stand up. I should hit the road, I tell them. Please stop making it so hard. Mom smiles, which makes her pretty face even more beautiful, and nods. Dad just sits there with his mouth slightly ajar like he's about to say something to stop me. But he closes it as my mom squeezes his shoulder and stands up too. He offers me his hand. Good luck then. I take his hand, and he pulls me into one of those giant bear hugs that only he can give perfectly. But even that's not the same anymore. All that death they dealt out hangs over everything and everyone like a widow's veil, and the sadness shrouding everything is on par with that image. Mom gives me a hug too, her clear, flowery perfume that's mostly just her natural scent exploding all around me. She wipes away a tear as she lets me go, and I almost say I'll stay another day. She's worried too. I know she is, because she knows exactly how cruel and merciless the world can be to a beautiful young woman alone. But she's hiding it, and I'm grateful for that. I postponed going on this tour for years, knowing how she felt about me being out in the world on my own, how scared she is that what happened to her will happen to me too. But I'm ready now, And if I wait any longer, I might never do it. She's devoted her life to raising me and making sure I was always protected. But she's been going to her ranch up in the hills more and more lately, a sanctuary for horses. She loves working there, loves taking care of those animals no one wants, and that's the one thing I could never share with her. Horses and dogs terrify me, always have. But she finds peace there, and I hope she will after I'm gone, too. Truth is, Jax was supposed to come with me on this tour. I've been planning it for over a year now without telling anyone, and I wouldn't have to worry about a single thing if he was with me. Not one. Never. But Jax changed his mind about coming with me on the tour and about being with me in general. Said a bunch of stupid things like that he's no good for me, that I'm better off without him, and that he'd only hold me back. That my songs will only get better with him gone from my life. Stuff he's told me every time he left before. I thought we'd gotten past all that, and we were finally both sure that we'd found our home in each other. I was sure of it. Truth is, none of what he said is true. Especially not the part about my songs getting better. I haven't written a new song worth a damn since he's been gone. In one way or another, he has inspired more than half the songs I've written. No one knows me like he does. He knows my deepest desires, fantasies, and needs, all of which I could always safely explore with him. Complete surrender, complete bliss, complete acceptance and understanding. We're cast from the same mold, two parts of a whole, and I'm not sure how I've kept on breathing since he's been gone. He's not just gone, he's in prison. Didn't want to see me when I went to visit him, won't take my calls, and hasn't replied to any of my letters. And even if he wasn't locked up, he couldn't exactly come back. When he left, he didn't leave on good terms with anyone, and then he lured the VP's son Chance on a job that got both of them arrested, which led directly to all the other deadly crap that came after. So screw him, and screw this sorrow shrouding everything and everyone I love now. Mom and Dad are standing at the side of the driveway as I get in the car, and I wave to them one last time through the rolled-down window, then head for the first stop on my tour in Seattle, Washington. The route I've planned out will take me all the way to Memphis, the home of the blues and the place that's been a dream of mine to perform in since I picked up my guitar almost 15 years ago now, before circling back to California to make my way back home. Jax and I had planned to make a little detour to Mexico along the way for some R&R on the beach, but that's off now. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll go there alone too. So what if I have to do it all alone? As much as I love all my MC brothers and sisters, the kids of the other members that I've known since birth, I like being alone. It's only when I'm alone that I can hear the songs in my heart. Jax is the only person who ever truly changed that for me, the only person who made the songs louder and brighter and easier to capture. But now he's gone. I asked Dad not to send any of his MC brothers after me for protection, and he promised me he won't. As I exit the town, heading down one of the winding country lanes that I've gotten to know like the back of my hand over the years, from driving them alone and riding them on the back of Jax's bike, no one follows. So maybe he'll stay true to his word. Maybe I'll really get the freedom from everything and everyone that I need. I have my dream to chase and catch. If I let things hold me back any longer, it might just disappear out of reach. Harper. The weight that's been resting on my shoulders and chest slowly starts lifting as the tires of my station wagon eat up the miles between my home and away. The summer air whooshing in through my open windows is alive with so many scents I can't even name them all. But it carries with it the sense of the wide open world that's waiting for me just beyond these forested hills I grew up in. This is the beginning of my new life. I hope. It's definitely the start of a new chapter in my life, or a new song, as I prefer to think of it. I stop as I reach the summit of the last hill before I turn onto the highway. I'm not completely sure what made me hit the brakes. Maybe it was the thought of leaving it all behind that suddenly pulled me back. But I don't think that's it. I think I just need to say one last goodbye to it all. The summit is clear of trees, yet the valley below is completely covered in them. They sway in the wind, giving off that tangy yet sweet smell of my childhood. In the distance, I can just about make out the rooftops of my hometown, Pleasantville. I ignore the 4 picnic tables and walk right to the edge of the hill. On my right, there's the road leading back home. On my left is the one I'm taking. The rumbling of a Harley, the sound I've been vaguely aware of trailing me all the way here and thought was just a part of my saying goodbye to it all, grows louder and louder until the screeching of brakes and crunching of gravel and rock leaves just its echo. I turn to see Hunter dismounting his bike. He takes off his helmet and runs his hand through his wavy hair, grinning at me as he walks over. He's a gorgeous man, tall and fit, though skinnier now than he used to be. But he's getting back on his feet after what happened. I can see that, too, even though his smile doesn't light up his eyes the same way it used to. Once upon a time, I had the biggest crush on Hunter, along with most of the girls I know, but that was before he met Trixie. And I, Jax. Everyone thinks she's all wrong for him, but I know that no other woman will ever get close to his heart. I knew it back when they first met, too. Besides, Jax is a much better fit for me. The perfect fit, actually. But there's no use dwelling on that anymore. Now, before you get mad, Hunter says as he reaches me and grins even wider. I know you want to do this alone, but how can I let you play your first gig away from home without a familiar face in the audience? I'm not mad. I'm actually very happy to see him. But we've already had this discussion. Last night, in fact, when I invited everyone for a drink so I could say a proper goodbye. I'm heading in your direction anyway, Hunter adds. So we might as well ride together for a while, right? I step away from the edge and head for one of the tables, sitting on the edge of it. Hunter follows, wincing slightly as he sits down next to me. He's not completely healed yet. You sure you should be riding so soon? I ask, to avoid answering his question. He shrugs and looks off into the distance, at the rooftops of our hometown, which we're both clearly eager to leave behind. I need some time on my own to figure shit out, he says. I can heal on the way. There's a darkness underlying the tone of his voice, a shadiness that was never there before. It's all part of the widow's veil I'm trying to climb from under. I think maybe he's doing the same thing. So you're not here to keep an eye on me? I ask. As some kind of misguided favor to Jax, or maybe because you don't think I can handle myself? I doubt my father sent him, but that's not actually out of the question either. He chuckles and shakes his head. I know you can handle yourself. And as for Jax, I haven't spoken to him in months. Yeah, me either, I say, and sound a lot more bitter than I wanted to. He nods slowly, sadness filling his eyes. For years, Jax, Hunter, Trixie, and I were inseparable. We did everything together because we were the only ones who understood the love we shared. And when Trixie and Jax both started running away from it, Hunter and I were the only 2 people who understood that too. So much sadness, so much pointless sadness. And for what? 10 years on, and Hunter and I are still in exactly the same place, alone and sad, left behind. I'm going to stay with my sister at the reservation for a while, he says. Maybe things will start making sense again in all that untouched wilderness. He's got that same hard, yet kind of lost look in his eyes he gets every time Trixie leaves him, but it's harder. And not so much lost as hopeless this time. Maybe what he's trying to figure out isn't how to find her, but how to leave her behind for good. But I'll leave you be, if that's what you want, he adds, and finally smiles again. I wrap my arm around his shoulders and kiss him on the cheek for good measure. I've never been able to stand seeing my friends and family sad and troubled, not when I can do something about it. And that's part of the trouble now. Nothing I do is making anyone feel better. I'd love to have you there for my first gig away from home, I say, actually feeling a huge stone roll away from my heart as I admit it. One I didn't even know was there. It's true what he said. I've never played a single concert without the majority of my friends and family cheering me on. And I don't think Hunter's missed a single one. He grins, and this time it does touch his eyes. Just a little bit, but at least that dark hopelessness there is brighter now. It's good he said that, he says, his grin growing wider, because I'm not the only one who's coming. He continues grinning at me as I gasp in surprise. So all those goodbyes last night, what was that? A lie? He shrugs. Don't worry, it's not everyone, just Chance and Summer and probably Ariel and Ruin, maybe a couple of the others, the gang. He means everyone except Jax. I nod slowly, not sure how to respond. Or more like, not sure how I feel. Happy, mostly. Come on, when has any of us ever done anything on our own? He asks wryly when I don't respond. He's not wrong. All of us children of Devil's Nightmare MC members, real, adopted, or fostered, grew up together at Sanctuary, the MC's headquarters, which spans an entire forested hillside, much like the one we're on right now. In fact, from the corner of my eye, I can see the very edge of it. It's not so much that I want to be alone, I say. It's more that I want to be away. Everything is just laced with so much sadness now. It started when Jax left, and then you got hurt, and then all that, I let my voice trail off because I don't want to talk about all the death that was sown. You mean Devil's Nightmare MC once again being who they are after all these years? Hunter says darkly. It's not a question, despite how it sounds, but I nod anyway. I don't know if they made the right call either. He says in a monotone voice heavy with all the blackness and bleakness of death that I'm trying to escape. They were avenging you, Hunter, I say, and that's just about the only positive thing that I can find in all that mess. He shrugs. I don't know if I'd ask for that given the choice. I nod because I get it, and say nothing because there's nothing to say. Of course they'd avenge him. We all would. And of course it weighs heavy on his soul that it had to happen. I just lean against him and squeeze his hand in mine. What's done is done. Now we have to get to the other side. All of us. After a while of us sharing only silence and the sweet summer air growing hotter around us, he releases my hand and stands up, straightening his back gingerly. Speaking of Jax, he says, but in a very careful tone, which leaves no doubt that what he's about to say is something he's been getting ready to say for a while, and not a spur-of-the-moment thing. Let's not. I murmur as I stand up too. He's been moved to a prison up north, he says. It's on our way, so we might as well stop by and say hi. I scoff and shake my head. He won't see me, and I'm not sure I want to see him ever again. He smiles, and I just know he's thinking what a big fat liar I am. But he won't call me out on it. That's not who Hunter is. He knows how much I loved Jax and how much I hurt when he left. Hunter's the only one who truly understood that, probably because of all he's been through with Trixie. And he's the only one besides Jax that I can share my deepest feelings with. He knows I need to see Jax. I don't even have to say it for him to know it. He also knows Jax was supposed to come on this tour with me. And since that's not possible, he'll make sure I get to at least see him. That's Hunter, always looking out for everyone around him, this time, me. That's why no one hesitated to lay down their lives when it came time to avenge him. Not because he's the MC president's son, but because he's someone who sees everything, never fails to do the right thing, and always puts everyone else first. Life can be real short, he says, in a faraway-sounding voice that pierces my heart like a sharp blade. Too short to hold grudges. Besides, we don't have to decide about visiting Jax right now. We can just ride for a while first. Plus, he might refuse to see us if we try, I add, instead of telling him I pretty much already decided to do it. He shrugs and puts his helmet back on. Let's hit the road. Let's, I echo, and smile wide because I want to make him smile too. And it works, the dark clouds shrouding his otherwise very calm blue eyes dissipating. I only stop to say one final goodbye, and now it's Harper's first tour all the way. I'm sure every problem will still be here when we get back, and that's making it hard to keep smiling. But I could be wrong, so I won't say it. I'll just soldier on. At the end of the day, that's all you can do. My heart's still broken. I see that now. Crushed by almost losing Hunter and by actually losing Jax. But I think I'm finally ready to start gluing the pieces back together.
Chapter 2. Jax. Waking up in the morning is the worst part of being in prison. That split second when you're awake enough to realize the mattress beneath you is sliver thin and smells of old sweat and who knows what else. That the drab, dark gray concrete walls around you have no windows, and that you're stuck. When the softness of the dream you were dreaming still lingers but can no longer overshadow the harsh, inescapable reality. That terrible morning disconnect still hits me with all the force of a freight train going full speed at me every damn morning, even though I've been in here for more than half a year now. Still a year to go on my sentence, if I'm lucky. If that idiot who got in my face and I hit too hard ever wakes up. He might not. And if he doesn't, I'm looking at decades of this shit. I was maybe 9 years old the first time someone told me I was heading straight to prison. I don't even know who said it first. Maybe some busybody teacher. Or possibly my mother on one of the few and far between occasions she actually decided to be my mother. And those ominous warnings only got louder and more frequent the older I got. Turned out they were for the best. At least they prepared me for this. My father is still snoring on the bottom bunk as I climb up and stretch before taking a piss in the stainless steel toilet in the corner of our cell. The one good thing to come out of my incarceration is getting the chance to reconnect with my long-lost father. The last time I got to spend any time with him, I was 5 years old, when he was sent down for killing a man, and my mother first decided she couldn't take care of me on her own. He's broken by the system, used to living in here. I guess 20 years behind bars will do that to you. I don't know yet, but the way things are going, I'll probably find out. I wish there was at least a window for me to stare out of while I take my morning piss. I never did well indoors, especially not in small rooms. But it's amazing what a person will get used to. I probably dream mostly of Harper and her beautiful voice. I don't know for sure because I hardly ever remember the good dreams, only the nightmares. But when it's a good dream, like it must have been last night, the feeling lingers all day, growing stronger and more urgent with each passing hour until it's a pulsing, burning need to see her by late afternoon and a rancid mess by the time I finally lay down to sleep again. Not much to do in prison but fight or think. I do too much of both, which is why I'm probably not getting out anytime soon, or seeing Harper. She's better off without me, and that's even more true now than it was when I left her. But damn it, I loved her more than I ever loved anyone and anything combined. I love her even more now that I can't be near her. It's been 10 months. When does it get easier? Never seems to be the only answer, so I've managed to stop asking that question for the most part. Except on bleak mornings like this, when just waking up brings me to my knees.
"You about done over there?"
my father asks in his gruff morning voice. I didn't hear him stop snoring, and I quickly zip up and let him use this sorry excuse for a toilet in our cell. Standing behind him while my father takes his morning piss is so far removed from anything I ever imagined the rest of my life entailing that it actually makes me slightly nauseous. Another thing only fighting can calm. And if I'm not careful, I'll start a fight with my father.
"You need to keep your head down today,"
he says, looking at me over his shoulder and spraying piss all over the bowl and the wall behind it.
"I'll do what I can,"
I answer as the stench of urine fills the room. He shakes his head, zips up, and flushes the toilet.
"I mean it. The 2 remaining members of Horned Riders MC are being brought in today. They'll buddy up with the Knights, and you'll have to answer for your affiliation with the Devils all over again."
I nod and say nothing, trying not to roll my eyes. He's been warning me about this for weeks now,
It's not like I forgot.
My father is a member of Renegade Knights MC, and we've both been under their protection in here, even though I rode with Devil's Nightmare MC after being fostered there for a couple of years. I was never a full member and refused to join after Harper's father, Scar, told me I'm not good enough for her. He's not wrong. I always knew that. Ever since I stole that first kiss from her. She is too good and pure for the likes of me. But would I be locked up in here if I decided to prove him wrong instead of running off to prove him right? Would Hunter, the guy I consider my brother, almost die if I'd been there to watch his back? Would any part of my life be as fucked up as it currently is if I just stayed with Harper? No. That's the answer to all those questions. But fuck them all. Hunter most of all. If he hadn't come riding in to try and stop Chance and me from helping out the riders on that one job I did for them, I'd have more choices. As it is, my choice has pretty much boiled down to how hard I want to kiss the Renegade Knight's ass so I can live in peace. The answer to that would be not at all.
Jax, this is serious,
my father says over the sound of the buzzer that precedes the cage doors opening and announces the start of another drab, long, and pointless day.
I've always made my own way, Pop, I say bitingly. I had no choice, and I don't see why that has to change now. If the riders decide to come at me, I'll be ready, but I'm through groveling in front of the renegades.
My father curses, tells me I'm an idiot, and pushes past me on the way out of the cell. All the sweetness left by my dream is completely gone now, hours before it usually fades. But that's probably for the best. It's just a fantasy that can never be reality again. Jax. The morning spent on laundry duty did nothing to improve my mood. In fact, it made it worse. My face and hands are burning, and the corrosive bleach has attached itself to the inside of my nose and mouth, making every cigarette I smoke feel like I'm inhaling razor blades. The courtyard where we get our daily R&R time isn't too crowded today, so at least there's that. The sky is covered in blotches of black clouds against a slightly lighter background, and every once in a while the whole dark mess is illuminated by a strike of yellow, purple, or blue lightning. Beautiful, really. Not as beautiful as it would be without the thick, steel-reinforced and barbed wire-topped double walls of this prison all around me. The two riders that were brought in earlier today, to the growling and banging against the cages of all the rest of us animals in here, are huddled in the far corner of the yard, talking to a couple of the renegades as though they're big buds. I'm sitting on one of the hard plastic benches with the wall to my back and a clear view of the courtyard and its exit. Every so often the riders glance my way. They're both sporting brand new prison-issued buzz cuts, and the look in their eyes is more scared than angry. Figures they'd be total cowards, since to escape the devil's wrath, they must have hidden away and lay low like a couple of rats. I'm ignoring them for now. The longer I can postpone that confrontation, the better. I can't hope to do it indefinitely, but I can do it at least until my hand stops stinging and my nose stops burning from the bleach. Though after all these months of working in the laundry room, that hardly happens anymore. The 4 old-timers that have been working there for decades tell me they can't smell or taste a damn thing anymore or feel much with their hands. What a life. Stuck behind thick concrete walls for the rest of your life and unable to taste your food or feel your own cock in your palm. What a nightmare. The 2 riders keep glancing at me, holding the gaze longer each time. We're nearing the moment when I'll have to answer for my affiliation with Devil's Nightmare MC. I don't mind. Truth is, I was as good as a member of Devil's Nightmare MC before I left them. I consider them my brothers. And it's a stone-cold fact that I'd be right alongside them as they took down every rider they could find over what they did to Hunter. In fact, I think I might finish the job with these last two on my own. Not that the devils would thank me for it. I left them, so I'm dead to them, as it should be. But Hunter is Hunter, and he got hurt for trying to keep me out of prison. He failed, but that's my fault, not his. He was looking out for me long after the rest of the devils forgot about me, and that counts for a lot in my book, even if I can't quite bring myself to look him in the eye now. "Got a smoke I can bum?" A timid yet deep voice asks at my side, startling me out of deep thought. Gene is a slight, dark-haired guy a little older than me, who walks with a limp and hunched shoulders. He's a nerd of the first order, a computer programmer who found himself doing a favor for the wrong sort of woman and is now doing 15 years for aggravated robbery. He might not make it. This is the last place in the world he should be, and I think he might actually be innocent like he claims he is. But this whole prison seems to be filled with innocent men. "Sure, take the pack," I say and hand it to him, scooting over on the hard bench so he can sit down next to me. "No, you don't have to give me all of them," he says as he sits down with great difficulty, since his bum leg is clearly giving him pain. That's the lingering result of a beating he got just last week, as is his droopy left eye, which he got in another beating before I arrived. He has no friends in here and will probably never make any. I do what I can for him. "I should quit anyway," I say. "Smelling that damn bleach all morning will give me cancer all on its own. I don't need to add to it." That's a lie. Smoking is one of the few pleasures I still have in here, and I'm not about to give it up. But Gene needs the cigarettes more than I do. He looks at me and nods, and the gratitude in his eyes is so childishly innocent, a part of me wants to smack him for being such a damn pussy. But mostly, I just feel bad for him. He lights up, then leans in, scanning the yard to see if anyone is close enough to overhear, doing it in such an exaggerated way that a few of the other inmates who couldn't care less about either of us actually do start paying attention to us. There's so much he needs to learn about this place. I should start teaching him. But Gene is a friendless weakling and therefore an easy target for anyone having a bad day. And if I get too close to him, that's what I become too. But he's a tiny guy getting picked on by a bunch of beefed-up bullies, and that's not something I can just stand by and watch. He opens his shirt and shows me a set of gleaming silver keys sticking out of his pocket. "You won't have to worry about the bleach anymore. I got the keys. I'm getting out, and you're coming with me." I nudge him away. "What the fuck are you doing? Put that away." I hope my angry, loud tone will be enough to convince all the sets of eyes currently on us that this is something other than the prison weakling showing off the keys to the kingdom, as it were. Good thing I chose a bench with the wall behind us, so I don't have to worry about anyone behind my back. Gene gasped wheezily and recoiled. Now he's looking at me with absolute terror in his dark brown eyes, while fat drops of sweat form along the line of his permanently greasy black hair. "I thought you'd be pleased," he whines. The others have gone back to minding their own business, for the most part, except the two riders who are still gazing my way every so often. "You'll need more than just keys to get out of this place," I whisper, instead of telling him that I currently still only have a year to do, after which I'll be a free man. But an escape attempt will add at least 5 onto that sentence. That's if I make it out without a bullet in my back. "I have it all figured out, though," he says in a near whisper. "We use the laundry service. You have access to the truck that brings the fresh sheets every month and takes out the old ones, and I have the keys. We'll just ride out through the walls." "The laundry truck isn't due for another week," I say. "They'll miss those keys in your pocket long before then." As if that's not the only problem with this plan. Gene grins at me, and for the first time since I met him, he looks confident. These were sent in as a clerical error, and I've since erased all trace of said error, he says smugly. I can also have the laundry truck come in earlier, as early as tomorrow. Given his extensive knowledge of computers from his white-collar life prior to being stuck in here, Gene works in the office. Another thing that's not making him too popular among the other inmates. Out of friendship, he had me moved from the license plate workshop to the laundry room, which is still a far cry from the cushiest of all positions, namely being a customer service rep for one of the largest software companies in the Northwest. Escape isn't something you just do overnight, I hiss at him. It takes planning, coordination. We can't just cover ourselves with a bunch of sheets in the back of the laundry truck and say a prayer. That'll never work. They'll just add a bunch of years to our sentences. I'm assuming you want to get out of here eventually. The confident smugness drains off his sallow face at my harsh tone, and fear creeps back into his eyes. Why are you being so negative? He mutters. You're facing life if that asshole you knocked out doesn't wake up. No one's going to miss that guy. He's in here for raping and killing a 17-year-old girl, among other things. But I'll get life for taking his nonetheless. Funny how that works. But that's a problem for another day. The two riders have stood up and are cracking their knuckles as they gaze at me with open aggression now. They have the two renegades at their back. 4 of them, 1 of me. And now the wall at my back is a sudden trap. We'll talk more later, I mutter to Gene. Don't do anything stupid without me. I stand up and roll my shoulders, which have locked up after sitting hunched over for so long. You should make yourself scarce now. There's something I gotta deal with. Gene sees the advancing men and looks at me with a fearful expression in his nervously blinking eyes. I'll stay. Help you out. I almost laugh out loud, but manage not to. It's the thought that counts, and I'm not about to get Gene killed for something that's my bill to pay. Get inside, Gene, I tell him. You got your own problems. We'll talk later. He's not moving, though, and the riders are almost on us. 2 guards come into the yard through the metal door to my left. They always travel in pairs, and I'm not entirely sure the wide one in front, Smith, will stop the fight that's about to break out. Sometimes he lets us beat each other to a pulp before stepping in. Trash taking out the trash, he calls it. More Junior, Smith barks at me. You got visitors. Come. It's absolutely the last thing I expected him to say, and it takes me a couple of moments to make sense of it. Now, he barks, and I make my way towards him, with Gene close behind me. The riders froze in their advance, but they're still looking at me menacingly. I suppose I was saved by the bell this time, but this has only been postponed. There will be a reckoning. I'm not expecting a visitor, let alone visitors plural. But I don't ask who it is. I just follow Smith and his buddy through the drab, stuffy halls to the visiting area. I'm not afraid of facing down the 2 riders, not in the slightest, but I don't mind giving it a little more time before it happens. The fact that those renegades were at their backs says something, and I'd just as soon know what that something is before I'm forced to deal with them.
Chapter 3. Harper. When Hunter said Jax had been moved to a prison up north, he didn't actually mean very far in that direction. So now, we're standing in the nearly empty parking lot in front of a huge, imposing gray concrete building, with rows and rows of scary-looking, thorny barbed wire atop the walls, and guards clutching machine guns in the glass towers rising up from all the corners. The whole thing looks like a modern-day bad parody on medieval castles. But those places were designed for people to hide inside from danger, while this place is meant to protect the rest of us from the people behind these thick walls. Vast, unbroken fields separate the prison from the rest of the world. They extend out, green and lush on 3 sides, and on the fourth they're broken by a copse of pines. "You ready?" Hunter asks. I almost tell him I'm not. I almost climb back into my car and floor it out of here. But Jax doesn't belong in this place. He belongs in that car with me. He belongs by my side. And it's been too long since I've seen him. Much, much too long. And if I just remember that, if that's all I allow myself to think, then I know it was the right decision to come here today. The perfect decision. The only one I could have made. "I guess," I say, and march towards a small, dark blue metal door to the side of a much larger gate of the same color. That's where they bring in the buses of prisoners, I suppose. The small door's for visitors, as the huge sign on it says. Thoughts start circling in my mind like the start of a whirlpool. Their speed slow at first, but as soon as we're buzzed in and taken through the visiting procedure, they start swirling faster and faster. By the time we're sitting on tiny, round blue plastic chairs in a cavernous visiting room waiting for Jax, I've been sucked all the way to the bottom of my doubts, love, pain, regret, longing, and joy too. The room seems to be hermetically sealed because I feel like I'm inside a vacuum, the noises of the other clumps of people in here creating deafening noise, even though I can't actually hear what any of them are saying. Then, a deafening siren-like sound accompanies the door opening, and Jax walks in past a guard standing there. The whirlwind that is my mind starts pulsing. He looks good. Even better than I remember. He's filled out some, his biceps bulging under the thin fabric of his white t-shirt, and his thighs straining against the gray pants of the rest of his prison uniform. He had dark brown, wavy hair that I love running my fingers through. But he's shaved it off now, and it makes his strong jaw and prominent brow stand out even more. He has a beautiful face, and I missed him so much I'm having trouble drawing a full breath. I wonder if my name, my autograph actually, which he begged me to tattoo onto his chest, just above his heart, is still there. Or did he cover it? Erase it? Cut it out? He did none of those things. I know it deep in my heart as he stops dead just inside the door, his eyes fixed on me with the intensity of a raging forest fire. His deep, dark brown eyes that are the only eyes who really see me as I am. See deep into my soul and past the shell of my beauty and fixed on me to the exclusion of everything else. The way he looks at me always makes me shiver, because it never fails to cause a gentle electrical current to run from my lips down to my toes, touching me in ways that nothing else can. It's not gentle today. It's almost painful in the pleasure it carries. If I ever thought that he left me because he didn't love me, and I did think that in my darkest moments, I don't anymore. But what difference does that make now? He breaks out of his trance with a shrug and shakes his head as he walks up to us. Hunter is already on his feet, and they greet each other by clasping their forearms, a handshake that should lead into a hug, but doesn't. I'm still just sitting, because I know my legs won't support me if I try to stand. Jax looks down at me. The raging hot flame that was his gaze before is now a slow-moving river of fire, cooling, deepening, and congealing into just a lot of sadness, getting caught behind the hard walls of his glass orb eyes. He clears his throat. "Harper, it's good to see you." Simple words that carry so much punch I gasp from the intensity of the emotion behind them. "You too," I say in a cracked, hoarse croak that is nothing like my normal, carrying voice. The words themselves only betray a fraction of what I actually mean by them. He sits down opposite me at the small round table that matches the stupid little chairs. Now, his thigh is pressed against the inside of my leg, and I've completely lost the ability to breathe right. "You're starting your tour, right?" he asks me softly. "That's why you're up this way?" I nod. The lump that suddenly appeared in my throat because he remembered preventing me from speaking. I cough lightly to try and dislodge it. "Yes, my first gig is tomorrow night." "I know," he says, and the soft look in his eyes tells me he left something unsaid. Something like, "I wish I was coming with you, just like we planned." But he didn't say it, and now the caged fire in his eyes is growing dimmer and dimmer. His eyes are almost as dark and glassy as they were on the night he told me we were through, as dark as one of those overcast nights that no light can penetrate. A night that's even darker now that the fire momentarily chased it away. "You shouldn't have come," he says. "Either of you." That stings like a slap to the face and brings me right back to the reality of the moment, my mind derailing from that sweet little path my train of thought was on, the one that ends with him getting out of prison soon and the two of us riding off into our happily ever after. That was complete bullshit. Idle, wishful thinking that can never be reality again. I spent months putting myself back together after he left, and what do I do the moment I see him again? Just melt into this sad little puddle of longing and daydreaming about things that can never be and possibly never were. "You're right," I snap and shift in my seat so that our legs are no longer touching, then cross mine for good measure, ignoring the sharp pain as my knee hits the edge of the table in the process. Jax glances at me, sadly, then fixes his eyes on Hunter. "Especially you. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy you're alive, and I wish I'd been there to have your back." The look that passes between them is brotherly, and one I'm used to seeing. Hunter says nothing, just nods. "There's 2 riders here now," Jax adds. "The last 2. Hunter flinches at that, his face suddenly very serious. "Will that be a problem for you? Us coming here?" Jack scoffs and shakes his head. "No more than it already was. I'll take them out. For you." Another invisible slap lands against my face as I realize what they're talking about. This one followed by a sensation akin to getting a bucket of ice water dropped on my head. Murder. More vengeful murder. More soul-ripping murder. I can't stand it. "No, Jax," Hunter says, echoing my thoughts exactly, both in words and their tone. "We'll take care of it. You just watch your back." Jax coughs again, shakes his head, and looks put out. "I'll do what I have to, and what's right. Don't worry about me." "But I am worried about you," I say, "even if you don't want me to be. And I want you to get out of here one day, alive." I almost add, "so we can try again," but I don't. Because I'm not even sure that's what I want anymore. He's made it clear it's not what he wants. Then and now. "We should go," Hunter says. "Tell us you never want to see us again. We have an audience." He nods at the couple of hairy, bearded guys seated at the other end of the room, each unabashedly staring at us and ignoring the women and several kids that came to visit them. Jax glances over his shoulder, and when he looks back at us, the expression on his face looks carved from stone, and it's roughly the same color. "Maybe you're right," he tells Hunter. "Those 2 are Renegade Knights, MC, and they've made it easier for me in here. But all that might end if they see me being friendly with Cross's son. And Scar's daughter. I suppose that's what he's thinking as he glances at me with that deep, endless sadness in his eyes. I've always been kept away from MC business, but I know enough to know what's what. "Sorry," Jax adds, speaking to Hunter again. "You gotta do what you gotta do," Hunter says. "It was stupid of me to show up here. But now you can use it to show them you're done with the devils. Go ahead. You should punch me, just not in the stomach, please." He chuckles darkly at that, as though he just made a great big joke. Jax looks as shocked as I feel. But then he turns to me and lays his hands over mine, squeezing gently. The sparks of electricity from the touch of his skin against mine pierce me right through the heart. "I don't mean any of it, Harper," he says, and now I'm floating on the soft ripples of that endless river in his eyes. "I want you to know that." And I know he's talking about what he's about to say, but also his reasons for leaving me. But I also know he's saying goodbye, and I try to grab hold of his hands as he releases mine, but he's too fast for me. And in the next moment, he's on his feet, glaring down at us. "Don't ever come see me again," he growls. "I'm through with the devils, and the next time I see you, Hunter, you're dead." Hunter stands up too, and glares just as darkly at Jax. They look like they hate each other, and while I know it's just an act, I'm not entirely sure it is. "Do you know who you're talking to?" Hunter counters. "I better not see you again, or any of these dirty little new friends of yours." He glances at the 2 bearded thugs, who seem completely enthralled by the show. I suppose Hunter is about to get punched now, but instead, Jax just scoffs and spits on the floor. You should be dead. And soon you will be. Nothing your daddy can do about it. So you better just run back to Cross and hide behind him like you've been doing all your life. He's talking loud enough for everyone in the room to hear him clearly, and the menacing, dark tone with which he's speaking is so full of hate, my stomach twists into a tight knot of fear. All right, break it up, a guard with gray whiskers for hair and a protruding belly says as he suddenly appears behind Jax. The visit is over. He grabs one of Jax's arms, and the shorter, younger guard beside him grabs the other. You cheated death once, Hunter, he says darkly while they lead him away. You won't the next time I see you. Once he's out of the room, I finally let out the breath I've been holding. Let's go, Hunter says, and then I'm following him out of the room without actually feeling my feet hit the floor. I don't know how much all that just happened was real, how much make-believe, and how much just my wishful thinking. But I do know Jax was saying goodbye. Once again. This time forever. He's getting out in a year. He could have asked me to wait. He could have told me he's sorry and that he's coming back soon. But he didn't. He did say I shouldn't have come and that I should leave now. And that he didn't mean it. But he left a large chunk of that unsaid. And if he wanted me to know what he actually meant, he'd say it. He slipped other things between his grand show of chasing us away and threatening Hunter's life, but he didn't. So much for gluing things back together. That'll never happen. What Jax and I had is broken beyond repair. That should have been clear to me before coming here. And it was. I suppose I just needed the final confirmation. We shouldn't have come, Hunter says once we're in the parking lot again, echoing my thoughts exactly. No, it's good that we did, I say. It gave Jax a chance to break up with us and Devil's Nightmare MC publicly. I just hope that's enough to keep him safe, he says, fiddling with his phone like he's trying to decide who to call, or whether to call at all. The less he has to do with us now, the better, I say, meaning the MC, and not just me. Hunter nods, pockets his phone again, and tells me everything's going to work out. It will. Just not for me and Jax. I know that now. That's another thing this visit turned out to be good for. It showed me that.
Jax. I wasn't ready for seeing Harper again, but there she was, wearing one of those flowing button-down dresses of hers, red roses against a black background, trailing down her perfect curves in all the ways I wish my hands could. Her soft, dark flame hair is even longer than it was, and looked even softer and wavier than I remember. And her eyes, blue like deep ocean, with flecks of gold twirling and pulling me in like a whirlwind does with everything that gets in its path. Me, without fail, every time. I didn't really know what was happening until I traversed the room to sit across from her and get as close as I could without actually grabbing and kissing her like there's no tomorrow. For us, there isn't. Not really. I knew that. Just as I knew that acting on that urge would have cut the visit short right then and there, and that guard Smith would like nothing more than to drag me away from her. In hindsight, I should have just done that, because the visit was wasted anyway, as Hunter rightly figured out about 3 minutes in. I wish he'd done that before coming in the first place, and dragging Harper with him. I couldn't stand seeing the hope that flared in her eyes when she saw me. It was even worse than the cold sadness when she realized nothing had changed. At least all that bleach damage to my nose made it impossible to sense that sweet, fresh, early morning scent that always clings to her skin. One good thing to come out of that, I guess. Not that the memory of it wasn't driving me insane then and still is now. But there's still no future for us. She doesn't need an ex-con weighing her down, even if I do manage to get out of this place. My little performance of chasing them away and threatening Hunter probably bought me the ability to stay friends with the renegades and continue enjoying the protection. It would have worked better if I hadn't sat there chatting with them for 10 minutes before blowing up, but there was no way I wasn't going to say a proper hello to Harper after not seeing her for months. Or telling Hunter I'm glad he's not dead. But that's fine. The renegades are all dumb as shit. And if the performance didn't work, I'd actually welcome a Fighter 5 after today. It's hard gazing into the gold-kissed, deep blue eyes of the woman you love and knowing that's as close as you'll ever get to her. Devastating, actually. To avoid those fights, I've stayed in my cell for the rest of the afternoon. Rain's been falling so hard outside all afternoon that I can hear it even through all the concrete surrounding me. My back and legs are all cramped up from lying down on my bunk, staring at the low, rough ceiling, but seeing nothing but Harper. Harper, in her flowing, flowery dress, which flared out to brush my thighs whenever we rode. What I wouldn't give for just one more of those rides. I'd give my right arm. No one can let go like Harper can. She carries so much life inside her, so much wildness along with such perfect wholesomeness. It's easy to forget everything and everyone else when I'm with her. She's enough. Even if we were the last two people in the world, she'd be more than enough. When I'm with her, even all the things, all the dark and nasty things I've done, that were done to me, lose their bite, become as inconsequential as that slight breeze you barely feel against your arm. She's all the home I've ever needed and more. If I thought I could ever give even a fraction of that back to her, I'd never let her go. But I know I can't. I know all that I can do is take all that from her, until eventually I take it all. It's not fair. She deserves more. And the way she'd give herself to me, so completely, so seamlessly, so fully. No, I can't think about that or I'll truly go mad. Every time I do, all my objections just go out the window and I start planning the escape Jean came up with. But the very last thing that Harper needs is an escaped convict by her side. It'd mean a lifetime of looking over our shoulders and the end of her singing dreams. Her father would kill me if I did that to her, and I'd let him do it. The loud rap of a baton against the open cage door of my cell rattles me out of my thoughts. Smith is standing there, the grin on his face reminding me of a child who just got done opening all his Christmas presents, and they were all exactly what he wanted. "You're late for dinner, Moore Jr.," he says in a strangely sweet voice. "You don't want to go to sleep hungry now, do you? Although I get it. The sight of that pretty woman walking away took my appetite, too." If I were any closer, I'd punch him for talking about Harper. So it's a good thing I'm cramped up on my tiny bunk. "What would you know about pretty women?" I mutter as I climb down because that's how bad I'm itching for a fight, even with a guard. But Smith's the type of guard that likes to bark, but don't got a lot of bite to them. He's also one of those guards who like to break the inmates down, especially the younger ones. At least that's how my father explained it to me right before telling me to keep my head down and go along. "I've never been good at either," I responded, and he called me a fool and refused to speak to me for the rest of the day. Smith scoffs and then grins even wider. "It's a big day for you tomorrow. They're talking about unplugging that poor guy you beat up from the machines keeping him alive, and I probably don't have to explain what that means for you, now do I?" I look down at the floor so I don't have to look at the glee that's now filling his beady eyes. It means at least 15 years added to my sentence. And right now, I have no idea how I lasted 15 minutes away from Harper. "Better go enjoy your last meal now," Smith says, chuckles at his own little joke, and walks on. I let him get a head start, because one more taunt from him could land me in solitary for the next week, and the last thing I want is to be alone with my thoughts for 1 minute longer. Eating's not high on my list of priorities right now, but finding out what other damage Harper's visit today caused is. The visit, coupled with the arrival of the 2 riders earlier today, could actually mean I don't even have to worry about the man I killed. Maybe I'll even beat him to the other side.
Chapter 4. Harper. I had no gig scheduled for tonight, but here I am, sitting on a rickety bar stool in the middle of a small stage. The men and women at the tables around it all turn to me as I sing. After we left the prison, I stopped at the first bar that had an open mic sign in the window, and this is my 3rd set in here. Singing and playing my songs is the only thing that can chase Jax from my mind, which is ironic, because most of the songs I'm performing came to exist with him as my inspiration. Him and the love we had for each other. Love that I thought would last forever and beyond. Until the end of time, when the sun scorches the earth and pulls it into its warm embrace. Beyond time, beyond space, beyond sorrow's thorns and heartache's bite. Beyond forever. And even as I sing those words, even as I see several women, and some of the men too, wipe at their eyes, I know it's all a lie, all a fraud. Love like that doesn't exist. Love like that is too fragile to last. Love like that is always just a fraud, a pretense, a lie, something that is only imagined, never real. So before the last echoes of the last notes and my voice fade and the applause and shouts for more start, I'm already putting away my guitar. I smile and bow and wave and thank them for their time, saying a clever thing or two by way of an excuse as to why the set has to be over. The words barely register in my mind. Then I join Hunter at the edge of the bar counter and drink the rest of his beer in a couple of long swigs. Once that's done, I ask the bartender for something stronger. Hunter just looks at me, not saying anything until after I take the first sip of my whiskey neat. "We should probably find somewhere to sleep before you get wasted," he finally says, wisely. I wave my hand through the air dismissively. "We can sleep in my car. There's room for both of us. No problem. I'm not driving anywhere else tonight." Then I finish my drink and ask for another. When it arrives, Hunter lays his hand over it before I can grab it. "Look, I understand today was rough and I'm sorry for dragging you into it," he says. "I'm an idiot. I thought you wanted to see Jax, and I thought he wanted to see you, but that's exactly the kind of thinking that keeps me stuck with Trixie, so I should have known better. Reopening old wounds just leads to worse scars. Isn't that a lyric from one of your songs?" I stop trying to pry the tumbler from under his hand and lean against him, wrapping my arm around his waist. "It is, but it's all a lie. I need to write some new songs." Then I release him and drink my whiskey before he can stop me again. "They don't seem to think so," he says, meaning the crowd, most of whom are still looking at me as though I'm up on stage and about to break into song. I smile and raise my glass in a toast, which most of them return. Except the bearded man with the hooded eyes leaning against the wall directly opposite the stage. I can't see his eyes, but I still know he's staring at me like we're the only 2 people in the room. I couldn't see him while I was on stage because he's standing right under the bright light that was shining in my eyes, but I have the very sobering sensation that he spent the entire time I was singing glaring at me just like this, immovably, penetratingly, like a madman. I get my share of those online. He's tall, and even wider than my father, and his unruly dark hair looks like he hasn't combed it in a while. As for his beard, it could do with a trim and some moisture. He's wearing black jeans and a black button-down shirt under his leather jacket, and I'm sure his heart is just as dark as his clothes. When everyone else is done toasting me, he slowly raises his glass at me, grinning to reveal a row of large, dark yellow teeth. The sight sends ice-cold shivers down my spine, while at the same time feeling like a punch to the gut. But I've dealt with my share of weirdos. Best thing is to ignore them and get as far away from them as possible. I turn my back on him and the crowd, swallow the rest of my whiskey, pick up my guitar, and lace my arm under Hunter's. You're right. I should get out of here before I get too drunk and start acting stupid. He's still looking at the weird man because, of course, he'd noticed my entire exchange with him. Who is that? Do you know him? I shake my head and don't turn to look at the man again. Probably just some random guy who thinks I'm pretty. I say, let's go find a motel. The drinks were on the house, the bartender informs me as I try to pay, and I continue holding onto Hunter's arm as we leave the bar, amid scattered applause and assurances from several guests that they'll catch me at my next gig. I am very careful to only look at the weird man from the very corner of my eyes as I smile and thank everyone. He probably is just a random weirdo, like I told Hunter. But none of the other such weirdos I've come across ever made me feel this unsettled and icky. Scared, even. Though that's probably just because of all the stress of today and being so far from home.
Chapter 5. Jax. Dinner last night was a quiet, tense affair with a lot of furtive glances my way from both the two riders and the renegades highest on the food chain in here. One of those, Snake, witnessed my exchange with Hunter in the visiting room yesterday, but he kept his face stone-cold and unreadable between taking large bites of his steak last night, which he chewed very slowly while looking at me. I fully expected to get cornered soon after dinner.
"Something's brewing,"
my father said once we were locked up in the cell together, but I told him I don't want to talk, and he didn't press me. Night didn't bring me sleep, and breakfast didn't bring the altercation that by dawn I was actually looking forward to. I spent the morning getting infused by the fumes of bleach, my mind drifting between thoughts of how, if I stay here any longer, I might never get to feel Harper's soft skin on my hands, to how the laundry truck could be used to escape. I don't see it, not without serious inside help. The truck is checked thoroughly when it rolls in, dogs and all. It's checked again before it leaves. Clinging to the underside is out of the question. That gets checked first. Hiding in the back under the sheets would be idiotic. We'd be better off just trying to walk out the front door if that was our grand plan. At least that would take the stinking sheets out of the equation. No, what you need is to either drive it out of here, which would entail overpowering the two men who drive it in, both of whom are armed, trained, and ready for that type of attempt. The laundry truck is not how we get out of here. I explained all that to Jean while chain-smoking in the courtyard, with the scorching sun beating down on the back of my neck, the hard plastic bench eating into my thighs, and my eyes trailing every movement the men who are still watching me very closely make. My father is talking to them now. He never got very far up in the Renegade's hierarchy while he was still a free man, but he's inched his way to a comfortable position here. He's far from calling any of the shots, but they listen to his opinions, which is probably just because of his age, 45, that gives him something like seniority. He keeps glancing my way too while they speak, his face unreadable.
"So you don't see a way?"
Jean asks sadly, then sucks on his cigarette so hard the flame eats well into the filter.
"Not without some serious inside help," I reply.
"Can they provide that?" Jean asks, nodding at the group of renegades in a very exaggerated fashion. Great. Now they'll think I'm sitting here worried about them. I've been trying real hard to ignore all their glances so far. "I'm not sure they're still my friends, Jean," I say and grin at him. "And I don't think they were ever the type of friends you trust." The devils are the type of men you can trust. The type of friends that will have your back until the day you die, or they die. But I left them, and my life's been nothing but one shitstorm after another ever since. I've been thinking a lot about that today, too. I have my shank safely hidden away in the rubber sole of my white prison-issued deck shoes. When they come at me, which could be any minute now, I'll prioritize taking out the two riders. I owe Hunter and the devils that much. Hopefully they'll remember me more fondly than they currently do after that, because I probably won't live long once that's done. Snake gets up first, stretching his arms back behind him as the rest get to their feet too. He barks something at my father who tries to follow, and whatever it is, it makes him stay back, avoiding my eyes. The rest fall in around him as Snake leads the pack towards me. The 2 riders are taking up the rear. It'll take some maneuvering to get to them before the others get to me. "We should go inside?" Gene says in a high-pitched voice, his dark eyes wide and full of fear, fixed on the approaching men. "That won't change a damn thing about what's coming," I tell him and remain seated. And I face the music that's meant for me. Damn, how I wish I'd just stayed with the Devils and Harper. Her music is meant for me, and now I'll pay for that mistake. Snake and the rest encircle the bench Gene and I are sitting on. There's 8 of them, including the 2 riders who stopped just behind the row of renegades. "You should tell your pet rat to scram," Snake says, meaning Gene, who is now so tense he's shaking. But he's standing, or sitting more like, his ground. "He's neither of those things," I tell Snake pointedly, but turn to Gene all the same and tell him he should go inside. "I'm staying," Gene replies in a shaky voice, then vibrates all over as Snake looks at him sharply. "Get! Now!" Gene shakes even worse and luckily recognizes the hard command in Snake's voice as a threat. He glances at me apologetically as he rises, and I nod at him reassuringly. The renegades part just enough to let him limp away, then close the circle around me again. What I'll do is I'll stay low to the ground and barrel through the first row of them, reach the riders, slit their throats, and then see what other damage I can do before it's all over for me. That's why I'm still sitting down. If I were standing, my plan won't work so well. Closer to the ground, I have more of a chance. I trained with the Devils long enough to be able to see that. But no amount of training with them or anyone else would convince me that I can survive an 8-on-1 fight. "You turning on me, Snake?" I ask him pointedly. "I see you brought all your friends to help you." He grins or snarls, I'm not sure. "I saw you talk with Cross's son yesterday," he says. "You want him dead. We want him dead too." "And the rest of the devil scum," says one of the riders, a tall, wiry guy whose neck veins are sticking out and pulsing so nicely they'll make an easy target for my blade. Good luck with that, I'm thinking, but what I say is, I'd like to see someone show them they're not the top dogs anymore. "But would you like to be doing the showing?" Snake asks. And now, even my dumb ass is starting to realize this isn't the start of my last fight, but something else. "Yeah," I say. "Hunter's the reason I'm in here. I'd like to finish what the riders started, that's for sure." I hope they're not picking up on how choked up and clumsy my words are coming out. It's one thing flinging threats at Hunter when I knew he knew I didn't mean it. But doing it for an audience of men out for his blood for real is quite something else. I feel like the worst sort of traitor. But the more I learn, the more I can pass on to the Devils. "You're not the only one," the wiry rider says, cracking his knuckles. The other one, a short, stocky man with such a thick neck I'm not sure my shank is long enough to pierce through the tendons and reach the vein, nods and snarls. "But what can I do from in here?" I ask. "What you can do is get us close to the Devils since you know them," Snake says. "But you're right. You can't do it from in here." I let the silence that follows hang, trying hard not to let my face betray all the happy, excited thoughts of escape, which I'm sure these men can orchestrate where Gene and I would fail. But I still don't know if that's my best path forward here. I'd prefer to walk out of here a free man. "What's your plan?" I ask anyway, because I'd also like to walk out of here as soon as I can. Snake snarls again. "First things first. We need to know we can trust you. Your father says we can. He's been telling us that since you got here. But you have to prove it now." Here it comes. The price. Now he's going to ask me to kill someone, and if I do it, I cement my future even worse than it already is.
That hot piece of ass that came in with Hunter yesterday. We want her, Snake says. And you'll make sure we get her. What's that for? Why?
I managed to somehow choke out past the hard-as-stone lump that's now lodged in my throat.
She's nothing.
Fuck. That's the hardest lie I ever told. It barely made it out of my mouth. My hand jerks to my chest with a pointless impulse to cover her name that's tattooed over my heart, but I stop short of actually doing it. It's not visible through the thick white fabric of my t-shirt, and there's little chance any of them would have seen it. My father, maybe, but he never asked about it, so I doubt it.
She's Scar's daughter, isn't she? Snake asks sharply.
I wish I could deny it. I wish I could tell them she's just some random woman Hunter picked up on his ride here. But denying what they already know about her would make me seem useless to them in this scheme they got cooking against the devils.
Yeah, she is,
I say, letting my anger at Scar into my voice. Anger I shouldn't feel, because he's right, and I'm the one who walked away without a fight. But I do anyway.
Of course she is,
one of the other renegades pipes up, a man well into his 50s with no hair and gray eyebrows.
She looks exactly like her mother Lynn did back in the day.
He licks his fat pink lips after he says it, and it's the most nauseatingly disgusting thing I've ever seen.
Going after their women is just going to piss them off like crazy. You know how they are,
I say. It's no secret that the devils have started full-on wars for their women.
No, the only way to take down the devils is if they don't know we're coming.
Fat chance of that happening. Even if I don't tell them what's cooking, the first chance I get, Hawk will get wind of it before it's even a threat. He's the devil's intel guy, and while he might be getting on in the years, his web of informants and skills at finding shit out is still second to none.
Scar's daughter will be a little favor for an old friend of mine, Snake says lewdly. And a way for you to prove you're with us 100%. You make sure we can grab her, and we make you a free man and help you get your revenge. How does that sound?
It sounds like I never woke up from that damn nightmare that plagued the few minutes of sleep I managed to get last night. The one where a beam from the roof of a burning house falls and traps me, preventing me from getting out, forcing me to feel every last lick of the flames that eat me alive. Even when I wake up from it, my skin keeps burning. I've been having that dream for years. I don't even remember when it started. All I know is that I never had it while I was with Harper. The crowd around me is fidgeting some, and it's a near impossibility that at least one of them didn't read me thinking all that off my face. But then again, none of these guys are very bright. They wouldn't be in here if they were, for one thing, and they wouldn't be thinking of attacking the devils for another.
What do you want me to do?
I somehow force myself to ask. What I really want to do is rip his head off with my bare hands for even suggesting I hurt Harper.
You get her to come to a set place, and we take it from there, Snake says. Bonus points if Hunter comes with her. They're screwing, right?
I almost snort a laugh. Hunter barely looks at women who are not Trixie.
Could be. I wouldn't know,
I say instead.
Seems to me you could know,
another renegade interjects. This one was also in the visiting room yesterday, and he maybe had a better view of the three of us, and of me holding Harper's hands and all that.
As far as I know, Hunter's devoted to his slut Trixie. You probably know her,
I say to the two riders.
But then again, Trixie,
one of the riders hisses, then spits on the ground by his feet.
We have some unfinished business with her, too. I don't doubt that, I say. She's a slippery one.
Talking this kind of trash about the truest friends I've ever had is making me feel like I'm in some kind of alternative reality where everything looks normal, but none of it makes sense.
Hunter's mine, I add.
I have now waded into this terrible fantasy world this deep, so I might as well just go all the way.
This whole plan would work better if I was the one out there meeting them.
Snake inhales sharply, and I might have just overplayed my hand. But the flame that's been my need to be with Harper ever since I saw her yesterday is now a raging inferno. Or more like a ticking time bomb, since these nasty assholes want to hurt her. And she won't be hard for them to track down, with or without my help. Her tour schedule is plastered all over the internet, for one thing. Scar probably sent men to protect her. But what can they do in the crowds of the festivals and such she'll be performing at?
I have a plan for getting out, I hear myself say. It involves Jean and the laundry truck, but we need your help. Get me out, and I'll deliver the devils to you on a platter.
Jean? That little sniveling rat?
Snake says.
He can get the laundry truck in here earlier. All you have to do is make sure it's got your guys driving it, I say. A false floor with a compartment big enough to hold a couple of guys besides me and Jean would do the trick.
That's the sum total of how far my morning plans of escaping got me.
What's with you and this Jean guy?
Another renegade asks, spittle flying from his toothless mouth.
You sweet on him or something?
I ignore him as I glare at Snake. It's a good plan, I know you know that. And as soon as I'm out, I'll deliver Harper right to this old friend of yours. It won't be a problem getting her to meet me, and when she comes, she's all yours. And then the rest of the devils are next. Do we have a deal?
He just glares at me in silence, and I'm starting to see how he got his name. His upturned, ice-cold green eyes and flat nose do make him look exactly like a snake.
What's going on here?
A guard yells from over by the door.
Break up your little party, now!
We'll talk more,
Snake assures me, then starts dispersing with the others. 6 guards are hovering near the door, watching them do as they were told, and I see Jean in the shadows just inside the door. He's the one who made this happen, I'm sure, and I don't appreciate it as much as he probably thinks I do. I'd much prefer to get an answer from Snake right now. At least that would have made this avalanche of worry for Harper, which is threatening to suffocate me worse and worse with each passing second, easier to withstand. And I can't even warn her now because the renegades will be watching my every move while they consider my suggestion. I doubt I'll be able to so much as scratch my ass without them knowing it before we speak again. I light another cigarette and lean back against the wall behind me, trying not to look like I can hardly breathe.
Chapter 6. Harper. The energy of the crowd gathered in the darkness around me is electrifying. I'm performing on the big stage of the Summer Love Festival on the outskirts of Seattle, the biggest show I've ever done, headlining for one of the biggest acts currently out there, Pixie Rage. It's the happiest I've been in months. The fact that I still notice the difference, that my mind is still pulled towards the darkness and sadness, is a sign I'm still stuck in it, but also that it's getting better. I'm good now, but the initial stage fright almost made me pass out before I could climb the 5 wooden steps onto the open-air stage. This is where you're meant to be, Hunter told me, seeing my distress. That was enough to get my jelly-soft legs up the stairs. And as soon as I took my place in the center of it, I knew he was right. Twilight hadn't quite given way tonight when I started my set. The lights washing over me and the crowd in hues of purple and pink, looking like the last echoes of the sunset. It's full night now, and I'm one with the music. One with the notes given off by my guitar as my voice sends the song into the swaying, singing crowd. So many know the words of these songs. My words. At least the ones in the front rows, and that just adds another level to the perfection that is this moment. Hunter's there in the front row too, just like always, and that's perfect too. He's leaving tomorrow, though, heading to the reservation, and I'll miss him. I miss Jax, too. I always will. I know that now. But I also know I'll eventually get over that. Or at least survive it. There's no need to scrap my old songs. They came to be in a moment in time, a season of love and bliss that is now over. But they'll always remind me of what was, and that's a good thing. The future is where I'm heading now. The past is behind me. That's how life works. I've overstayed my allotted time on stage with the blessing of the organizers and Pixie Rage, but Nancy, the main administrator, is now waving at me to wrap it up. Behind her, the band is already fidgeting, ready to get on stage. I wrap up the song I was singing and raise my guitar high before taking a bow to the raging applause and shouts for more. I'm not fake modest. I know my music touches people, and I am so grateful for that. So grateful for all these people making it possible to live my dream. So grateful for this night. And I tell the crowd all that. But then my voice catches in my throat as I'm thanking them all for coming, and I barely get the sentence out. That bearded man is there again, right at the edge of the first row, standing completely still, not clapping, just smiling at me. The light doesn't touch him. It's as though a permanent cloud of darkness follows him around always. I turn away from him, wave one more time, and stride off stage, wondering if I should tell Hunter that the guy from that bar is here again tonight. But that would just make him stay and try to do something about it. He's not 100% healed yet, and the last thing I want is for him to get hurt again. No. Stalkers are a part of the life I crave. I have my gun. I know how to use it, and it'll take more than an old man to make me run back to the protection of my family. My father wouldn't be scared. He'd handle it, and so will I. Let's talk later. Manny, the singer of Pixie Rage, a tall, thin guy with a very handsome face, but otherwise covered in tattoos, tells me as we pass each other by the stage. I'm thinking a collab. He adds, and then jogs up to the stage to the roaring of the crowd. I just breathlessly nodded, because that offer is something I haven't even dared dream I'd get. I'm downright dizzy as I meet Hunter by the fence separating the open-air backstage area from the crowd. So what's next? Want to stay for the rest of the show? Hunter asks. Yes, absolutely, I say and wrap my arm around his waist. You won't believe this, but the singer just offered to work with me. Hunter narrows his eyes and looks up at the stage, everything about the expression on his face telling me he finds the singer, and probably the rest of the band, wanting. He's always been very protective of me. Him, Chance, and Jax all were. Not to mention my father and the rest of the MC execs, but I don't need to be coddled, and I don't want to be. I promise I won't exploit my looks to advance my career. I tell him before he can say anything. Pinky swear. I've known Hunter all my life, and we barely knew what sex was the first time he made me make that promise. He grins at me. Was I that obvious? You were, I assure him, and grin too. He just doesn't look like a guy who treats women well, but what do I know? I eye Manny too, and can't help but see what Hunter sees. But Manny is also very soft-spoken. And who says I want to be treated well all the time? I don't say that, though. Instead, I grin wider and tell him I want a drink. He eyes me sideways, and I just know he's thinking that I've been drinking a little too much lately. He's right. I have. I've needed something to dull the scorching pain of heartbreak that threatened to consume me and to quiet the voices telling me I'll never feel joy and love again. But that's behind me now, too, and my throat is parched. More than one person comes up to me as we meander through the crowd to get to one of several white tents where they serve their drinks, and a good number of them want to know when they can see me perform again. Wow, everyone wants a piece of you, Hunter says once we finally each have a cold bottle of beer in our hands, paid for by one of my fans who wouldn't take no for an answer. Yes, and I'm ready. I say and smile at him, because I know where I come from and where I want to go. Don't worry so much about me all the time. He wraps his arm around my shoulders and hugs me tight. That's good to know. And I'm not worried. I just don't want you to get hurt. That sadness that I've been trying to leave behind is still clinging tightly to him, and seeing Jax only made it worse for him. I hope he'll find his peace with it all where he's going, just like I found it on stage today. And I'd tell him that, but that would only bring it all to the surface. where it would have to be acknowledged, and that's not something either of us need. The past is the past, bad, good, or otherwise. The only thing it's good for is learning something from it and then forgetting the terrible bits. That's the only way forward, the only way to live.
Jax. It took 2 more conversations with Snake, one inside the tiny closet full of shelves stacked high with bleach and other corrosive shit in the laundry room, the other in the shady alcove where the hall meets the dining room. The first time, he tried to talk me into going along with their original plan of luring Harper away to a dark, secluded place where they could grab her from in here, and I insisted that I need to be on the outside for it to work. "There's bound to be at least 5 devils trailing her," I told him in that cramped closet. "I can get past them because I know how they operate and they know me. You can't. Make it happen." Then I walked away, and the next time he found me, the plan was laid. Pretty much exactly as I suggested it. A false floor in the truck. A couple of renegades posing as drivers. Room enough for 4 men to get out. "Gene's not coming," Snake said after he laid out the plan. "He has keys," I finally told him, which made his almond-shaped eyes go so wide it looked like they were about to pop out. "That'll be the price of him coming with us then," he finally said and walked away. I spent the rest of the day making sure none of them killed Gene. I didn't tell him about the plan until just before lights out, since I was worried that he'd blather it all out in his excitement. What he actually did was freeze up, his face turning grayer and grayer until it was roughly the color of the uniform we were forced to wear. That seemed to be a thing of the past. For how long, though? That's not a question that I'm tackling now, although it keeps popping up into my mind. Harper wants to live her life in the spotlights, and she can't do that with an escaped convict by her side. And that's not even the whole of the problem. The renegades won't stop chasing me until they get the revenge after I double-cross them. But those are all problems to handle on another day. "I know," Gene said. "Snake already explained the plan to me. I just hope it works." We were interrupted by Guard Smith coming on duty and keeping a very close eye on me for some reason. Probably because he's looking for something new to taunt me with now that the guy I almost killed looks like he's going to make it. By some miracle, he actually started breathing on his own after they unhooked him from the machine. Apparently, he's actually getting better. Gene informed me happily just before dinner last night, and right before the news of the escape I organized took his voice away. My mind's been going in 1,000 different directions, thoughts firing with sonic speed when all I should be focusing on is the escape. The laundry truck is due at 10 a.m. It is now 9:40 a.m. The speed with which the renegades organize the whole thing screams amateur work, and it's hard to keep ignoring the voice inside my head telling me it's all going to go to shit before it even starts. But maybe all this speed will actually be for the best. The less time for the wrong people to get wind of it, if nothing else. "You sure about going?" my father asked me in the middle of the night, a couple of hours after we both lay down and when it became clear neither of us were sleeping. "You got 12 months to go, and then you walk. Don't risk it." But Harper's life is on the line. There's nothing I won't risk to protect her. Absolutely nothing. I never told him about me and Harper, and it would have been stupid to do it last night, so I didn't. Sad as it sounds, I don't know how much I can trust my father. I hardly know the guy, and he's very tight with the renegades. "Snake lives up to his name in more than just looks," he added. "You gotta watch your back at all times with him." "He needs me to get to the devils," I said, and left it at that. But now, as I dump what could very well be my last cupful of bleach over what will hopefully be the last load of laundry I have to do in this place, his warnings are echoing louder and louder in my head. Gene has already arrived in the laundry room, bringing with him Snake and the tall, wiry rider called Tiny, as I found out last night. under the pretense of needing to inventory the supply closet before the new supplies that will be brought in today can be added to the existing store. The second hand on the large black and white wall clock above the door ticks mercilessly by, going faster than it should, I'm sure. I keep glancing at the large hangar-like door on the far end of the cavernous room filled with washing machines and dryers. The thick cloud of bleach-infused steam that constantly hangs in the air in here is making everything look hazy, so I'm hoping my glances are going unnoticed by the two guards standing by the door, because to the trained eye, my high interest in the door is probably a dead giveaway. A large part of the reason I couldn't sleep last night was knowing I'm leaving my father in here to face the renegade's wrath after I double-crossed them. I told him to watch his back this morning, and left him a hastily scribbled note saying the same thing under his pillow, hating the fact that I can't just tell him my plan. He needs the renegades more than he needs me, though. That's never been a question in our relationship. So asking him to choose between his son and his MC would not get me the result I want. The hangar door starts opening on its creaking hinges. Normally I'd welcome the fresh air that rolls into the laundry room whenever that door opens, but it does nothing to relax me today. Every muscle and tendon in my body has been tense for the past 2 days, and it just gets worse now. I grab one of the huge trolleys filled with sheets to be loaded onto the truck and wheel it toward the wide-open hangar door just as the driver gets out. He's about my father's age, and I vaguely recognize him, which I try hard not to let show on my face. He's not that careful, though, but looks at me with unmistakable and genuine recognition on his face. Good thing the guards aren't paying attention to him. One of them is looking at what I'm doing, and the other one is being distracted by Gene, who is explaining why he has Snake and Tiny with him. Apparently, it's so they can carry in the new shipment of bleach and detergent that is stored in the large cardboard boxes stacked high along one side of the truck's back, which the other driver, also a guy I vaguely recognize, has now opened. Having inmates that don't work in the laundry room unload the truck has never been how it works. But whatever Gene told the guard worked because Snake and Tiny are now walking towards me, their faces hard and unreadable. Gene is limping along behind them. And further back, another group of inmates is approaching. All renegades. Even my father is with them. They're not part of the laundry detail either, I know that much. Yet no one stops them as they grab bags and trolleys meant to be loaded into the back of the truck.
Get in,
Snake hisses at me while pulling Gene forward so hard he bumps into my side.
both of you.
I do it because it's too late to ask questions, even though this is not unfolding according to the plan I was told. Gene seems to realize it too, just as I hoist him into the back of the truck after me. "This is it, isn't it?" he asks, and he's even more gray in the face than he was last night. I frantically check the truck's floor looking for the trapdoor, and the only hatch I see is bolted and padlocked. An explosion sounds from the front of the laundry room, the smell of chemicals burning all of a sudden intense and overpowering. Many men are yelling and screaming, and a fire alarm is blaring, but I still clearly hear the choked-off scream of one of the two guards by the hangar door. It sounds like a pig squealing. Before I fully realize what's happening, he's dumped into the back with me and Gene, blood oozing from his throat and soaking into the bottom row of the cardboard boxes. "No!" Gene says, but I clamp my hand over his mouth and drag him further into the truck, just as the other guard follows the first, equally dead and bleeding. This is not supposed to be happening. If we're caught now, which, given the violence of this escape, we eventually will be, because they won't rest until they find us, we're fucking going straight to death row for killing those two guards. I knew the renegades had shit for brains, but this is some next-level stupid. And if they're willing to do this to the guards, what are they going to do to Harper? I can't imagine it. I don't want to. I just know I gotta stop it. The group of renegades I saw making their way to the truck start crowding into the back, headed by Snake. As soon as they're all in, one of them pulls down the back door, and Snake bangs hard on the walls of the truck. It starts moving almost immediately. We're packed into the back like sardines, the darkness so complete I can't see anyone's face. I can only smell them, and the sour stench of their fear sweat is not mixing well with the smell of blood from the 2 dead guards. Did all the renegades decide to come? It sure seems that way, and it's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever witnessed. The edge of one of the boxes is stabbing me in the back, and another clearly broke open and spilled its contents because the corrosive smell of bleach is burning my nose and throat.
This was not the plan,
I snap, because I can't help myself. This escape attempt is about to be cut very short because the renegades are fucking idiots.
No talking,
Snake hisses back. The truck keeps rolling at a steady pace, and I'm expecting it to stop at any moment now, because only about 300 yards separate the laundry room from the main gate. Yet we just keep driving. Until a deafening explosion, followed by the sound of metal breaking, rocks and shakes the truck so hard I'm thrown right past the box, poking me in the back, and my head slams into the metal side of the truck. Jean yelps in pain beside me. Hot blood is now streaming down one side of my face, my eyes stinging from it, and before I can even fully comprehend this new situation, the truck picks up speed and bullets start pelting the side of the truck. We're going as fast as this truck will go, and the road beneath us isn't smooth and level anymore, but rutted. I feel every bump along my spine, and we just keep going and going. The sound of sirens followed us for a while, but they're fading now, and we keep on riding at the same breakneck speed on the same rocky and rutted surface. Every bone in my body aches from the vibrations, including my skull, which I've banged against the metal side enough times to cause a concussion before the road beneath us finally levels off again. The respite doesn't last long before we're once again getting tossed all over the place by the rough terrain we're driving on. So it's no wonder I'm woozy and my head is spinning when the truck finally stops. The back is pulled open, and the scent of tall, ancient redwoods and rich forest soil immediately overpowers the stench of bleach, sweat, and blood. My first thought is that we're in the forest surrounding Sanctuary, the HQ of Devil's Nightmare MC, a lush, untouched place where Harper gave herself to me for the first time, giving meaning to my existence for the first time in my life. But I'm about as far from that happy place as I am from the protection of the devils against the nearly 20 renegades clearing out of the truck in front of me.
Out, quick!
Snake barks at me, and I follow the renegades jumping out the back.
You all right?
My father asks, with something close to genuine concern in his voice, as I watch one of the renegades grab Gene's arm and yank him out of the truck because he was taking too long.
You're bleeding,
my father adds.
It's nothing,
I say, and wipe the sticky mess covering the right side of my face away with the back of my hand.
Just a split brow or something. Why are you here too?
What I actually mean is, why didn't you tell me you were coming too? But I already know the answer to that. It's because the renegades have always and will always come first in his life. Whatever loyalty he might feel for me, his flesh and blood, is nothing compared to the loyalty he has for these men. At least they took him with them on this escape, seeing as he was doing a 35-to-life stint for riding with them on a job which was most likely just about as badly planned out as this prison break. I'm fairly certain I can hear helicopters whirring overhead, but can't see any because the canopy above us is so thick barely any light gets through. And the trees are so dense, I have no idea how they managed to drive the truck into this clearing. Originally, I'd planned on overpowering Snake, Tiny, and the driver as soon as the truck bringing us to freedom stopped, then driving it away and towards Harper right away. But that plan has gone out the window now. I have no idea how I'll get away with all these renegades watching my every move.
What happens now?
One of them asks Snake.
We get hunted down and hooked up to an electric chair,
I mutter to the angry grumbles of most of the men here.
That was the dumbest way to break out of prison that anyone could have ever come up with. But it worked, the wiry rider says cattily. We took a page from the Devil's playbook and used a javelin to smash open the prison gates. That's how they demolished our clubhouse and killed everyone in it.
Yeah, but no one fucking cared about that. While we'll have the entire California Sheriff's Department and who knows what else after us now. I very nearly say all that. But what's the point? We need to get as far away from here as possible.
We spread out, no more than 4 men walking together,
Snake says.
The meat is Willie's mine. Whoever doesn't make it by nightfall gets left behind.
I have no fucking idea what or where Willie's mine is. But before I can ask, Snake adds,
Jax and the rat come with me and Tiny.
So I might get my chance to end both of them after all. But given that I have no idea where I am, that might not be the best plan anymore. If we'd done it my way and gotten lucky, no one would have missed us until it was time to report for work tomorrow morning. If we weren't so lucky and evening bed check made it clear that we weren't there anymore, we'd still have a good 12-hour head start on our pursuers. And no dead guards. The renegades start trudging away, making a lot of noise as they stumble through the underbrush. My father wishes me good luck before he disappears with his group. I wonder if that's a warning of some sort. But they need me, and I need to get out of this forest and onto a road leading north. Unless she changed her plans, Harper is performing at some tiny island off the Washington coast tonight. I remember bitching about the prices for staying the night in a hotel room there when she booked it. I also remember her telling me we can always just sleep on the beach, under the moon and stars, naked. I remember thinking about that for the rest of that long, hot day because there was no way to have her sooner. But most of all, I remember that night when we recreated the idea in the soft grass under tall redwoods just like the ones growing all around me and blocking my path to her.
Chapter 7. Harper. Hunter rode off just after dawn, while the sky was still a dusty pink and the air almost winter cold. He left an emptiness I didn't expect, and a silence that unnerved me, because it reminded me so much of the one that echoed in my mind for months after Jax discarded me. I packed up and headed towards the island I'm performing on tonight pretty much as soon as he left, thinking the drive, the ferry ride, and finding the spot once there would take my mind off those things. But things didn't go according to that plan. The drive from the motel room to the ferry terminal was very short. And once I got there, I was informed that only the logistics vehicles were allowed to cross to the island on the ferry, while the performers had to leave our cars in the vast parking lot where the attendees will also be parking. A boat had been chartered to bring visitors across the water and would be leaving every hour from now until 3 a.m. So I took my guitar, a backpack, and my songwriting notebook and boarded the boat. My original plan had been to find a secluded beach and maybe try to write something new. Having the car would have made that easier, but I figured I could walk there too. The first part of the island I saw from the boat were the cliffs and sandy beaches, where Jax and I had planned on spending the night after finding out that the cheapest rental there was almost $300 a night. I wasn't prepared for the punch to the gut that memory brought. I had suggested we spend the night here after seeing a nighttime picture of this beach, with stars twinkling overhead and a black velvet sky across the water from the multicolored city skyline. It would be the perfect blend of the nature we grew up in and the wide world we're exploring, I thought then. Now, that happy memory just makes my heart so heavy I'm having trouble sitting upright. But these memories will fade now that I've accepted that there's no chance for a future with Jax and no way back to what was. No hope that any of the plans we made will ever come true. He doesn't want them to, and neither do I. I didn't mention the weird dark dude being at the concert again last night to Hunter, even though I woke up twice last night, certain someone was peeking in through the flimsy curtains on my motel room window. No one was actually there. I checked both times with the gun clutched tight in my sweaty palm. If I told Hunter, he would have stayed, and I saw it in his eyes that he needed to leave. And what's worse, he would have made sure I was given an MC security detail just like I had to endure all through elementary school and high school. Sneaking away with Jax was such a challenge back then, but we made it, and I thought that meant we always would. Just one more scoop of bullshit on top of all the rest of what I thought our love was. Is that why he wanted it to stay a secret, even after there was no real reason it should have been? Because he was never sincere when he told me he loved me? But as much as I would like to believe so I could hate him for it, I know it's not true. I know he was sincere. I saw it in his eyes, felt it in his touch, and every one of his kisses, and I'll never forget that. It was too powerful, too real, too strong. But life goes on, and I can move on with it. I have to. Because I'm not giving up or even postponing my dream for anything or anyone ever again. Least of all, some old bearded weirdo who gives me the creeps but might actually be completely harmless. I doubt I'll have to worry about him at tonight's show since it's on the island, and after this gig I'm hooking up with Pixie Rage and we're heading to our next show in Idaho together. That wasn't the original plan, but Manny and I spoke last night after their concert, and he invited me to perform with them at the next 5 shows, and then we'll see where it goes from there. I got the sense that Manny just wants to spend more time with me, mainly because he kept his bony knee pressed against my thigh and kept touching my arm with his cold fingers the whole time we spoke. He also managed to work the question of whether Hunter and I were together very early into the conversation, and perked up considerably once we assured him that's not the case. I don't think I'll be doing anything more than jamming with his band, though. That part of things is still pretty dead inside me. But I could use the extra exposure headlining for his band will bring. But getting friendly with Manny is just one more shovelful of dirt into the grave of the plans Jax and I made. But that's good. It's time to bury it all, cover it all with new plans, new memories, new adventures, until nothing of it remains to remind me of what could have been. It never will be, and that's that. Accept and move on. Let go and forget. Build a new life on the ashes of the old. A new love? No, I don't think that's possible. But at least I'm able to ask myself that without my stomach cramping up and my heart exploding from the pain and sadness. And that's a considerable step forward.
Jax. My mind's whirring 1,000 miles a second as I follow Snake and Tiny through the underbrush. The sweet, powerful scent of the redwoods near overwhelming. The ancient trees also seem to be whispering all around me, as though trying to tell me something. I can't quite make out what, but it's getting louder. Gene is limping a few steps behind me, breathing hard, his face once again as gray as his slacks. The deeper I get in with the renegades, the harder it'll be to break away. That's the loudest thought in my mind, and quite possibly also what the trees are trying to tell me. My shank is still safely tucked away in the sole of my shoe. I could use it. Or I can make a run for it. But that would mean leaving Gene behind. He can hardly keep up as we wade through this underbrush, which is so thick it's hard to walk fast, let alone run. He can't run. He'll just slow me down. But I got him into this mess, which means I'm responsible for him now. I slow, letting Snake and Tiny get ahead, and wait for him to catch up.
It's all so fucked up,
he wheezes as he reaches me.
But at least we're free.
He sounds ecstatic as he says it, or maybe it's just extreme shock lending that crazed, happy tone to his voice. Either way, I almost changed my mind about what I was going to say to him. The first sign of civilization we hit, you should turn yourself in, I say. Tell them you had nothing to do with this escape, that you were just swept along. He comes to a dead stop, glaring at me.
The hell I will, Jax. And take the fall for all of it? Those 2 guards are dead. There's no coming back from that, or talking our way out of it. It's the death penalty, as I'm sure you know. Staying with the Renegade Knights is too.
I snap at him, but he shakes his head.
I can make myself useful to them, he says. I know my way around computers, and Snake tells me they need someone like that. And you're already useful to them, aren't you?
I shrug, since he's expecting an answer.
They can't be trusted, I add. We don't have a choice, now do we? He says,
sounding more confident than I've ever heard him. And kind of like the renegades are growing on him. He might not even want to come with me when I decide to make a run for it.
What are you 2 whispering about back there?
Snake shouts as he wades back towards us.
He needs to rest his leg,
I shout back and get a nasty look from Gene.
I'm good,
he announces and starts moving again.
No stopping until we get to the mine,
Snake commands. Among other things, a mine is a good place to hide bodies you don't want found, I whisper once Snake turns and starts making lots of noise as he stomps through the underbrush. Gene gasps and turns to me sharply, almost losing his balance in the process. You think they will kill us? But your father doesn't have a lot to say in what happens, and I'm not sure he'd stick up for me if push came to shove. He never was much of a father to me. Gene gives me a look that's part pity and part annoyance that I'm whining. I think I can hear the sounds of cars whooshing by at high speed somewhere to my left. That could only mean a highway. And if I can hear it, I can find it. A plan starts unfolding in my head on its own. Reach the highway. Find a truck stop along it, which can't be further away than 20 miles. Wait until nightfall, then steal some clothes and money from one of the truckers. Maybe even a gun. Steal a car. Head for Seattle. Find Harper. Make sure she's safe. Make sure she knows how much I love her. Make sure she knows I'll never leave her again. Make sure she takes me back. A loud blast from a truck's horn cuts through the fantasy of reuniting with Harper, which already started playing in my mind. It is a highway I'm hearing, and we're close to it. I might not get a better chance to make a run for it. Gene is lagging behind again, and I stop to wait for him. I'm breaking away, I tell him, still wondering if I should. But he's been a good friend to me so far, and I gotta at least ask if he wants to join me. He looks at me with eyes so wide I'm almost expecting them to pop out and dangle off thin wires. Why? He says after a couple of seconds of trying to formulate that question, which made him look constipated and shocked at the same time. I had told him about Harper, or rather, the girl I had to leave behind, but that was way in the beginning of my sentence, and if he's staying, I'm not about to remind him of that. I don't trust the renegades, I say instead. But you promised them help chasing down that other club, the devil something or other, he wheezes. That club can't be chased down, I could say. Or, those are my brothers. But not if he's staying. You should come with me, I say instead of that. He shakes his head without even thinking about it. A cripple like me needs the safety of numbers, I think, especially if he's also a convict on the run. They might kill you once they realize I'm gone, I warn him. He shrugs. I'm very close to getting killed any way you look at it. But I talk a good game and can sell myself and my skills. Besides, I'll just slow you down. He's not wrong about that. He glances ahead where I can just about make out the back of Snake's dark-haired head amid the trees. Go, he says. I think that's Highway 101 we're hearing. If it were, that'd be a blessing beyond belief, since it would take me straight to Harper, no detours necessary. I have not been born under that kind of lucky star, though, so I'm not getting my hopes up. I'll cover for you as long as I can, he adds. Thanks, I say, and can't find any other words. Hey, you got me out, and now we'll be even, he says. Just don't get caught. I nod, shake his hand, then walk off in the direction of the sound of cars. I break into a run as soon as I think I'm far enough from the others, and the extra noise I'm making won't be overheard. Low-hanging branches pelt at me from head to toe, the needles feeling like tiny razor blades against my face, and I'm having the hardest time getting Gene's big dark eyes out of my head. He thinks I freed him, but I might have just left him to his death. With any luck, the sheriff's department already has packs of dogs trailing us through these woods, though, which is another reason why I need to find the highway as fast as I can. I just hope Gene will be smart enough to give himself up and tell the story I suggested to him. As for me, I'll die before I get caught. I have to reach Harper. I have to warn her and the devils that she's not safe, that none of them are. She might very well tell me to take a hike once I reach her, and I wouldn't blame her.
But this time, I'm not letting her go without a fight. Chapter 8. Jax. Luck was with me today, in a way that it never has been before, not ever in my life, except on the day when I finally plucked up the courage to kiss Harper and she kissed me back. If this luck holds, I'll get to do that again before this day is over. I once traveled the length of an entire state on foot with just the clothes on my back, much like now, to get back to her. This will be a cakewalk compared to that. The highway we were hearing was in fact US 101, and I came out of the woods only a couple of yards from the chain-link fence separating a gas station and truck stop from the woods we'd been walking through. And once I realized I was on the side that's heading north, I scrapped the original plan of waiting for nightfall. My gray prisoner's uniform only looks as such to the trained eye, I told myself, especially after I ditched the button-down shirt on my way here and turned the pants with the name of the prison I just escaped from stamped on the outside seam inside out. I did the same with my white t-shirt, which helped to hide the blood that had soaked into it from the split on my brow. And the rest of my plan went out the window as I overheard a trucker telling someone on the phone that he's pushing through to Seattle this afternoon and will be there by nightfall for sure. I followed him to his truck, trying not to be seen. It turned out to be a big rig with a huge hot tub or jacuzzi, or some such, loaded onto the flatbed. I debated the safety of trying to hide in there for about half a second, before leaping onto the flatbed and making just enough room under the dark green tarp covering it to slip in. The longer you can keep them from knowing you're coming, the better. That's one of the wisdoms I learned from the devils. Of course, that's referring to the men they ride out to kill. In my situation, I figured it translated into leaving the site of our escape as quickly and invisibly as I can. Like hiding in a tarp-covered jacuzzi on the back of a truck heading exactly where I need to be, and where no one expects me to go. Stealing money and cars would not have. I didn't count on nearly suffocating in the heat and airlessness of my hiding spot, but a few well-placed holes created using the shank in my shoe solved that issue. And destroyed the shank, but I don't need it anymore now. The wind beating against the tarp, the whooshing of the road beneath the tires, and the gentle rocking motion of the flatbed eventually put me to sleep. Or maybe I just passed out from the thirst, hunger, and the heat. It was much cooler when arguing voices woke me. I jerked up, realizing that the truck was stopped and the little squares of sky I could see through the holes I made in the tarp were dark gray, almost black.
"I'm not accepting this thing, much less paying for it,"
a guy was saying angrily, his voice muffled by the tarp, yet clear enough to let me know he's standing nearby.
"My ex-wife sent me this hot tub as a way to get revenge for cheating on her in it. But she got enough revenge in the divorce settlement. She's crazy, and I'm not putting up with it anymore. Take it back."
The driver responded with an argument that he's just the delivery guy and deserves to get compensated, which led to the other guy to start talking more shit about his ex-wife. I stopped listening and just concentrated on getting out from under the tarp as quietly as possible. The argument between the two men soon turned to yelling, and by the time I reached the safety of a copse of pine trees on the other side of the road from the house in front of which the truck had parked, they were giving off every sign of being within moments of starting to throw punches. I decided against breaking into the guy's house to get some clothes, money, and the keys to that tan-colored Lexus standing in the driveway behind his back, and instead opted for laying low and off law enforcement radar for a little longer. A decision I wholeheartedly regretted when my trek through the copse turned into a repeat of this morning's hike, except that this time I was surrounded by pines and not redwoods. I could smell the ocean and soon couldn't see a damn thing anymore as night descended. But the smell of the ocean kept getting stronger, so I kept walking. I could hear the music long before the darkness let me see anything. Faint at first, but growing louder and louder. Music I recognized. Harper's song? I couldn't be sure, but at the same time was, and that was enough for me. And stupid as it sounds, in that moment, I was sure it had been calling me all day, like a siren song, only the opposite. Because once I reach her, it won't mean my death, but life. Soon after hearing it, the trees gave way to a rocky shore covered with driftwood and broken-off pine boughs, and the lights of the stage blinded me after walking so long in the darkness. But the sea between me and those lights is black as oil and roiling angrily like it wants nothing more than to swallow me alive. I'm not much of a swimmer. I barely know how from the time Harper taught me during that summer day at a cabin by the sea, which seems like 1,000,000 years ago, yet like it was yesterday, too. I'll swim the whole of the Pacific Ocean, or whatever this body of water is, to get to Harper. And I wade into the icy water up to my thighs and very nearly attempt it. One last glance at the stage, the place I need to get to, tells me I'm already there. Already on the island with just another stretch of pine trees separating me from Harper, not the ocean. This sorry, debris-filled shore is where we're supposed to spend this night. And we'll probably have to, given that I broke out of prison about 12 hours ago. But that's a problem to solve later. Right now, I just need to follow the sound of her voice for just a little longer. And then I'll be home.
Harper. The wind blowing off the sea is turning colder by the minute, carrying the iciness of winter even though it's supposed to be summer. It rose soon after I got on stage, a gust blasting against me while I was singing one of my saddest songs. After that, the songs were all sad. A bummer for the audience, which until then was happily swaying to my happier songs, some even singing along. They started dispersing, but I didn't care. On a dark night like tonight, with the wind of winter blowing in the summer, and knowing that for the first time in my career there's no friendly face in the darkness around the stage, I couldn't sing and play anything else. It would have come out false. And I can't stand false. I wrapped up my set quickly, my mind already on taking the boat off this island and getting back to my warm motel room so I can get to sleep somewhere the wind isn't blowing so hard and so cold. I shouldn't have come here. I should have skipped this stop on the tour Jax and I planned. Memories that kept flooding my mind while I sang were even colder than the wind. Memories of all the plans Jax and I made, which might as well be buried under all that ice and snow up there in the north where this wind is coming from. The boat wasn't due for another hour after I finished the set, because I had just missed it. That made Manny, the singer of Pixie Rage, who had come to see me play, very happy. I drank too many whiskeys, all of them paid for by him, and the gleam in his eyes told me he was looking forward to the moment when the alcohol would make me unaware of my surroundings and what was happening. The joke's on him, though. I can carry a lot more than most people expect, and I was pacing myself, even if it didn't seem that way. I also have this thing where even if I drink enough to lose my motor functions, my mind stays clear. We spoke about music, our inspiration for the songs we write, and the creative process. So on the surface, it was a good conversation, the kind I love to have with other artists. And it could have been a fun one too, but I could sense his ulterior motives. Not just in the fact that his long, bony leg stayed pressed against my thigh no matter how many times I moved. It was also the serpent-like hunger in his eyes that had continued to grow with each sip of whiskey I took, and the cold, pent-up aggression wafting off him. By the third whiskey he ordered for me, I knew I didn't like Manny very much. But I do need to get out of my head and start living my life. I know that. But I've never been good at doing that. It's why I come across as quiet and withdrawn to most people, even the ones that have known me all my life. The unusual girl. Pretty, but strange. That's what I am. Never with Jax, though. I could always just be me with him, without even thinking about it. He could always draw me out, could always give me the courage to let myself go after things I'd normally just think about or imagine, like this tour. I was perfectly content with just putting my music up on YouTube and maybe playing at open mic nights and small concerts around my hometown. Who wants to listen to slow, bare-bones rock music with all these upbeat, funky, and poppy music everywhere? That was my reasoning, even after my popularity online started growing. That way I could stay close to my family and not have to risk anything. Jax showed me I was just stalling because I was scared. And he should be here with me, damn it. Damn it. Tonight's not your night, is it? Manny asked at one point, pleasantly enough, but with a certain wolfish something in his eyes. The set you played was so sad. Are you missing home? What a loaded question. Yes, I miss home, but no. I do not miss the sadness that's hanging over everyone there. And no, I do not miss the place where every spot and damn near every blade of grass reminds me of the man who abandoned me. Whiny much? So instead of telling him any of that, I smiled and shrugged. This is my first time alone in the big bad world. That made his eyes practically glow with a predatory hunger that I wanted no part of, despite having caused it by being flirty. Luckily, our conversation kept getting interrupted by his fans, and a few of mine too, coming over to ask for selfies, which he granted, but with a rapidly declining graciousness. As soon as I saw the lights of the boat nearing the pier, I stood up and told him I need some sleep and that I'll see him tomorrow. But he followed me, claiming he feels responsible for me now that I drank so much. He sounded sincere enough, but I strongly doubted that was his real reason. But am I being so hard on him just because he's not Jax? It could very well be. As he helped me onto the boat by offering me his arm to lean on, and then guided me to his seat by placing his hands on my hips, I realized it's been a very long time since I felt a man's touch in anything other than friendship. Too long, probably. But that just made me miss Jax again, with a sharpness that all the booze in the world couldn't dull. So it's no wonder I also imagined I could hear Jax's voice calling my name and telling me to stop. But that's fine. I'm not going anywhere with Manny tonight. I didn't even have to imagine hearing Jax's voice to be sure of that. The swaying of the boat as we waited for it to fill was making me nauseous, so I spent it leaning over the railing just in case, with Manny by my side, holding my guitar and bag. I wish I had puked. Maybe that would have stopped him from looking at me with such naked desire in his eyes. I don't want to reject him. I want to tour with him and his band for a while. The cold wind beating against my face and arms once we finally got moving sobered me up, maybe even enough to drive myself to the motel. Originally, I just planned to sleep off the alcohol in my car in the parking lot. My legs are almost perfectly steady as we disembark, and I refuse Manny's arm when he offers it. He's still carrying my stuff, and I ask him for them as I stop to the side of the boat's walkway. I'll just take a little nap now, and I'll see you tomorrow morning, I tell him with a smile I don't feel. He looks disappointed, angrily so. I'll take you to your motel. You shouldn't be driving. And I won't be. I assure him with another smile. I'll sleep in my car. There's plenty of room. Damn, but that was the wrong thing to say. Desire has now flared up to dangerous levels in his eyes, which is exactly the opposite of what I wanted. It's like my mouth and my mind are out of sync, and I have no idea why. Maybe I don't really want to be alone tonight. Why don't I walk you there? He says with a grin that leaves little room for doubting that he thinks he's just gotten what he came here to find. Me. Alone. You don't have to, I say, and reach for my bag and my guitar. In a perfect world, or at least the world I left behind, he would hand them to me, take my no for an answer, and respectfully let me walk away with my stuff. But he snatches it all out of my reach. No more of this crap now. Where's your car? He asks in a hard, commanding voice. I shrug and point all the way to the other side of the parking lot. I don't want him to walk me there, but I also don't think having an argument with one of the most popular lead singers in the country, while a bunch of his fans disembarking around us watch, is a good move for me. Selfie requests followed us on the boat too, and quite a few people are snapping photos, some even filming us as we stand here. A woman about my age is walking towards us now, smiling sheepishly, her cheeks flushed red, which is evident even in the poor lighting on this dock. She clears her throat as she reaches us, her cheeks growing even redder as she holds her phone up and towards us. Excuse me, Manny, could I— No! He snaps at her. Get away from me! She recoils and visibly shakes, but the fear on her face soon turns to outrage. How rude! She mutters, then clears her throat. That's no way to treat your fans. No one asked you to be my fan. He barks at her, giving her a venomous look before fixing his eyes back on me. I don't think he likes independent and headstrong women. He'll be disappointed in me if that's the case. I wish he'd just take the damn hint. "Lead the way," he adds, and I do, smiling apologetically at the woman who's still fuming beside us. "That wasn't very nice," I tell him once we're inside of the edge of the parking lot where my car is. It's loyal fans who make it possible for us to do what we do. "One future housewife/soccer mom will neither make nor break my career," he says, "and neither will being friendly with him make or break mine." This part of the parking lot is darker and fuller than the one around the dock, since that's the visitor parking area and this is reserved for the musicians, most of whom are still on the island. We're the only ones here. Whatever happens between the rows of cars and vans parked here is invisible to anyone standing at or near the dock, and I don't think I should go any farther into that trap with Manny. I've heard enough horror stories of what can happen when a woman is left alone with a man who doesn't hear the word no, to know I should be careful. I don't want to live one of those stories. I stop again, turn to him and ask for my things back. "I'll see you tomorrow, Manny." "Stop playing with me," he snaps. And for the first time tonight, real fear snakes through my stomach. I shake my head. "I'm not playing. I want to go to sleep. Alone." "You expect me to just believe that after all the flirting?" he asks venomously, sobering me up some more. I hadn't realized I was doing that. "Women playing hard to get annoy me more than anything else." "I didn't mean to give you the wrong idea." "Yeah, sure," he interrupts, then drops both my guitar and my bag onto the pavement. My guitar makes a hollow, thudding noise and a muffled chime. The guitar my dad had specially made for me and paid a fortune for the moment I expressed a desire to learn how to play. That guitar is my most prized possession. The protective case, I better have saved it. "Who do you think you are?" I snap at Manny, and just thinking of my father lends enough sharpness to my voice. "Just take a fucking no for an answer and leave me the hell alone." My shyness hides it, but my true nature is rough, wild, and fierce. I bend down to pick up the guitar. He grabs a fistful of my hair and yanks me back up, making me gasp for air, not from the pain, but the surprise that he dared. "You need good girl training, don't you?" he asks hissingly. "A beautiful girl like you has no business having such a filthy mouth." Fear and the adrenaline it brings is making my whole body rigid, but I do also have an uncontrollable urge to laugh. This guy is such a wannabe bad boy. Even now, as he threatens me like this, there's a certain softness in his eyes. All those tats and piercings covering his arms, neck, and face are just hiding a soft little nerd. I've known enough truly hard men to know that. And I suppose that's why I didn't feel the least bit threatened by him all night. I also thought I was safe since he was only drinking water, but now I think I might have misjudged Manny horribly. And I don't have a lot of easy ways to get out of this now. I bring my knee into his groin, but he's ready for that and blocks my attempt very efficiently. He was ready for it because he's done this before, I'm sure. Nothing about this situation is funny anymore. I yell out for help, but he clams one bony hand with abnormally long fingers around my throat. So hard I can't breathe, let alone make a sound. His hands are ice cold, and covered as they are with black tattoos, it feels like a corpse is touching me. What a fucking nightmare. He towers over me with his 6'8" frame, and he might be skinny and lanky, but he's damn strong despite it. He's completely pressed against me now, his hard cock jabbing me in the stomach. I can't move. "Oh, I'll enjoy taming you," he hisses into my ear. I try to wriggle free, try to kick at him, try to make a sound, but all that does is make him grip my throat harder. Go for the throat, the eyes, the knees, anything soft. Use your elbow, your knee, your nails. All the advice about how to protect myself are all jumbled up in my mind as my vision starts blurring and huge black dots start popping in front of my eyes. I'm clawing at his hand, but I have no nails to speak of, and the way he's holding me leaves me no room to move the way I want to. Then something hard slams against Manny's side. The next thing I know, I can breathe again, and he's not pressed against me anymore. He's on the ground, trying really hard to get a punch or a kick in, but Jax is too good at fighting for that to work. Jax? Did I pass out? Am I dead? Or dreaming? But no. Jax is straddling Manny's chest, punching him in the face so hard I hear bones crunching. "Don't kill him, Jax!" I yell as loudly as I can because my throat is raw and it's painful to use my voice. I rush to them, laying my hand on his shoulder. Now I'll find out he's just a mirage. My hand will just go right through his shoulder and I'll know he's just a figment of my imagination that I called up in this, the scariest moment of my life. But my fingers wrap around his strong, hard shoulder. He's not a mirage. He's really here. Even though it's impossible. He stops punching Manny and turns to me, the raging forest fire that are his eyes for me, hot enough to singe. "Why not?" he asks. "He hurt you." Manny is passed out, and blood is gushing from his broken nose and his mangled mouth. He won't be pretty anymore after tonight. I want Jax to stop because I don't want him to be a murderer too. It's because I can handle the likes of Manny on my own. It's because he doesn't get to just fly back into my life out of nowhere when I need him the most after leaving me so coldly and so completely. It's because I just want to hug him and hold him and never let him go. And that's what I do. I yank on his arm, using both of mine to make his stand up, then give him the biggest hug I've ever given anyone. It doesn't mean anything other than that I've missed him and that I'm so glad he's back, that he's here, watching over me and saving me from myself. It doesn't mean I forgive him.
Chapter 9. Jax. My luck ran out the moment I saw Harper. I reached the festival grounds, but got stuck behind the tall chain-link fence surrounding the open field where the stage and a good number of people were milling around. The fence was too high and too flimsy to climb, but I considered even that, despite it being guarded by a bunch of very serious-looking bouncers wearing all black. They seemed to see and hear everything, including me. So I had to keep to the shadows of the pines as best I could while searching for Harper. She was no longer on stage by the time I reached the site, and I couldn't see her anywhere. Not until I made my way to where a clump of people were getting off a mid-sized white boat, while another clump of people was waiting to get on it. As far as I could tell, there was no other way off the island, apart from the official ferry docking about 300 yards away from this place. The entrance to the festival grounds, as it were, was even more heavily guarded than the fence, and I felt very seen in my dirty prison uniform, especially since the bouncers noticed me right away and then didn't take their eyes off me as I stood there hoping Harper would be catching the boat soon. The boat left without her, though, but I did get my glimpse when it came back. Not just a glimpse, but a clear view of her getting helped onto the boat by a tall, skinny, and heavily tatted guy with a shaved head. He was also covered with so many piercings, rings, bracelets, and whatnot, catching the multicolored lights, that he looked like a damn Christmas tree. She didn't seem very interested in him, though, but that wasn't much consolation for the fact that she didn't even turn in my direction as I called her name over and over again.
"You a big fan of this Harper girl, are you?" One of the bouncers asked me suddenly.
He was accompanied by two others, and they were all on my side of the fence. He was also speaking to me like I'm a deranged lunatic that needs to be put in his place, or put down. So many things I could have said, or done. So many ways to get noticed and sent straight back to prison. Death row this time. So I just shrugged, smiled what I think is my craziest smile, and sprinted back into the cover of the pine forest. Harper is getting off the island, so I need to get off the island too. The water was freezing cold as I waded into it, and the distance to the mainlands looked impossible to swim. The lights on the opposite dock, or what I assumed must be the dock, were just tiny specks of green light. I didn't come this far to drown now, which would have happened if I tried to swim the distance. And who knows what kind of fish swim in these waters. The official ferry wasn't an option. My face and clothes are still covered in blood and torn from my many hikes through the forests in the last day. Someone would have called the cops just on the off chance that I'm dangerous. That's how deranged and ragged I look. So back into the woods I went for the third time today, this time sticking close to the shore, thinking the houses here have to have some sort of private means of transportation, and assuming stealing a car and stealing a boat are much the same thing. I know nothing about boats or driving one, nor stealing one, as it turned out when I attempted it at the small wooden dock of the first house I reached. A large place with an all-glass wall facing the sea that thankfully had no lights on. Then I made so much noise attempting to start the small speedboat, lights started turning on in those floor-to-ceiling windows. But luck smiled at me in the form of some kind of surfboard, wider and longer than normal ones, and a paddle stowed in the back of the speedboat I was trying to steal. I fell into the water 3 times before I finally had the flimsy, air-filled board under me. And once I got the hang of rowing with the one-sided paddle, the thing cut through the black water like a knife through butter, the green light of the dock growing bigger and bigger by the minute. I reached the opposite shore only moments after Harper's boat docked and had just enough time to get out of the water and try to intercept her before she got lost among the hundreds of cars and vans of all shapes and sizes in the large field doubling as a parking lot. My cheap, prison-issued deck shoes were squelching like crazy. My clothes were sticking to me like a second skin, and the salt water drying on my skin was making me itch like crazy. But at least I was fairly confident that most of the blood had washed off my face and arms, and my uniform didn't look so much like what it actually is and more like regular clothes worn by a guy who fell into the sea. Lucky for me, the guy with Harper was so tall and so shiny because of all the piercings in his face and ears, catching every drop of light, that I could clearly see them walking through the rows and rows of cars. I reached them just as they stopped only a few paces from the darkness I was standing in. I stopped too. Couldn't take my eyes off them, just standing there, fearing and dreading that I was about to watch Harper kiss another man. I was physically paralyzed, unable to decide what to do. Run up to them and making sure he never even thought about looking at her ever again, or slink back into the shadows and watch over her from afar if this is the guy she's chosen to move on with. The first option was the one I was burning to take, but that wouldn't have been fair to Harper. After the way I treated her, the way I left her, she owes me nothing. And I got nothing to give her, except making sure the renegades get nowhere near her. At first I thought this guy was a renegade, but up close I recognized him as the lead singer of some mega-popular band, Fairy something. One more reason to think she moved on, and that's why she's letting him carry her stuff. She looks tired and sad, though. She looks like she always does when things begin to overwhelm her and she starts drowning in all the feelings she doesn't know where to put. And if it goes on too long, she shuts down. I always tried my best to keep that from happening, to keep her away from that dark place her sensitive soul always seems to pull her into. I did that even before we were together. Tried to show her the good, fun sides of this world as best I could, because she gets lost in the bad so easily. She's always seemed to me like this most beautiful flower, too sensitive and shy to fully bloom and show the whole world her beauty. I didn't mind being the only one to see it, but it's not something I wanted to keep all to myself either. She's on her first tour, damn it, doing what she dreamed and planned of doing for years and years, but never quite summoned the courage to do. She shouldn't look this sad. I'm probably to blame for that, too. Or maybe I have it all wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. Maybe she's now decided to give all that to this guy. How can I blame her? I sure spent a lot of our time together leaving her. It's hard watching her moving on right in front of my eyes, especially since the beast inside me that knows nothing else but that Harper is mine and will always be mine is thrashing and raging, convincing me to remove this pierced, tatted-up freak before he can lay even the tip of his bony fingers on her. Harper's always been the only one who can tame that beast inside me, make it see reason, make it behave. That's why I've done so many stupid things after I left her. Each time I left her, it was just the worst now. Then, suddenly the freak grabbed her so quickly and so viciously, and I no longer had any control of my thoughts or my fists. The beast had it all. And I would have killed the guy if she hadn't commanded me to stop turning his face into spaghetti sauce. Just the sound of her voice is almost enough to calm the beast, to make it do as she commands. And her touch is all the peace, contentment, and happiness this world can offer. As for her arms around me, holding me tight and welcome, and her soft curves pressed against me, that's heaven. "How can you be here?" she asks breathlessly. "I had to get to you," I answer, truthfully yet not very informatively, and try to kiss her. Her eyes still look very sad and dejected as she shakes her head and pushes my face away. "We have to call an ambulance for him," she says, looking down at the man I just beat up. The man who had every intention of raping her. I can't believe she's worried about him. "He'll be fine," I say, although I have no way of knowing that. "And next time, he'll think twice before attacking a woman in a dark parking lot." She turns to me, and for a split second my whole chest freezes up as I stand there in fear, thinking she might tell me she liked it. "You're right, he's a creep," she says instead. "But a famous creep, and I've just spent the whole evening with him. Selfies with us are probably all over the internet right now. When they find him like this, I'm the first person they'll question." I glance at the guy, hating him even more than I did a second ago. They spent the whole evening together? He's waking up, trying to sit up and having the hardest time at it. But his eyes, though awash with blood, seem clear enough as he fixes them on me. At least there's enough fear in them to tell me he knows what happened to him. "I'll take care of it," I say, and kneel beside him, pulling him up by the front of his very strategically torn t-shirt. "You fell and messed up your face on the rocks," I hiss at him. "And if you tell the cops anything different, or even mention Harper having anything to do with your accident, I'll come back and finish what I started." He glances at her pleadingly. That fucking asshole. A few minutes ago he was choking her, and now he wants her help. "And next time, I won't stop him," she says, in a hard voice that reminds me very much of her father. "You have Harper to thank you're alive. Always remember that. Do you understand me?" He nods like a scared little kid, and I get to my feet, pulling him after me and ripping his fancy t-shirt even worse. He's wobbly but able to stand on his own, which is another good sign that he's probably fully aware of everything that's happening. "Now limp back to those lights and the boat and get some medical attention," I tell him. "And don't even look back. You deserved what I did to you, and it could get much worse if you don't stay away." He nods and starts walking, or more like stumbling and dragging his feet across the rocky, grassy terrain. "We should get out of here," I tell Harper, who actually looks mildly concerned for the guy walking away. "Okay, my car's just there," she says, picks up her guitar and bag and starts walking down the row of cars very quickly. I follow, wishing she hadn't pushed me away, wishing I never left her, wishing I was a better man than I am. All things I'll never get, in other words.
Chapter 10. Harper. I handed him the keys as soon as we reached my car, then carefully placed my guitar in the back. I should check if it's still whole, but I'm afraid to. Afraid it's not. Afraid it broke to show me just how out of my depth I am trying to make it out in the world on my own. Although I'm not so sure it's really the guitar that bothers me. Whatever happened to it can be fixed. As for Jax and I'm not so sure we even should be fixed. How can he be here? He escaped from prison, that's how. But why? Just to be with me? He really shouldn't have done that. I'm afraid to ask because then it'll be a conversation I don't want to have, and I'll say things I don't want to say. He saved me. He was here at exactly the right moment, right when I needed him the most. I don't want to spoil that by saying the wrong thing. He's staring straight ahead at the road, and his green eyes are like two clear orbs, catching all the streetlights we pass, however small and dim. Like a psychic's ball. That's what they are. Giving me nothing but truth. Showing nothing but my future. Blissful and long. Honest and true. I wrote a song about his eyes years ago, and it's still one of my most popular songs. He smells of seawater, blood, and that musky scent I associate with a clearing in a deep wild forest where time stands still, yet life crackles all around me, and I'm part of everything. I wrote a song about that, too. His hands are all mangled, some of the cuts oozing blood. Every so often he glances at me from the corner of his eyes, the look in them guarded and unsure. He's always been unsure about his welcome and acceptance anywhere, even if he hides it well. A lifetime of getting abandoned will do that to you, I guess. First by his father, then his mother several times over. That's a large part of why he prefers to think I'm better off without him. It's less painful for him to leave me than it would be the other way around. He'd never admit that, but I know it's true. I met Jax when we were both 12 years old, and he was fostered by Rook, the MC's sergeant-at-arms, and his wife, Enos. He'd been in and out of the system for 8 years by then, seen it all, done a lot, and had many things done to him. Bad things. Things he won't talk about much, even to me. The cigarette burns on his arms are just one remainder of those things. They're covered by tattoos now, but they're clearly visible even in the near darkness of the inside of my car. It was one of his mother's boyfriends who gave him those, after she had taken him back soon after we kissed for the first time. That was the first time he left me. I had asked him to stay with me when his mother had come to take him away to some farm on the border with Canada, where she claimed they'd finally be a family. He went with her, said no to me, left me, came back with his scars, calling the experience a year in hell and wouldn't say more about it. It was the beginning of a cycle that's been repeating itself for more than a decade now. I beg him to stay. He leaves anyway. Then he comes back with one more terrible experience under his belt, tells me he doesn't deserve me, yet wants me to take him back anyway. And I always do. It's a pattern that's leading nowhere, except to more pain and heartbreak. And if I just focus on that, then I won't fall right back into his arms as soon as the car stops. I keep my gaze fixed on the dark, empty road ahead of us. To our left is the sea, black yet streaked with silver where the moonlight hits the ripples. To our right, a pine forest swaying in the wind. But in the distance, city lights are already twinkling and growing brighter. I messed up big time tonight. I messed up trusting Manny. It never even occurred to me that he was potentially dangerous. And it could have been so much worse if Jax hadn't showed up. I could have died. Or been forced to live out the rest of my life the victim of brutal rape. I don't think I could do that. I'm not strong enough to do that. Jax clears his throat, which is another thing he always does when he's uncomfortable and unsure of himself. "Where am I driving to?" he asks. I look at him for the first time since we got in the car, and very nearly get sucked into his oracle orb eyes. I clear my throat, too, and look away before that can happen. "Somewhere we can talk," I say. "Maybe my motel room? I still haven't checked out." He grimaces and shakes his head. "It better be somewhere the cops can't find us right away. I doubt that asshole will stay quiet." I nod. "Fine. A different motel room then. We'll pass something with a vacancy soon." I drove this way in the morning on my way to the island. We're just about to hit a long, straight road, lined with a couple of motels and junkyards, but mostly strip clubs. The first motel we pass is all dark, but the second has a flashing neon pink sign proclaiming they rent by the hour and that they have vacancy. I open my door before we even come to a full stop in front of the office, tell him I'll get us a room, and am out of the car before he can say anything. The bright lights in the small reception room feel like a punch to the head, and the lingering headache makes it easy to ignore the sleazy, greasy-haired dude who has all sorts of questions about what a pretty girl like me is doing here alone. I don't tell him I'm not alone. I don't tell him much at all. Just ask for a room as far from the road and reception as possible." "Really? Why?" he asks in a fake disappointed voice. "I prefer to keep you close." I pretend I didn't hear that. If I were staying here alone, I'd be scared of getting visited by this guy in the darkest part of the night. In fact, if I were alone, I wouldn't stay here at all. Jax has the car turned around and is looking at me as I re-enter the car. I just show him the numbers singed into the block of wood hanging off the key and say nothing as he drives off to find it. I also say nothing as we park, get out, and go into our room, and neither does he. The room is just as I expected. Dark wood, chipped decor, a bed that looks lumpy despite being covered by a duvet, comforter, and at least 8 pillows, and a pervasive smell of bleach hanging in the air so strongly I'm sure every piece of furniture and cloth in here has long since been completely infused by it. "Well, this place is seedy enough that it might not be the first place the cops look for us," Jack says. "If only it didn't have to reek of bleach." He chuckles at this, and I'm sure it's some kind of private joke of his. I can read it off his face. I can read so many things off his face. Much more than he actually says. Or do I only imagine I can? I shrug and don't say anything because I don't know what to say. I'm not great at communicating with words in a one-on-one conversation. I much prefer to do it through my lyrics and music. He comes closer, the little smile on his face telling me he knows exactly what I'm thinking. "I'll explain everything," he says and reaches for my hand. I take a step back out of his reach. "But you need to take a shower first, and I'll find something to put on those cuts on your hands and face." He looks sad and disappointed and annoyed that I'm not letting him touch me. Sad, mostly, but I can't let him touch me. If I do, I'm lost in him again, and I promised myself I'll never let that happen again until I'm sure he won't just walk away again. This wasn't the first time he decided I was better off without him and left me. It was just the worst. "Some clothes would be even better," he says edgily. I shrug and nod and don't tell him I have that sorted too. I wait until I hear the shower running before going back out to the car to get the first aid kit and my second traveling bag, the one filled with clothes I don't plan on wearing every day. I'm sad, embarrassed, and kinda happy as I lay out his old sweatpants and red and black plaid shirt on the bed. They're comfy, and I wear them sometimes when it's cold, and when I'm writing new stuff. So what? "Wow, are those mine?" he asks in happy exasperation. He's standing by the open door of the bathroom, steam that smells faintly of soap wafting into the room and reminding me of each and every time I shared a room with him, believing nothing would ever change that. And the actual sight of the rest of him reminds me, in a large part, of why I thought so. The tiny, grayish-white towel he's holding closed over his left hip because it's too small to wrap all the way around somehow reveals, more than it conceals, my name over his heart that I wrote there. Every one of the ridges of his abs ending in that V I can never take my eyes off. His eyes glowing like a cat's as I take it all in, full of love and lust and endless desire. All of it is still there, and exactly as it was when I saw him last. The longer I look at him, the more the months we spent apart start to fade and dissolve. I loved him before I knew I did, and I think I always will. No getting away from it. There's a song in that, one I feel I could write tonight, where I haven't been able to write anything worth showing to anyone since I left. He is my inspiration, my muse, you could say, but he doesn't like being called a muse. What is also still there is every one of the reasons why I decided to move on. Well, maybe not every one of the reasons. I hope they still fit, I say, meaning the clothes, but maybe not. I move to the small blackout curtains covered window by the front door and turn my back on him, moving the curtains aside and looking out like there's something very interesting to see. There isn't. Our car is one of 6 others parked in an otherwise empty and dark parking lot, with an even darker road running past it. The faint pink light from the welcome sign is barely touching all that darkness. "It's a little tight, but it'll do," he says, and I turn to find him with the shirt unbuttoned and the outline of his hard cock clearly visible through the taut fabric of the sweatpants. He's gained some weight and muscle, and a part of me wants him to grab me right now, force that touch and that kiss I'm reluctant to give him and show me exactly what I've been missing. But that thought is quickly eaten up by the memory of Manny's bony, tatted-up hand around my throat and black anger in his eyes as he prevented me from breathing. But Jax would never force himself on me, no matter how much he wanted me. None of the men in my world would. That's why Manny's actions took me completely by surprise. "So you are happy to see me," he observes with a grin on his face as he sees me checking him out. And that's more than I can take. "Happy? That's what you're worried about." I snap, though it comes out croaky and hoarse because Manny's fist on my throat clearly did some damage. Maybe I should try not to speak. "If I'm happy to see you?" He nods, his own happiness to see me still very clearly there in his eyes. "Of course I'm happy to see you," I say angrily. "If it were up to me, you'd never have to come back, because you'd never have been gone in the first place. But the last time I saw you, you were in prison, and telling me to leave the moment I walked in, so—" He walks over, and his hands jerk up like he wants to hold me. I stopped talking because I was sure he was about to stop me with a kiss, but he didn't. I'm not sure if that's a good thing, or the thing that's making me even angrier than I already was. "I'm sorry, Harper," he says quietly. "I'm sorry for leaving you. I'm sorry for chasing you away when you came to visit me, and I'm sorry for being such an idiot that I didn't figure any of that out while there was still time to change it." "And what? I'm supposed to just fall into your arms now that you're sorry?" I want to. He wants me to. I can see it in his eyes, but it won't happen. "I had hoped," he says and grins. "But that's just more proof that I'm an idiot." "Don't deflect," I say. We're standing so close I can feel the hot shower-enhanced heat rising off his body, carrying the musky, deep forest scent that reminds me of being happy. The air between us is charged with so much pent-up lust, desire, regret, loneliness, and love that it's hard to draw a full breath and impossible to walk away. "Did you escape from prison just to tell me that?" I ask, because that was a bad idea. Romantic as hell. Wild and free and completely something that would impress me to no end and does. But dumb, too. He averts his eyes, and the tension between us lessens a little. "I'm here because you're in danger," he says. Well, of course he wouldn't escape from prison just to be with me. What was I thinking? Why was I even thinking it? That would be the stupidest thing he could have done. He's not stupid, even if he keeps saying he is. Of course, this could be more of his trying to deflect, so he won't have to admit his real reasons for being here. "What kind of danger?" I ask. His face changes expression a couple of times, and I can't follow it all, let alone read anything into it. But his eyes turn harder and darker, and I know what that means. He's about to lie to me. His eyes always turn to hard glass when he does that. "Danger from the club that helped me escape from prison," he says. "They want revenge for what the devils did." All that's left of the love/lust-charged air between us is a slight, mostly annoying tingling sensation along my arms. My chest feels like it's filled with rocks. Someone always wants revenge for something, don't they? I say as I walk to the bed and sit down. I'll never get away from it, so I have to face it if I want to be on this tour. He doesn't respond, and the silence begins to drag before it's broken by the floorboards creaking as he walks over and sits on the bed next to me, making it wobble and shake. But then it's silent again. "You didn't have to break out of prison just to tell me this, Jax," I say. "And if you can't tell me that at least part of the reason you're here is because you couldn't stay away from me and that you will never leave me again, then there's no point in you staying." I don't say that. I'm not even completely sure I mean it. "I want you to know that I'm here now, and that you don't have to worry about a damn thing. We can figure out everything else later," he says. Typical Jax, skirting the issue until there's no way but to finally face it. I have no idea how to begin facing this thing between us, though. "And if you want me to sleep out in the car tonight, I will," he adds with a grin. He has this way of saying the right thing, even when it's not the thing I want to hear. "You can sleep in here. Of course you can," I say. "But that's all we're doing. Sleeping." "Noted," he says edgily. Or maybe that's just what I want to hear because I want him to fight harder. He fights with everything and everyone and doesn't back down, but he never fights for us. It's the wrong time to tell him that, given he broke out of prison to be here with me. I do know that, but it doesn't make it any less true. I stand up, sending the bed wobbling again. I need to take a shower too. There's no hope that the water will clear my head or make me see things differently. All I see is the bad, and there's so much of it, I don't even know how to begin wading through it all. The good is there too, buried deep beneath the bad and quiet, faint, yet still wrapping everything in a thin film of happiness that is as fake as it is translucent. Jax and I, we can't be fixed. Mainly because what was there in the first place was never whole. But the shower will at least get the feel of Manny's hands on me off, I hope.
Jax. What did I expect? For Harper to fall into my arms and let me kiss every inch of her before making love to her the way I could only dream about doing for the past 8 months, then fall asleep with my cock inside her? That's certainly what I hoped for. Now she's sleeping next to me, curled up into a tight little ball on her side, her knees brushing my thigh, causing me to crave all those things all over again and making it impossible to fall asleep. I still have a raging hard-on from seeing her checking me out after my shower. It got even worse after she took hers and came out in her skimpy pajamas, short shorts and a spaghetti-strap top. Her long, dark, blood-red hair dripping wet, her full breasts bouncing, her nipples hard and inviting. She's wearing absolutely nothing underneath those PJs, and I wish I could come just from knowing that, but I can't. And it feels wrong jerking off with her right next to me, so I won't. Instead, I've been lying here wishing I'd hurt that pierced and tatted-up freak who attacked her worse than I did. But that's not helping either, because fighting has always made me horny as hell afterwards. I should have told her exactly why I'm here. But her dream of touring and taking her music on the road was already dealt one vicious blow tonight, and I couldn't add another one on top of it. I'm here now. She's not in any kind of danger anymore. Just as soon as I get a gun and a knife. Just as soon as she says I can stay. I'm not sure she will. And that's actually the thing that's been preventing me from sleeping. Even more than her intoxicating smell, which overpowers even the pervasive stench of bleach hanging like a cloud in this overcleaned room. She smells like the cool wind on a spring morning, like a field of wildflowers, like everything that's good in this world boiled down into a scent. The other part of the reason why I couldn't get to sleep is that each time a car passed on the dark stretch of road beyond the windows, illuminating the walls through the crack in the blackout curtains and the one below the flimsy door, my heart started racing, sure that it's the cops come for me. Or the damn renegades. Though either of them knowing where I am so soon is an impossibility. At one point, I heard scratching on the door and was sure it was someone trying to break in. But when I checked, the parking lot and the rest of the motel were as dark and quiet as a graveyard. No matter how many times I tried to tell myself I better get some sleep because tomorrow will be a big day, I couldn't. Now the gray dawn is rising outside, and I should wake Harper. The welts on her throat from where that fucker choked her have fully developed and look black in this half-light, as black as my anger. If I ever see him again, he's dead, whatever else happens. And just about anything might when I wake Harper up. She could let me kiss her, or she could tell me to hit the road. And I don't want to find out which it'll be. Yet I need to. She's been tossing and turning for the last half hour or so, moaning in her sleep. Whatever dream she's having isn't a good one. She'd be better off awake. Maybe we can even have the conversation that we didn't get to have last night. The one where I tell her I can't live without her. Whenever I try, I fail. But whenever I try to tell her that, I fail too. Enough thinking. I lay my hand gently on her bare shoulder and call her name softly. She jerks awake as though I poked her with a cattle prod at the very least. For a few moments, her eyes are wide and disoriented, and she's breathing hard through her slightly open mouth. It feels like a punch to the throat to see fear in her eyes as they meet mine. But recognition and remembering overshadow it quickly. "So it wasn't just a dream," she mutters hoarsely, and her eyes fill with fear again as she reaches to touch her throat. "Did that asshole damage your vocal cords?" I ask loudly. I didn't think I could hate him more, but I do. He's fucking dead. She blinks a few times, then nods. "Seems that way, but I don't think it's very bad. I'm sure it'll be fine, after some rest." "Where was Hunter last night anyway?" I ask harshly. If he'd been there, this wouldn't be a problem. "Weren't you two traveling together?" She keeps her hand gently pressed against her throat as though trying to keep it warm. "Only part way," she says. "He's gone to stay with Lily at the reservation." "We should pack up and leave town," I tell her, "and we can stop by the hospital and get your throat checked out." She started off glaring at me, but her eyes softened considerably. "Isn't that too dangerous?" she asks. "Manny, the guy from last night, might be there, and—" Her eyes are wide and scared again, and I'm pretty sure I know what she's thinking, but can't say. "Yes, I'm sure the cops are looking for me," I say so she doesn't have to. "But no one knows where I am, and I can stay out of sight." "Manny knows you're with me," she says. I hate the sound of his name on her lips. "And I can't exactly stay out of sight," she adds. "I'm on tour." "We'll figure it out," I say, and lean back from the force of the anger erupting in her eyes. She's gorgeous all the time, inside and out, but when she gets angry, that's out of this world attractive. Magnetic, really. The very air in the room is crackling with the force of her presence, and she's just getting started. "Will we?" she asks. "Will we, Jax? Because the last time we spoke, you pretty much told me to forget you since we'll never be together again. And now you've crashed back into my life. And don't get me wrong, it was at exactly when I needed you most. But you just expect us to pick up as though none of that happened, and you won't even tell me why?" Her voice started cracking alarmingly while she was saying all that and fizzled out in a hoarse whisper. She really shouldn't be talking, but I won't say that since it will just set her off even worse. "I told you why," I say. "I found out you're in danger." "Bullshit," she croaks, then clears her throat a few times and tries to say more. When it doesn't work, she leaps out of bed and goes to the bathroom to gulp water straight from the tap. She's bending over the small sink. Her short shorts are riding so high that half her ass is showing, and her breasts swaying like two ripe peaches. It's damn near impossible to keep myself from grabbing her, ripping her clothes off and burying my cock deep inside her and keeping it there for the rest of the day. I've never been a good boy. Except for Harper. And right now, I don't know how much longer I can keep that up. "It's not bullshit," I tell her. She stops drinking and turns to me, drops of water running down her perfect red lips and chin, and right down her neck and into the crevice between her breasts. She's talking, and her eyes are shooting all sorts of fireballs, but I heard none of what she said. 8 months in prison is hard, especially if it's a woman like Harper that you left behind. "Are you listening to me?" she croaks. I grin at her instead of admitting I wasn't, which just turns up the flames of her anger to nuclear level. "I'm so sick of your bullshit, Jax," she croaks, and I know she'd be waking up this whole motel if her voice wasn't damaged. "What's even real with you and what's a lie? Was anything you ever told me the truth? Did you lie when you said you loved me? I can't tell anymore. You come here, not because you want me or love me. Oh no,
At least you don't say it. No, you come here with some far-fetched story about me being in more danger.
All I heard was that she thinks I don't love her and that I never did, and that she thinks I wouldn't literally move a mountain to be with her if I could. I have no words to explain how I feel about her. I never had. Doesn't mean I wouldn't die for her. Doesn't mean I can't show her how I feel. Doesn't mean I can live with the fact that she's given up on me. I can't. She stiffens as I grab the sides of her perfect face and kiss her as hard as I've ever done. She was still talking as our lips met, and as her hands pressed into my chest, the fear that she would push me away just as I finally got the taste I've been craving for months, that I spent all night thinking about, that is the only thing that quenches my thirst. She doesn't push me away. She digs her nails into my chest and kisses me back, melts into me as our tongues entwine and lock together, and all that charged, angry, lustful air between us becomes a physical thing, a strong wind beating at me from all sides, inside and out. One taste will never be enough. And right now, I couldn't stop at just a kiss if I tried, especially as her soft yet calloused and strong fingers slide across my abs into the drawstring of my sweatpants. I break the kiss and use the last atom of my self-control to ask, "Is this what you want?" I'm not even worried about her saying no. Her eyes are soft with lust, yet hard at the edges. "Yes, you know I do," she whispers. "But just once. I wish you'd use your words instead of—" It's all I needed to hear, and I kiss her again, letting go completely, losing myself in the only person that makes me wish I was better than I am. The only person that ever truly made me feel good enough, even when I know I'm not. But all that is distant, far removed from the smell and taste of her exploding in every pore of my body. I'll go insane if I'm not inside her in the next 2 seconds, literally crazy. I twirl her around and press her against the wall as I yank those tiny shorts off, her perfectly round, bouncy ass finally something I can touch again after all these months of only seeing it in my memories. I run my thumb across the velvety skin between her cheeks as I kiss her neck. The moan that escapes her mouth is more a purr, and I can feel it deep in my chest. She's wet for me, ready, which is good because I can't hold back anymore. I free my cock and slide it between her legs, replacing my thumb and making her purr again. She's shaking slightly, her whole body thrumming. I know she wants this as much as I do. She gasps, moans, whimpers, and purrs louder as I push my cock into her heavenly warmth. At first she tries to run, like always. I stop her by grabbing her hips. She doesn't really want to run, and I'll go slow as I can. She knows that. I push deeper, entering her inch by inch, her pussy gripping my cock tight, her purring moans tickling the inside of my chest. Kitten, I used to call her, but that's not right. She's a tiger, a lioness. She deserves a more fitting name. I just haven't come up with it yet. Soon I hit the wall inside her and give her just a few fast jabs that make her writhe and moan louder as she opens up, like those gorgeous flowers of spring she reminds me of. Then I wrap her long, soft hair around my fist, pulling her head back and making her arch her back, making her take all of me. She shudders and gasps and whimpers some more, but she takes it. I can't do it slow anymore, and neither of us wants me to. Her hoarse moans, the welcoming arch in her back, and the way she's braced against the wall. I start thrusting into her, faster and faster, going deep, pulling out long. I'm close, and so is she. But there's something I need her to hear first. I pull her closer by her hair and lean down. "You know how I feel about you, Harper," I whisper into her ear. "You know there's no one else for me but you. Never was and never will be. But that doesn't mean we should be together."
Then I thrust my cock deep into her and don't stop until her moans turn into tiny, hoarse little screams, and her clenching pussy is sucking me dry, giving me a better orgasm than anything I've ever felt or dreamed of. And then, even that thought is lost to the fog that is the fiery pleasure that is Harper coming on my cock.
Chapter 11. Harper. I take his hand once it's all over, and only tiny bubbles popping remain of the pleasure we shared, and lead him back to bed. His words echo in my mind, his promise of undying love and devotion, which I know is the truth of how he feels about me, and grow louder as he lays atop me, kissing me deeply and hungrily, like I'm the only thing he desires in the whole wide world. I am. I know that. And I'm perfectly happy. More than just happy, ecstatic. To live in this fantasy where that is enough for at least a little while longer. I wish it could last forever. And today, it will. I'm never as whole and complete as when we're making love, kissing and caressing him, his strong hands on me, pinning me down, making me his, taking what I willingly give, yet he doesn't want to keep. He even tastes like the music he inspires me to create. Every kiss, every caress, every flick of his tongue against my nipples, my clit, the softness of my belly and thighs is a note, a sound, a word. By the time he's lying on his back and I'm on top, guiding his cock into my pussy, it's all almost a complete song. All we need now is the chorus, and even that comes together as his cock hits that special spot inside me, the pleasure building and building with each thrust, bubbling up from deep inside, popping in a flood of bliss and all that is perfect and good and exactly as it should be. His eyes are fixed on mine, deep green like the forest canopy, with tiny specks of the sun shining through. We're the only two people in the world, and our love is all that matters here, the only thing that matters. I let myself get pulled into his eyes, let them pull me in all the way to our forever, which only really exists when we're giving each other to each other like this, when we're joined as one. I lean down and kiss him just as I can no longer hold back the orgasm that I know will be strong enough to take my breath and my sight and all awareness of everything, and it's only fitting I close the circle. He comes too, just as I do, because even that we share perfectly. And when reality comes back, I will tell him this was the last time.
Jax. She fell asleep in my arms, her soft, warm breaths tickling my chest, her even breaths the perfect lullaby for me, too. I promised myself I'd only rest for a little bit and then wake her so we can make a plan. But the room is dark when I wake up, and the sky beyond the blackout curtain on our windows is gray with twilight when I wake up. She's sitting in one of the two plastic chairs by the window, only half her face illuminated by the failing light outside. She's completely motionless, staring at her hands like a statue, like the most beautiful statue that I've ever seen, but still just stone.
"What's wrong?"
I ask as I turn on the light, because the image of her as a motionless gray stone twists my stomach into all sorts of painful knots. It's her phone, not her hands, that she's staring at, and her eyes as they meet mine make me think there's a ghost in here with us.
"You killed a guard to escape from prison,"
she says in a hoarse, monotone voice.
"Not me. I had no idea that was going to happen,"
I say, and leap out of bed to go to her, but she turns her face away from me as I try to touch her face.
"I just spoke to my father,"
she says.
"I told him you're not here with me. I lied to him and told him I haven't heard from you. And I don't know why I did that. Because you want to be with me, and deep down you know he'll never approve of us."
But I don't say that.
"He says you escaped with the 2 horned riders,"
she adds. I did, and that's all I can say.
"You have to go back,"
she says. She's already dressed in a pair of jeans and a leather jacket zipped up to the throat, as though we're in the middle of winter and not the beginning of summer. I feel like I'm in a freezing winter, too. It's in her eyes and what she said. I can't. I'll never get out again if I do. The winter in her eyes intensifies, becoming wind lashing against my chest. 1 year, Jax, she says, and at least now her eyes are full of fire again. 1 year, and you'd have been a free man. You could have come to me then, and we could have been together then, or tried to be. But this, now, how can we? What were you thinking? I walked to the bathroom to pick up the sweatpants I left there, because she's not going to let me touch her anyway, and the iciness that erupted as she laid out all the facts of our current situation is too much to bear. I was going to finish the 2 riders, I say, wondering how much she even knows about all that. But it's Harper. She always knows everything, whether anyone tells her or not. She shudders, and the iciness grows a couple of degrees cooler, which I didn't even think was possible. But all the damn renegade knights decided to escape too, I add. They killed the guard, and they want to hurt you. They wanted to use me to get to you, wanted me to lure you into their trap. If I hadn't gone with them, they'd have done it without me. Her eyes were 2 huge round balls of fire, and she's not currently breathing. She could very well still tell me to take a hike, and I need her to know this. I need her father to know it, because I'm sure I'll never get close enough to him to tell him myself. Not if the devils think I'm working with the riders. So you see, I can't go back, I say, and try to grin, but I'm sure it looks far from happy. I have to make sure they'll never get close to you. She finally lets out the breath she's been holding. What do the renegades want with me? She says, but then she clamps her hand over her mouth. Is it to do with my mother? I think so, yeah, I say. I think you should call your father back. She shakes her head. He'll want me to go back home. Maybe that's for the best, I say. At least until... What? They kill all the renegades too? She snaps. I won't be responsible for that kind of bloodshed. Not ever. Not for any reason. Her hands are shaking and her breath is hitching in her throat. That scum doesn't deserve your pity, I say, fully aware that I'm talking about my father here too. But what did that bastard ever really do for me? Not as much as Harper did. Or the devils, come to think of it. She realizes her hands are shaking, so she sticks them into the pockets of her jacket. How do I even know what's real and what's not? It's a simple enough question, but it cuts right to the bone. When she first asked me this a couple of hours ago, when she first told me she thinks my love for her is a lie, it stung, but I thought she was saying it out of anger. Now it's a much colder, much firmer question, one that needs an answer that I don't know how to give. This threat is real and it's serious, I say, but it can be fixed and dealt with, and then we can start over. She shakes her head and stands up, even goes so far as to grab the handles of her traveling bag, which is sitting packed on the rickety table by the window. I'll take you where you want to go. I'll give you some money and get you some new clothes, she says icily. But we can't start over, because there's nowhere for us to go. She's usually the one on the receiving end of words like these, and I never knew how hurtful they sounded until just now, as they're piercing my chest and my throat. But I have a head start on all of this. I knew we were fucked the moment the renegades told me they're planning on grabbing her, and it was cemented into fact when I broke out of prison with them. I'll take what I can get now. And if I have to watch over her in secret, then that's what I'll do. Fine, I say. Let's go. She's looking at me with eyes very wide, like she can't believe I agreed to her plan so easily. But first, I keep her safe. Then we figure out everything else. She shakes her head, mutters something under her breath, and stalks out of the room, leaving the door wide open. The stupid prison-issued deck shoes aren't dry yet, but I put them on anyway. I also take the bloodied uniform to burn somewhere far from here. She'll give me a second chance. She's gotta. Because there's no way I'm living another day without her. I decided that sometime between my sleepless night and the nap I took this afternoon in her arms. I'll make sure it works out this time, I tell her as I get in the passenger seat of her car. I promise. She flashes me a sideways glance, shakes her head again, and starts the car. Too little too late, I think she's thinking. But she's wrong. She's gotta be.
Chapter 12. Harper. He slept. I couldn't. He held me the way he always does when we fall asleep together, gentle yet possessively, making me feel like the most precious thing in the world. Another thing that messes with my mind as much as it makes me feel special. How can he love me this much, yet refuse to be with me? Even focusing on just his even breathing and his strong arms holding me after having made love like nothing else but we matter, one of the things I've missed the most during the many months he's been gone, I couldn't get the darkness of our actual situation out of my mind. But even after I extricated myself from his embrace, I just sat there by the window and watched him sleep, fighting the urge to check the news and see exactly how wanted he is, fighting the urge to wake him and tell him I'll take him back, fighting the urge to just leave him here. No note, no goodbye, just gone. Like he's done to me 3 times in the past 9 years since we've been together. But I also wrote the lyrics to a new song while he slept, and the melody for it is already sounding in my head, loud and clear and complete, just like our love when we let ourselves feel it. I would have tried to play the melody, but my guitar is in fact busted from falling on the ground last night. Also, just like our love. Not every place, though. Not all the time. How can the world of feelings be so different from the cool, hard world of reality and logic? I don't have an answer to that. Never did. Until now. It was always his logic. He's always been the one insisting I could and should do better than him. And now he's gone and made any kind of a normal future for us impossible. He'll go to prison for the rest of his life, which could be short if he gets the death penalty, which he very well might. The marshals have already apprehended 4 of the men who escaped with him, and the FBI is now involved in capturing the rest. Those men will be facing the death penalty. Jax will be too, if they catch him. And if he stays with me, they will. Unless I give up all dreams of having a career as a singer-songwriter to hide out on some Mexican beach with him for the rest of our lives. And then what? He decides to up and leave me again with some bullshit excuse that life on the run is no life for me? He would. He'd never let me make this sacrifice in the first place. But he'd also leave if I went ahead and made it. Fact is, I'll soon be 26, and I've been putting my dreams on hold for years. My dreams of touring and making a career from my music and a life with Jax. Mostly because my parents were always so worried about what might happen to me if they let me go out into the world on my own. And because Jax wanted to keep our love a secret. And because I'm shy and reclusive and don't do well out in the world on my own, as I've proven with Manny. I've checked his social media, and it's full of pics of him in a hospital gown with a messed up face, but as far as I can tell from his captions and comments, he is sticking to the story Jax told him to tell, except for mentioning that sometimes a pretty face is worth it, which could be an allusion to the fact that he got beat up because of me. I'm in a clothing store at a mall not far from the motel where the rest of my stuff is, picking out clothes for Jax. I'm tempted to get him the ugliest stuff, of which there's no shortage of here. Neon pink shirts and jeans so ripped they have more holes than cloth. But I won't do that. It'd be petty of me, and I don't do petty. The fact that I want to is sign enough that the decision to let him go is a shaky one. I finally made it after getting a call from my father, in which he made no secret of the fact that he wants me to come home. And when I refused, he insisted that I accept no less than 4 of his MC brothers as my round-the-clock protection. It's the last thing I want, but he wouldn't hear no on that, not even a little bit. So at least I'll be safe, I guess. But Jax won't be. My father and Cross and all the rest think he escaped from prison because he means us all harm and he'll be using me to get it. It was much the same story Jax finally revealed to me before we left the motel. Fiction on both sides, I'm sure. My father wants me safe behind the walls of Sanctuary, the MC's HQ, and Jax wants me to need him, so I'll forgive him and let him stay. Is there anything I can help you with? A woman's voice interrupts my train of thought. It's one of the sales ladies, a woman about my age with glossy, gleaming black hair, cut short around her head in a 1920s style. Do you have these in XXL? I ask, indicating a 3-pack of t-shirts, black, white, and heather gray. I found them in XL, but I think he outgrew that size. My arms are aching from the several pairs of jeans, sweats, sweatshirts, underwear, socks, and a couple of black baseball caps that I've already picked out. She searches the stack of shirts and deftly pulls out the size I asked for, then makes a confused face as she tries to hand it to me but can't because my hands are so full. What happened? She asks. Did you have a fire or something? You could say that, I reply without thinking. Well, he's a lucky guy to have you doing all his shopping for him, she says. The least he could do is help you carry it. She looks pointedly at my bare and bruised throat, then into my eyes. I really shouldn't have unzipped my jacket, but I was just so hot. You don't have to stay with him. He didn't do this to me, I say in a shaky, hoarse voice, then clear my throat, and I'm not staying with him. The fact that I'm even speaking to her about this is a mixture of my poor people skills and anxiety over everything that's happened in the last 24 hours or so. I ask to pay, and she leads the way to the cash register where she keeps shooting me pitying glances as she fills 2 large shopping bags with the stuff I bought. I already got him a pair of boots at another store, so I grab the bags as soon as my card payment goes through and rush out of the store. The bags are very heavy, and a sticky heat has risen now that the wind has stopped blowing, so I'm sweaty and out of breath by the time I reach my car that's parked as far from the mall entrance as possible and across the entire parking lot. He comes towards me as soon as he sees me coming, relieving me of most of the bags. He's managed to button up the red plaid shirt, but the buttons are straining so badly I'm sure it's only a matter of seconds before they start popping off. Is all this for me? He asks in an exasperated but happy voice while I massage my fingers, which are bright red and numb from the weight of the bags. Yes, I say, and leave it at that. Wow, I don't think I've ever owned this much clothes at one time, he says, peering into the bags happily. I can't help but smile at him and say, yes, well, don't ever say I don't treat you right. Even though I should just be saying goodbye. He stops dead and looks at me very seriously, the bright white parking lot lights creating stars in his eyes. I would never say that, Harper. I hope you know that. You're the only person in my life who's always treated me right, even though I never deserved it. Not with the way I treated you. We're in plain sight under the bright light in the nearly empty parking lot. The tacos we stopped to get from a sidewalk truck feel like a boulder in my stomach, and I was supposed to be back at my first motel 2 hours ago to meet the men my father sent. He's called 6 times already, and I've been letting it go to voicemail, which means he might very well be on his way here with the cavalry as we speak. We can't have this conversation now, I say, and stalk to the car. You're a fugitive, and I'm late starting for my next tour stop in Idaho. I haven't told him that I canceled my next 2 performances because of my voice and my broken guitar, and that I might have to cancel a few more. He doesn't have to know that. I reach into my purse and pull out a stack of cash. That's $2,000, the most I could withdraw from my account. And I also got you a burner phone. It's in the bag with the shoes. There's a train station just over there. I point in the direction of a copse of pine trees gleaming menacingly just beyond the edge of this parking lot. He turns slowly to see where I'm pointing. Well, you really dotted all your I's and crossed all your T's. But how about we sleep on this plan of yours to see me gone before the sun comes up? My heart wants to say yes, Jax. I tell him, even though I probably shouldn't. But it's not possible. Everything's just always been stacked against us, hasn't it? It's hard to say these words in a calm, cold voice. They feel more painful than cramps. Yes, it has, he says. So that's it. That's it, I say and walk to the car. But I don't make it more than 2 steps before I turn back and run to him, wrap my arms around his neck, and kiss him before he even has time to react. He does react, though. Drops all the bags he's holding to lift me up in the air and kisses me back like his life depended on it. Sometimes when he kisses me, I think it does. Or maybe that's just me. This kiss makes a lie of all those cold words of goodbye I just spoke. But that's all right. I never should have spoken them. Neither that nor this kiss changes the fact that they were necessary. The men my father sent will grab him first and ask questions later. There's no guarantee they'll believe me when I tell them he'd never hurt me. It doesn't look good that he escaped with the 2 riders, and I'm sure word of him threatening Hunter when we visited him in prison has gotten back to the MC by now. I know he'd never harm Hunter, but they wouldn't take my word for that either. Everyone thinks he's the enemy. For all I know, the men my father sent have orders to kill him on sight. And there's no denying the fact that he's a fugitive now. He will have to spend his whole life hiding and looking over his shoulder. And he can't do that if he's with me. Tears I hope he can't see are streaming down my face once he finally sets me down and I'm running to my car. Because in another minute, I would have said yes to spending the rest of my life hiding with him and no to my dreams. And for once, he's right. I do deserve more than that.
Jax. Well, she's gone. Hightailed it out of the parking lot so fast she barely made the turn onto the main road. Gone and left me here in the dark with so much stuff, it's going to be hard to carry it all. That's something I never expected her to do. I thought I had at least the rest of this night to persuade her to let me stay. But that's all right. I'm not going anywhere, and I have the rest of my life to try and do that. It doesn't have to be tonight. She's headed for the motel she was staying at before. We passed it on the way to the mall. She mentioned where it was while we were having dinner. It's less than 2 miles back the way we came, and I have no time to waste if she's planning on leaving as soon as she checks out, which, in her current mood, I think she might. Gone is the Harper who likes to take long pauses to think before she does anything, or so it would seem. I jog to the shadows cast by the trees beyond which the trains she wanted me to take out of here are parked and grab a pair of jeans, underwear, and a shirt from one of the bags, then change. The boots she got me fit, but are hard as concrete and will probably take the rest of the summer to break in. I should just leave most of the rest of the clothes behind because the bags are heavy and they'll just slow me down. But she went to so much trouble getting it all for me. She even got me a toothbrush and way more toiletries than I ever use, that I just can't do it. I regret that decision about a mile into my run toward the motel, at which point my feet are so bruised in the new boots that it feels like I run a marathon and there's no good way to hold the bags that's also comfortable. But I don't dump them, and I don't stop running. Her station wagon is still in the parking lot of the motel when I reach it. 4 choppers are parked around it, and I almost puke up the shitty tacos we had for dinner before I notice that the 3 men sitting on them are wearing Devil's Nightmare MC colors and not Renegade Knights MC ones. So, Scar got her the protection she needs. From me at this point, that's what he's thinking, but it's still the right thing to do. I hide between one of the pillars on the low stone wall encircling the motel parking lot and a prickly bush of some sort that's covered in small, deep red flowers that somehow smell exactly like Harper. I recognize all the guys once my initial wave of panic subsides and I get a better look at them. It's Edge and Ruin, along with Ash, and I'm pretty sure that's Grizzly she's talking to in her room. Every so often, she paces past the brightly lit window and he follows. Scar is clearly taking this very seriously if he sent Grizzly to keep her safe. He's the old-timer who always headed the teams that watched over Harper while she was still in high school. It was very hard sneaking away while he was in charge of making sure she was under surveillance at all times. We had to be pretty creative to do it, and get some help from guys like Ash who understood our need to be alone. As for Edge and Ruin, I used to call them my friends as well as brothers, but I wonder just how much that has changed for them now. Probably all the way. These guys are here to protect Harper from me, and they know how to do their job well. What I need is a way to follow them when they leave so she can continue her tour and stay out of sight as I do. Or should I just go up to them and come clean? Tell them everything I know and work on getting their forgiveness and friendship back? The door of Harper's motel room bursts open, ripping right through the fantasy of reuniting with all of my brothers, dispelling it like the bullshit wishful thinking it is. No one leaves the Devils and then just comes back like nothing, for one thing. And that's not even the only thing I did wrong. Harper storms out of the room carrying a hastily packed traveling bag with several sleeves, pant legs, and whatnot sticking out of the top. Her hair whips around like rising flame as she rounds on Grizzly, who followed her to the door. "I'm leaving tonight," she tells him, and I'm glad to hear that the croaky hoarseness in her voice is subsiding. It's almost as melodic and clear as normal. "So if you must follow me, you can follow me. But I'm telling you, I'm in no danger from Jax. None at all."
"Yes, Harper,"
Grizzly tells her in his most patient voice. On the whole, he is an extremely patient man, but I've seen him get angry, and I never want to be on the receiving end of that again.
"I understand you think he's your friend."
"He's more than my friend, Grizzly," she snaps, her voice cracking. "He loves me, and I love him, and he's the last person who'd want to hurt me. Or any of you. Why can't you just believe me?" She still loves me? I don't actually doubt it, not in my heart, but I kinda always do in all other ways. I fucked up so bad with her so many times. But for the first time, no part of me wants to leave and hole up somewhere, hiding from my shame because of that. I'm not good at facing my problems, let alone dealing with them. The way I see it, once you have a problem, you're already fucked, and the only thing trying to fix shit leads to is even more grief. But that never really applied to Harper. Not for long, anyway. So I'm pretty much all set to leave my hiding place, announce myself, and make sure they all know what she said goes double for me. But before I can extricate myself from the thorny bush, she's in her car and speeding out of the parking lot. Grizzly is yelling at the other three to follow her as he shuffles to his own bike. He does the same as soon as he reaches it. That's just my shit luck returning, I guess. Or not, depending on whether they have orders to kill me on sight. Not everything's lost, though. I know where her next tour stop is. In fucking Idaho, the state I hate the most. I spent 2 weeks one summer 10 years ago hitchhiking across it to get back to Harper. Or walking mostly, since it turns out there aren't that many kind strangers willing to give a dirty, smelly 17-year-old guy a ride. This was after I'd spent almost a year on the farm owned by the fucker my mother ended up marrying, buying into her fantasy of finally having a family. I still have nightmares about it. And one morning I just walked away, took nothing but the clothes on my back, because I couldn't stay there a minute longer. And my only goal was getting back to Harper. My mother's probably still there, unless her twisted asshole husband killed her by now. I never heard from her again after I ran away. But this is no time to go down that particular memory lane. I can't waste any time going after Harper. If the renegades really want her, then 4 bodyguards won't be enough to protect her. I scan the motel's parking lot, looking for a good car to take. The best way to steal a car is to get the keys, especially when it comes to these modern cars, which the parking lot is full of. What I wouldn't give for an old pickup truck from back when cars were still made right here in this country. But there's none in sight here. I edge along the wall, trying to pick out one I might have even half a chance of hot wiring, when the sound of a chopper passing on the road interrupts me. I head for the road, sure it's some other member of the Devil's Nightmare MC coming to watch Harper, and I can flag them down and explain everything. But a few moments later, a tall, burly guy with dark hair and a darker beard guy comes riding out past the motel, heading down the same road as Harper and the others. He's not one of the devils, and he's wearing no other club colors. He's an old man wearing all black and sitting on his bike like death come calling. And there goes my last hope of talking with the devils tonight. I missed my chance to speak to them and make sure she really is safe from the men who really are after her. I missed it because I knew that might make it impossible for me to spend time with her. I fucked up because I'm selfish and thoughtless and too childishly arrogant, thinking all she needs to be safe is me by her side. What else is new?
Chapter 13. Harper. It was hard leaving Jax behind. So hard I had to run 2 red lights on my way to get my stuff and leave this city, because I didn't want to stop. If I had, I'd probably go back to get him. The song that's been sounding in my mind all afternoon, the first new song I've come up with in months, just stopped playing as soon as I left him in that parking lot, and it's not coming back. But we'll never break out of our pattern if we just keep repeating it. And we'll never break the pattern because he never fights for us. Even tonight, he just stood there and let me drive away. I kept repeating all that in my head and somehow managed to keep driving away. The last thing I needed was Grizzly and his long-winded explanation about how he's there to keep me safe from Jax, who is plotting to hurt me. As if. Jax would never bring actual harm to me. Not in a million years. I tried to explain that to him, but Grizzly's my father's man through and through, and he'll never doubt Scar's word on anything, or do anything other than follow his orders and his wishes. Well, fine. I'm on the road to my next tour stop, and he can follow behind me all night, because I don't plan to stop. My father's calls just keep coming, with no pause in between now, which on its own means I should pick up. I don't want to, but I do it anyway. Harper, I think it's better you come home now, he says, and his suggestion literally blocks my ability to take a breath. No. I manage to sputter, but that's all I can say. He clears his throat into the silence that follows. Honey, I know how much this tour means to you, but we believe that. Just say it, Dad, I snap. Men are after you, and Jax is helping them, he says. I'm on my way to get you and bring you home. I'm sorry, he adds when I don't say anything. But if you or Hunter had bothered to tell us what happened when he visited Jax in prison, this wouldn't be such a problem. I'm riding down a very dark stretch of road and haven't passed a light, let alone a house, in miles. But that's nothing compared to the darkness that's filling me. I can't go back home. I only just managed to leave. Dad, no, I say. I'm not coming home. I'll accept the bodyguards you sent, but just to make you feel better. I'm in no danger from Jax. He loves me and I love him. It's hard saying these words because they roll so easily off my tongue and sound so true, yet I left him behind. I know you think that. I know he's your first love and how that is, and I'm sorry, I have to be the one to tell you this. He stops talking abruptly, which is no surprise since he always gets weird when talking about feelings, but he interrupted me. I wasn't done talking. He is my first love, but it's not new, Dad, I say. Jax and I have been together for 10 years. He actually gasps, and I bet his eyes are as wide as they'll go. He didn't know. No one except Hunter, Chance, and Trixie did, and they've all kept our secret well. 10 years? What are you talking about, Harper? He didn't know, so now he thinks I'm making it up. At least that's what his tone suggests. I've been in a relationship with Jax for 10 years, Dad, I say more firmly, so I'm certain he doesn't mean me any harm. I wish you'd just believe me. I told him he can't have you. Told him to stay away from you after you told us you were dating last fall, he says, and I very nearly lose control of the car and go flying into the dark, swaying pine trees lining the road. You what? I meant to yell it, but it comes out a whisper. I won't have him toying with you, he says. He's wild, does what he wants, can't follow orders worth shit. You're the reason he left me. It makes so much sense. Jax left me just as things were finally falling into place for us. We told everyone we were together. I was going on my first tour, and he was coming with me. I was sure he was going to propose, for Christ's sake. Well, sort of sure. I had jokingly mentioned that we'd be passing through Vegas on my tour and that weddings are what they do best there. To which he replied, "No, Harper, when I marry you, it won't be in some cheesy all-night wedding chapel. It'll be in a field somewhere, on a sunny spring day with all our friends there, even if that's just 1 or 2 people." Then, not much later, he said it was over and he was gone. It was because Scar told him to stay away from me? Why didn't he say anything? I deal with my father. Wasn't I right? Dad says. He went to prison soon after he left, almost took Chance and Hunter down with him, and now he's a fugitive. How is he the right man for you? Tell me that. I could, if he had a year to listen to me. And it's a good thing that was the first answer that popped into my mind, because the screamy mess that is my thoughts right now makes no damn sense. Why didn't he stand up to my father? And why didn't he at least tell me this was the real reason? Why did he fill my head with a bunch of dumb excuses and lies? But I know all those answers. They're all the same answer. It's because he thinks I'm too good for him. And clearly, my father and Jax have that in common. But what am I in all this? I gotta go, I say. And no, I'm not coming home. Then I hang up before he can say anything more. He calls back right after, but I ignore it. There's only one person I want to talk to right now. The same person I always want to talk to, even if he can't communicate worth shit. I wrote down the number of the burner phone I got for him, because even as I planned to leave him behind, I knew it wouldn't be for long. I just hope he's turned it on by now, because he has some explaining to do, however painful he finds that kind of thing.
Jax. Luck returned to me in the form of a middle-aged guy in an unbuttoned dress shirt and beer-stained undershirt, wobbling out of his motel room on his way to the vending machine. He left the door of his brightly lit room wide open as he went, with the car keys of his pale gray Jeep sitting right there on the table by the window. By the sound of crashing, kicking, and cursing, he had something like a fight with said vending machine, which soon brought out the receptionist. In the actual fight that ensued, neither of them noticed me slip into the room to grab the keys. I might have even been able to drive the man's truck out unnoticed right then and there, but I didn't want to push my luck that far. For one thing, the receptionist was threatening to call the cops if the man didn't settle down, and for another, the guy sounded so drunk, I'm sure he'll pass out within the hour, giving me the rest of the night and possibly most of tomorrow morning before he notices his car is gone. My luck is always terrific when I'm chasing after Harper, and non-existent when I'm running away from her. I should maybe start accepting that as a sign not to leave her again, but seeing as she had just left me, it might be too late. But luck had continued to smile on me again when the drunk car owner returned to his room, slammed the door, and turned off all the lights in response to the argument, which he clearly lost. I waited another half hour, then took his car and drove off as fast as I dared after Harper. I'd unwrapped the phone she got for me and turned it on, vaguely thinking I could call the Devils. I still have a couple of phone numbers memorized. For example, the one to call in case of an emergency on a job. Hawk, the intel guy, keeps watch over that number. But we're not there yet. And besides, if I'm calling anyone, she's the first on the list. I certainly never expected the phone to ring. But it did. Harper's number flashing on the screen only about 15 minutes into my ride after her.
I knew you didn't want me to get on no train, I say as I pick up, although I should be saying something much sweeter.
Where are you?
She asks curtly. On my way after you, I reply, and only slightly care that it makes me sound like a damn stalker.
How?
She gasps. I stole a car and I know where your next concert is.
What?
She says in a slightly less annoyed voice, then draws a deep breath,
Never mind. It's probably for the best. I'm stopping for the night in the next town I reach, a place called Sunnyvale. I want to see you." Those words make me the happiest man on earth, while at the same time filling my chest with icy dread. It's the curt, hard tone in which she's speaking.
"Grizzly won't like that,"
I say, trying to sound like I'm joking, but it comes out dead flat.
"He won't know,"
she says.
"Call me when you get here."
She hangs up and I step on the gas. I doubt I'm walking into a pleasant conversation with Harper. Her curt voice and her ice-cold tone left no doubt in my mind I'd have to be crazy to expect that. But she wants to see me, which is more than I dared hope for a couple of minutes ago. And honestly, I'd walk through fire, no questions asked, to make that happen.
Chapter 14. Harper. I stopped at the first motel I passed in the town of Sunnyvale, got a room, told Grizzly I need to sleep, then locked myself in my room. He told me he'd call my father. I told him I don't want to speak to anyone until the morning. The guys got rooms too, but one of them stayed to keep watch outside my door. I closed all the curtains and turned off the lights, then stuffed as much clothes as would fit into my backpack, took my guitar, and snuck out through the bathroom window, through which I barely fit. I didn't have a fixed plan in mind as I walked to the gas station I passed as I entered this town, nor did I think that the tiny bit of a plan I did have was a good idea. Crickets were chirping. The tall grass in the field behind the gas station was whispering and hissing, and everyone who drove by had nothing but queer looks for me as I sat on the curb and waited for Jax. The sales lady came out twice to ask me if I needed anything or whether she should call someone for me. I scraped up the last bit of normality I could muster to smile at her and tell her I'm fine, that I'm just waiting for a friend. That's the only thing I know for certain is true. Nothing my father or anyone says will make me believe that Jax is not my friend. He was that from the first time we met, and whatever else happens between us, he always will be. I suppose I could have told Scar that Jax had broken out of prison to keep me safe from the guys that are supposedly after me, but I was too mad at him, and too sure he'd twist it so it would make Jax look even more of a bad guy. I'll deal with it later. I'm sure they're all exaggerating anyway. As for the rest of my plan, I still don't know if it's a good idea, even as I watch the Jeep with Nevada plates Jax told me he was driving pull up beside me. He has the windows rolled down and is grinning at me, even says something, but I don't hear it as I go around the car, toss my stuff in the back, and get in. "Drive," I tell him. "Where are we going?" he asks. "Wherever. Just drive," I repeat, and I don't know whether to laugh or cry as he speeds down the dark country road and the wind hits my face and makes my hair go flying. I tie it into a knot at the back of my head because I need the fresh air. "What made you change your mind?" he asks quietly, sounding very far away. I'm telling everyone else to trust him and that I love him, and yet I'm sending him away. How does that work? That's the sum total of my reasoning for calling him and being here. "You have 1 week, Jax," I tell him pointedly, and look at him for the first time. His eyes are already fixed on me, dark yet somehow liquid, like a pond at midnight. "Okay," he says and pauses, I guess for me to add something. I don't. "I guess that's more than I had a couple of hours ago," he adds, an edge in his voice, as if he has any right to lecture me about leaving him. "Did you break up with me because my father told you to?" I ask, and I see the answer in his eyes right away. It's a yes, but he's not saying it. He's not saying anything, which is doing nothing to calm my anger, or frustration, or whatever the hell it is I'm feeling. "You didn't think I had a say in it?" I ask, once I can't wait for his reply any longer. "You didn't think that was something I deserved to know?" He nods and shrugs and looks back at the road ahead of us. "I didn't want you to blame him," he says so softly I barely hear him over the whooshing wind and the humming of the engine. "Of course I blame him. He has no business deciding who I can be with." I snap and cross my arms over my chest so hard it hurts. "And I thought you loved me." He glances at me again, and there's more anger than apology in his eyes. "Of course I love you, Harper. But your father's a scary guy. he says. And besides, you're like the MC princess, more so than even Ice's daughters, and you know that very well. No one was going to stand for the two of us being together. Especially not if Scar was against it. And he never liked me. Why do you think I wanted to keep it a secret? Oh, I don't know, Jax, I asked snappishly. Maybe because you had one foot out the door the whole time anyway? His eyes widen in shock, but then turn right back to hard, dark glass. Well, you could have come with me, but there was always something holding you back. Whether it was your mother's need to keep you close or everyone else's, the family's. You were a part of that family, too. Yeah, not quite, Harper, he says with more venom in his voice than I've ever heard. We were going on my tour together, I say, but the wind has gone from my sails considerably. He had mentioned the two of us going away somewhere together a few times over the years. If he had gotten his way, we'd have gone on this tour years ago. But I never put two and two together. Never saw it as him wanting us to leave together. I'm only just realizing it now, and I'm not even sure I'm right. And here we are, he says, and grins at me, but his eyes are still two very hard black glass orbs. Oh, yes, that's right, Jax, you're right, I say. This is perfect. You're on the run from the FBI and facing the death penalty when they catch you. Yes, this is exactly what I had in mind for my first tour and our first road trip. That wipes the grin right off his face. We've just entered another small town, like the one he picked me up in, and he brakes hard, then makes a sharp left turn into the nearly empty parking lot of a closed convenience store. The smell of burned rubber is heavy in the cab as he rounds on me. What is this going to be, Harper? A week of you beating me over the head with everything I've ever done wrong? You're right. I fucked up. I fucked up so many times I lost count. But don't fucking tell me I had any other choice than to leave after Scar warned me off. He would have killed me to get his way. The breath I was taking lodges deep in my throat like a spear. He'd never. You were one of us. I've only just accepted that my father is the ruthless, merciless killer everyone thinks he is, but I'll never believe this. He wouldn't kill a man just to keep him away from me. He scoffs. I wasn't. Not really. I was always just some stray who wandered in. I'm also no good at taking orders from bossy old men, and it showed. Yet you took Scar's order and left. I interject into his pause and shock him into an even deeper silence. And even if you were right, I'd have told him I love you, and he'd understand that. You're assuming he'd believe you, he says. Grizzly sure didn't back at the motel. And my dad didn't either when I told him on the phone. But there's no reason to tell him that. He scoffs again. They're all so worried about you and so set on keeping you away from me. And yet, they let you leave on a cross-country trip on your own after they just killed off more than 100 men and didn't even get all of them. Where were they when that freak tried to rape you? Not anywhere near. That's where. But I was. So maybe we can focus on that some more. You were, but... And I'm not planning on going anywhere anytime soon, he adds. Especially not back to prison. There's ways to stay out of sight. Or I could cut out my face. Then no one would recognize me, for example. I clamp my hand over his mouth to make him stop talking. I don't even know if he was serious or just messing with me because of my father and his scarred face. And if he was serious, then I don't know if that's the weirdest or most romantic thing he's ever said to me. He peels my hand away gently, yet firmly, and continues to hold it as he looks deeply into my eyes. So deep I feel like he's looking right through me. You don't want words from me, Harper. You want actions, he says. And I'm here. I shake my head. You're wrong. I do want words, and promises that you'll keep, and for you to tell me what's going on in your head once in a while. You say there's no one but me for you, yet you don't believe that it's the same for me. The only difference is, I don't see why we can't be together as clearly as you can. Even if you were on death row, I'd wait for you. He lets go of my hand. That's fucking ridiculous, Harper. Come on, we have to ditch this car. He lifts up the hem of his t-shirt and starts wiping down the steering wheel and gear shift vigorously before opening the door and doing the same to the door handle. I exit the car and watch him do it. Loud music is coming from a brightly lit bar about 2 blocks away, and rising behind it is a motel sign. I could use a drink. I could use some sleep. But more than that, I want to finish this conversation. He might be okay cutting it short. It's his way whenever talking gets too deep and uncomfortable, but I'm not. Why don't you ever fight for us? I ask. He's next to me in a flash, towering over me, his eyes flashing with green flame. No surprise there. He hates that question. I try, but it's never good enough. I've never been afraid that he'll hit me. Not once in all our time together, no matter how heated our arguments got, and they sometimes got pretty wild. And I'm not afraid of him now. I also don't want to argue anymore. So I just wrap my arms around him, press my head against his chest, and hold him so tight my arms hurt. I can't live without you, I mutter. Why can't you see that? He sighs and says nothing. He has no answer for me, none I'll be happy with. So I'm happy he's not trying to give it.
Jax. The music from the bar across the parking lot from our motel room is loud, as is the laughter and whooping of the people partying there. We could be there too, dancing, having fun, getting drunk, enjoying ourselves. The smell of fries, burgers, and other grilled goodies was hanging thick over the parking lot when we arrived, and it's coming in through the cracks in the thin walls of our room. We could have been eating that too. Instead, we're stuck with snacks and drinks from the motel's vending machine, including cup of noodles, which I've seen enough of on the inside to never want to see again. But there was no choice tonight. And now we're cooped up in this small room that smells of dust, food we can't have and food we don't want, furniture polish and regret, neither of us speaking because what the fuck else is there to say? She laid it all out pretty clear in the car. Nothing I can say will change any of it. And what's worse, nothing I can do will either. She's lying on the bed, still fully dressed minus her shoes, and it's not right that I want her as bad as I do, not when I owe her so much. That's why I'm not next to her, but sitting at the small table picking at the chipped wooden surface of it and trying not to wish things were so very different. I'm free, and she's here with me. I'm sharing a room with the love of my life, and not the father who I hardly know. It's all I really wanted, ever. I clear my throat, and she looks at me sharply, a definite air of, finally he's going to say something, rising from her. You should probably ditch your phone, I say, or Scar's going to have no trouble finding us. Maybe that's not such a bad thing, she says. Then the three of us can have the conversation you're too afraid to have on your own. Now that just fucking stings worse than a slap. She gets too damn catty when she's angry. It's probably because she's hearing the music too, and it's telling her more than just the fact that we can't go out there and have some fun tonight. There won't be any such nights for us again. And music is her life. One I'll never be able to share with her. I see all that too. I just don't want to talk about it, because talking ain't gonna change shit. I sigh and stand up, then join her on the bed, even wrap my arm around her shoulders, though I'm afraid she's just gonna slap it away. She doesn't. Instead, she leans on me and rests her head on my shoulder. I don't even know who I'm angrier at, you or Scar, she says. Him, I hope, but it should be me. We'll buy a used piece of shit car first thing tomorrow morning and move on, I say. What time do you have to be at your next tour stop? I canceled it, she mutters. And the next 3 after that, too. My guitar's busted, my voice is messed up, and I don't really feel like singing anyway. Then we'll head somewhere where we can get your guitar fixed, I say, because that's the only thing I can actually give her. How about Memphis? Her breath catches in her throat. It's such a sweet little sound, so innocent and pure, and she always makes it when she's caught off guard. Okay, yes, I'd like that, she says and rises up to look at me, her eyes soft yet swirling with golden flecks of sunshine. They always do, even in the dark. But you already knew that.
That you really want to go to Memphis? I ask.
Yeah, you only told me about 1,000,000 times, and the only thing I really want is for you to be happy. She sighs, shakes her head, and blinks her eyes, cutting off the pleasant warmth that her eyes on me always bring. The things you say, Jax, she says in an exasperated whisper. It's the truth, I tell her. Nothing would make me happier than to just follow you around and listen to you play your songs. Her breath hitches again, only this time her eyes turn all watery like she's going to cry. It won't be tears of happiness over me being so damn romantic. It'll be for reasons that she has every right to be sad about. That doesn't make what I said and what I feel not the truth, but it does make it kind of pointless. That's why I prefer not to say too much. I'm sorry everything's so fucked up, I say anyway. Yeah, she says in a broken whisper and leans on me again, resting her head on my chest this time. Yeah, I'd like to go to Memphis with you, she adds. Maybe we'll even make it all the way there. I won't leave you again, I tell her. Not if I can help it. But maybe you won't be able to help it, she says. Let's stop talking about it now. Tomorrow's another day. Funny she should say that. It was her idea to have this dead-end, depressing-as-fuck conversation in the first place. All I wanted from the moment she called me was to fall asleep with her in my arms. Naked. Sweaty from all the overdue makeup sex that we barely got started on. But that's not going to happen tonight, because she had to go dredging up and discussing this whole impossible situation, and because I got nothing to give her, even less than I could when I left her. She likes things heavy and deep. I get that. But the end result of these conversations is always the same. A big fat no shining at us everywhere we turn. We gotta just make the most of it now. I should have told her that. I can't now, because she's already falling asleep, her sighs drifting off into even breaths. I'll tell her tomorrow. Fact is, it's only going to get worse from here on in, and never better. But that I'll never say to her.
Chapter 15. Harper. I woke up with the bright morning sun shining directly into my eyes. I don't even know how that was possible, because he was holding me so tight I could barely move. You'd think it was uncomfortable to sleep like this, with one of his arms under me, the other holding me tight, our legs entwined and my head pressed against his chest. But I never wake up as rested as I do when we sleep like this. For a long time, this was the only way I truly knew just how much he really loves me, and that hasn't changed. It's why I always take him back and always will. It's how I know that even when we're far away from each other, we'd both rather be together. It's why I chose him over my father's order to go back home. And it's why I'll always choose him over anything and anyone else. I know it's the same for him. But that doesn't mean I can keep my father in the dark about it. Or my mother, for that matter. I slowly extricate myself from our embrace, careful not to wake him. He stirs, but doesn't open his eyes, and I kiss his cheek softly before sliding off the bed, grabbing my phone from my backpack, and leaving the room, trying to make as little noise as possible. The sun is even brighter outside, pale yellow and blinding, but the air is crisp and brings the smell of spilt booze from the bar across the street. I have no missed calls from my father or anyone else, but that's probably because it's only just past 7 a.m., meaning that no one knows I'm gone yet. I'm still plenty angry with him, but I decide to call rather than text anyway, hoping it's too early for him to pick up, but not surprised when I hear his gravelly voice after the third ring. I left, Dad, I say. I need some time on my own. Left? What are you talking about? I clearly woke him, and he's still not completely roused. I left the motel last night, I clarify. and I'm not coming back yet. Don't try to find me." "Are you with Jax?" he asks harshly, and in a much angrier tone than I'm used to him speaking to me. "Yes," I say, since why lie anymore? "Motherfucker," he says so harshly it cuts right through my chest and almost makes me believe what Jack said about him. Almost. "Where are you?" he asks. "I'm coming to get you." "No, Dad, you're not." "Grizzly told me about the bruises on your neck, Harper," he says. "So stop being stupid and let me take care of him. He's no good for you." My hand shoots to my throat, which is still sore to the touch. He didn't do that. He'd never. "And he's working with the bastards who want to harm you. What part of that don't you understand, Harper?" he adds harshly. "You're coming home." "No," I mutter, wishing I could make my voice more assertive, but it's so hard listening to the hatred in my father's voice when he speaks about Jax. What if he never accepts him? What am I going to do then? I'm safe with him. "Listen, honey," he says in a much nicer voice. "I know you think you love him, but I know men like that. Men who like to hurt women. They never change and it always gets worse. Let me come get you." "No, Dad, you're wrong. It's not like that," I say more firmly. "But you'll never take my word for it, and I won't have you hurt him. Ask Hunter. Ask Chance. They'll tell you what he's really like." "Hunter's still out of touch, and Chance is as confused as you are. Besides, I already know what Jax really is. He's a no-good drifter heading nowhere fast with a chip on his shoulder the size of Texas." What Jax is a man who loves me more, harder, and deeper than anyone else in this world. I see that this now includes my father as well. I'm safe with him, and I'll come home when I'm ready, I say coldly. Don't try to find me. I know what I'm doing, and I'm doing fine. What I actually mean is, I'll come home when you're ready to accept Jax for who I know him to be. That might never happen, so I don't say it. He's still talking when I hang up. Then I quickly text my mom before he calls back, tell her I'm fine and that I'll call when I can. And after that, I turn off my phone, take out the SIM card, and twist it until it breaks. This could be the first time I've ever stood up to my family and done something completely and utterly against their wishes. But I need to do this. For Jax and me. And it might not be a forever sort of break. But I also know that if it turns out to be, I'll be just fine with that too. Harper. Jax is still sleeping when I return to the room, lying on his back with one arm over his eyes, shielding them from the sun, which is lighting up the room in its bright, pale, golden light, clinging to his skin and making him glow. He needs to wake up now, so we can start our adventure together. I said I'd give him a week, but it could very well be much longer than that. I toss the phone on top of my backpack and climb back into bed, straddle his hips, and gently lift his arm off his face. His beautiful face. He cracks open his eyes just as I lean down to kiss him. That wakes him right up, makes him grab my ass with one hand and the back of my head with the other, kissing me deeply and hungrily, like a man who's just been offered his first sip of water after an age of going thirsty. It's kisses like these that make my life complete. Not my music, not my family. Nothing completes me like his arms around me and his lips on mine do. And this week, he'll finally know that. I break away from the kiss, dodge his attempt to prevent it from happening by pulling me back, then show him the ruined SIM card. I also told my dad not to come after us before I destroyed it, I tell him, then toss the card away over my shoulder. His eyes widen. But I lay my finger over his lips to prevent him from saying anything that will ruin this with more talking about things that need to be the past now. Then I toss my hair back, grab the hem of my t-shirt, and pull it off and unhook my bra. He groans softly as my breasts bounce free, and his eyes turn liquid with desire, love, and devotion as he slides his hands up my belly and squeezes them, flicking my nipples with his thumbs. How he wants me. Anytime. Anywhere, always. Seeing that in his eyes, his jagged breaths, and especially his touch, never failed to take my breath away. His hands continue to slide up, over the bruises on my neck, his fingers brushing my lips as he cups my cheeks and looks so deeply into my eyes, I feel myself disappear in his. Are you sure this is really what you want? He asks. He means the SIM card, and me leaving everyone behind to be with him, and there's just one answer. Yes. Always. I take his wrists and push his hands down by his sides as he tries to grab me and pull me down for another kiss. Not yet. First, him. And I love that spark of something hot, hard, and sharp-edged that flashes in his eyes as I prevent him from getting what he wants. It's all good. He'll get it all, and he knows that. I release his hands, then slide his shirt up, revealing his perfect abs and my name that truly is right where it belongs, over his heart, and I hope it never fades. I lean down and kiss his chest, caressing his arms, which get tauter and tenser as I continue to trail kisses down his stomach, past and over all his scars he never wants to talk about, one of which I'm sure is a dog bite. By the time I lift my head again so I can undo his jeans, he's no longer interested in grabbing me or stopping me from doing exactly what I want. Especially not as I run my hand over the fabric of the boxers constraining his rock-hard cock. It bounces free as I pull them down, pulsing invitingly. He groans and digs his hand into my hair as I run my tongue over the thick vein, his heartbeat a series of tiny electrical shocks on the tip of my tongue. I do it a couple more times, just for that sweet sensation. His whole body is tense, especially his fingers in my hair. But all that just goes out of him like air from a balloon as I finally slide my lips over the throbbing head of his cock, which always seems like it'll be too much to take, but never is. I love this. Love tasting him. Love teasing him with my tongue and my lips and even my teeth. Love seeing how much of him I can take before I have to come up for air. A lot. Almost all of him. But not quite. Not yet. He groans as I gag and slide off, then sighs so deeply as I take all of him again. Right after that, I feel it deep in my belly. So I do that again and again, never taking my eyes off his as his cock slides in and out of my mouth, sending those tiny electrical pulses all through my body and mind. I'm gonna come, he groans not too long after, and I just smile at him with my mouth full and continue doing what I'm doing. I could tease him, could make him wait for it, beg, even like he sometimes does to me, but this isn't that kind of morning. And I swallow as best I can as he comes deep in my throat, but a lot of it still dribbles down my chin. His eyes are slitted, and he's still breathing hard as I finally release his cock and smile at him. Fuck, Harper, he says breathlessly as he wipes his cum off my chin, his tongue brushing my lips. I don't deserve you. You do. Just trust me for once, I say, and kiss his hand, and then his neck. Wishing I could kiss his lips, but he's not a big fan of that right after he comes in my mouth. But before I get any further, his hand is in my hair again, and his lips are on mine, his tongue in my mouth, and the tiny sparks are like little electrical butterflies waking deep inside me, swarming and twirling and making me forget everything else but how good it is when nothing stands between us and the love we share. His cock is rock hard and pulsing again by the time I absolutely need to come up for air. His hand is fumbling with the button of my jeans, but I brush it away and stand up, wobbling on the bed as I undo it myself and slide them down. I love undressing for him. I love seeing the absolute pure happiness, desire, and fascination in his eyes as I offer myself to him. That fascination has never changed, never wavered or faltered, not since the first time I did it, and I know it never will. I lose my balance on the wobbly bed as I try to free my feet from my pants. I really do much prefer dresses for doing this. He catches me in his arms before I fall all the way, and then he's ripping off my panties and sliding his hand over my clit as he kisses me wildly. God, you're so wet, he says hoarsely as his finger slides into me, hitting that spot that's been throbbing for his touch since I first wrapped my lips around his cock. For you, always. I breathe as he adds his second finger, and the only thing I truly know is that I want more, that I want it all. He lays me down on my side, holds me tight, and kisses me deep as he slides his cock into me, his arms around me preventing me from moving until he gives me all I can take. Not that I want to move, not that this isn't exactly where I want to be, where I need to be. And I know it more and more with each thrust of his cock, each hoarse breath he takes past the kiss neither of us wants to break. All those electric butterflies are one now, one river of untainted, crackling pleasure, pure, sparkling bliss filling me whole, burning away all the loneliness and all the sadness that's held me in its grip for so long now, and that nothing but this, his arms around me, his lips on mine, and his cock buried deep inside me, can ever truly erase. Yes, I'm sure I made the right choice. I was sure as I made it, and I will always be sure. And I know it all again, right before the ever-rising waves of the electric river of pleasure finally take me under. Know it after the best feeling in the world washes over me as he comes to, buried deep inside me, shaking from the pleasure of it all. The completeness, the truth of our love. I know it all, and I want to keep it forever.
Jax. The afternoon sun was unforgiving as we trekked across town to the only used car lot, where I had to let her deal with the sleazy salesman with the big white teeth and shiny blonde hair, while I waited in the shade and shadows of the trees. That made me feel real small. But being a fugitive and all, it's better I don't show my face too much. It'll give us more time together at least. The car I stole was still where I left it in the store parking lot. I figure another day at least will go by until someone reports it, and then a couple more before they track the owner back in Seattle. And I'm hoping they never check for prints and such, since the car's in perfect condition, minus a full tank of gas. But these days they very well might. Harper did a good job. Got us a cheap, dark green pickup truck that's definitely seen better days, but has plenty of room to sleep in the back if we have to. Or more like, want to. Our first stop was a takeout burger place, and our second, this wooded ridge where I just got done wolfing down my third burger. She's still on her second one and slowing down as she pores over the map she bought at the dealership. She has it laid out in the bed of the truck, and I look at it over her shoulder as I grab a fistful of her fries, which she's probably not finishing anyway. She washed her hair before we left the motel, and it smells amazing. Of roses and fresh air and clean sheets somehow. I figure we stay off the main roads as much as possible and sleep in the truck most nights, I say while chewing. We might as well get a tent too. It'll be fun. She looks at me with a mixture of sadness, longing, and embarrassment of all things in her soft, sparkling blue eyes. Actually, she muses as she turns around and hands me her half-finished burger. I was thinking. She's smiling wide as she sits on the back of the truck and folds the map so only the part of the country we're in is visible, while I try not to look confused or say the wrong thing. Going to Memphis would be great and all, she says, but I have a better idea. Okay, I managed to say this time, since she's smiling widely and waiting for some sort of reaction from me. This was actually supposed to be a present for you, since your birthday comes smack in the middle of my tour, she says, still smiling at me. But it's even more fitting now. I had no idea she was planning something big for my birthday, but then again, she always likes to surprise me. Remember those little Western novels you used to read all the time? She asks, catching me completely off guard for the second time in the space of 3 minutes. This time I bark a laugh before I can stop it. Those stupid things. That was like 1,000,000 years ago, I say, and it's the wrong thing to say. Her brilliant smile falters and her eyes lose much of the happy softness. I clear my throat. Yeah, of course I remember. You used to find me wherever I was and bring your own books to read. Girly shit. But we were like, what, 13? I sit down next to her and wrap my arm around her shoulders because she's still not looking any happier. This was soon after Rook and Enos took me in, and I preferred not to talk to anyone much. But it was nice just sitting with Harper and reading. She's always had this unobtrusive softness about her, and she didn't talk much either. That's probably when I fell in love with her, but I didn't really know that until later. You used to like my books. Don't even try to pretend, she says, and presses closer to me. You wanted me to read them, and I didn't want to be rude, I say.
Don't lie, she teases. Little Women kept you up at night.
Well, that's not something I'm going to admit to anyone except you. But what's that got to do with anything now?
Well, I booked us a cabin in the woods, near Pioneer Mountain. Figured we could stay there for a week or so around your birthday, she says, and adds, Isn't that one of the places those books were set? I thought it'd be a nice surprise.
As I just look at her funny.
And you kept the reservation?
I blurt out for God knows what reason. Now that would have been a surprise. She laughs this time and shakes her head.
It was literally the first thing I canceled when you left.
Yeah, that figures, I say and laugh. She's always been a grand gesture kind of girl, whether doing positive or negative things.
But I'm sure they still have vacancy, she adds. It's not a very popular destination. So how about it? Outlaw country and all that? Just you and me, alone on the mountain. We can pretend we're on the frontier and I can be your mail-order bride or whatever.
Thing is, she read my books too. I never figured she liked them much, but maybe I was wrong. She clearly remembers them well enough. And yes, I want her to be my bride. More than I realized until she just said it, even if it's just pretend.
Let's face it, you would get recognized in Memphis, so we're better off in the wilderness, she says.
Not just an edge, but a very cold wind in her voice.
We can still go to Memphis, I say, if that's what you want.
She turns to me, the warmth in her eyes and her smile belying the cold wind of her words before. What I want is to be with you, even if we're just playing house. I want us to be a family. Her voice falters and her eyes turn sad again, but she clears her throat and adds, And I know that's what you want too, so let's do it. I just press her closer to me and kiss the top of her head, because I have no idea what to say, or how to tell her she's absolutely right without sounding like a total whining pussy. Not that I'm risking much. She's always known me and understood me better than I do myself.
Let's do it, I say. Let's disappear for a while.
Because it can only be for a while. It can't be forever. She has her music to get back to, and her real family that doesn't want me anywhere near her. But that's not something I have to worry about right now, so I won't. It's so easy just to be with Harper. Always was.
Chapter 16. Harper. Family. That's what he wants. It's why he'd always go with his mother whenever she decided to take him out of foster care, despite the fact that it would just get progressively worse each time she did. And I always made the mistake of believing he had that with us at Sanctuary. He did, but that's not how he saw it, and I didn't understand that. But sometime between confronting him about it yet again, speaking to my father, and Jack's offering to take me to Memphis because all he really wants to do is what I want to do, I finally figured it out. My family is not his family, but I can be, and will. The rest will grow out of that. We drove all night and reached the mountains just as the sun was coming up, coloring the jagged peaks rising over a thick pine tree forest in pale shades of lilac, purple, and yellow. Our cabin is tucked away inside that pine forest, but looks out onto a grassy clearing with the mountains in the background and a little river spring complete with a small waterfall flowing through it. I could write so many songs here. I could stay here for a good long while and not miss a single thing. I could just live here with Jax. I've already mended the crack in my guitar using super glue and duct tape and set down the melody that's been playing in my mind since the night Jax came back to me. I'm sitting in the soft grass by the waterfall, watching the fluid way all the muscles in his back and arms work together as he chops wood, so we can light the large fireplace in the living room later tonight. There's a song in that, too. I feel like there's a song in everything here, just begging me to write it. My creative drought is over, and I hardly even remember how it felt. But the songs can all wait. The sun is setting, the mountain range awash in golden light as I put away my guitar and walk over to him. I think that's already plenty of wood. I whisper into his ear as I run my hand down the taut, coiled, defined muscles of his arm. He grins at me over his shoulder, drives the axe into the chopping block, and sweeps me into his arms. His kiss as vast as the gorgeous, untouched nature all around us, filling me with the freedom and serenity of it all. He carries me into the house, my legs wrapped around his hips, my arms around his strong neck, our lips locked together for most of the way. But it's not the bed where he sets me down. It's by the kitchen counter. "Dinner first," he says, grinning at me, and what must be a very disappointed look on my face. "And I see it's not waiting for me. You've been slacking in your bride duties." I love that mischievous spark in his eyes, and the way there's none of that perpetual guardedness in them now. That's only gone when we're alone together, completely free of everything and everyone. I've missed seeing his eyes like this. I stand on my toes to whisper into his ear, "I guess you'll have to teach me a lesson," then bite his earlobe, and yelp as he smacks my ass before grabbing it and grinding his hard cock into my belly as he kisses me with the kind of passion that never fails to take my breath away. "Oh, there'll be time enough for that," he says, and only a part of me wishes it was right now as we set about making dinner. Hot dogs and salad, because neither of us can actually cook worth a damn. But I want to learn one day. I want to cook as well as my mother does. And right now, I don't see why it can't all happen right here in this out-of-the-way cabin, with the mountains awash in gold in the evening and lilac in the morning, and the hissing of the waterfall lulling me to sleep every night. This is as good as the time we stayed in that summer cabin, I say as we're sitting on the porch steps eating our dinner, the sky above the mountains fast turning a deep shade of indigo, and stars beginning to twinkle above the mountains that are still a deep purple from the setting sun. He just looks at me, his eyes as soft and liquid as the rippling river flowing past the cabin. "No," he mumbles, then stuffs the last of his hot dog into his mouth and chews heavily. "You don't remember? Or you don't think so?" I ask, trying hard to hide my disappointment. "You know, that time we went away with Hunter and Trixie, Chance and... who was it? Melody?" How can he not remember? Some of the best memories I have of the two of us together are from that stay. We had ditched all our bodyguards and had almost 2 weeks all to ourselves before they finally found us and dragged us back. It's when Jax first told me he loved me, on a golden-colored sandy beach, the wind ruffling his hair and the sun setting directly into the ocean, which was all we could see, and showed me just how much later, once the sun had set and the sky was covered with diamond-bright stars, just like it will be tonight. He later admitted how nervous he was about saying it, how afraid that I'd just laugh at him and not say it back. But that was never even a possibility, as I told him and showed him many times since, like I'm doing right now. And this time, I hope he finally accepts it as the bone-deep truth it is. He grins at me, kind of sheepishly, because he must see the frustration in my eyes, then strokes my arm gently and shakes his head. "Of course I remember, Harper. I just meant that this is even better than that." "It is," I say, and lean against his shoulder, feeling embarrassed at thinking the worst of him yet again. But that's fading fast, too. Here in this quiet, peaceful, beautiful place, leaving only the love we share behind. We have all the time in the world here. All the time we need and more. We just have to make the most of it. And something tells me that'll be easy. Maybe it's the carefree look in his eyes and his easy smile, or maybe the way songs just flow from me, each deeper than the last. And maybe it's just that this, the two of us together, fully committed to each other, is my biggest wish come true. And his too.
Jax. The fire is crackling merrily, sending up glowing sparks each time a log falls, its light coloring her bare, long, glistening legs gold. I've had her every which way, and now I just want to hold her in my arms. We're on the floor by the fireplace, my back resting against the cushionless sofa because we made a bed out of them,
her back against my chest, her soft hair tickling my nose, and her soft hands caressing my arms. I wouldn't want it any other way. She cranes her neck up and looks at me, her eyes bright and alert, catching the red light of the fire and holding it. "Do you know why I love you?" she asks. Another of those complicated questions that require deep answers she's always full of. But as annoying as that can get, I still wouldn't have it any other way. I know that now. "It's because you like dark, complicated, and sad things and people, and I'm the closest you got in your cushy universe," I tell her, because, yeah, these kinds of conversations will never be my favorite, despite knowing what I know. She shrugs and looks back at the fire. "That's part of it, I guess," she says after a pause, surprising the hell out of me, like only she can and does all the time. "My songs were so boring and plain until you came along and dared me to stop hiding who and what I really am just to make everyone else happy," she continues. "Yeah, well, you're not the innocent and pure as a raindrop straight from heaven woman your father wants to believe," I say, and pinch her nipple, because I love the way it makes her purr, and my head is suddenly full of all the ways she is impure. Heavenly, yes. Innocent, rarely. She chuckles softly and starts caressing my arm again. "You're right. I was always treated like a princess by my parents, wrapped in bubble wrap and kept from everything to protect me. And I had to be a good girl so my mother wouldn't worry about me, because she worries about everything. So yes, I owe you my music and my career. But that's not the only reason I love you." "All right," I say, since this isn't a bad conversation overall, and I don't want to keep saying the wrong thing. "It's because of your light," she says. "Despite everything you've been through, there's still so much light inside you, and it's so bright and warm I just never want to be without it again." "Oh, please. Whatever light there is, that's all you, Harper," I say. "I'd be at the bottom of the dirtiest, rotten ditch long ago if it weren't for you." "You're wrong," she says, takes my hand and kisses it. "And I want you to know that." "Okay." "No," she says forcefully, her eyes fixed on mine again and full of raging fire. "I want you to know it, so that next time you think of leaving me, you'll know that you're taking all my light with you. And then maybe you'll stay instead." If she knew how much those words hurt, maybe she wouldn't say them. They hurt worse than getting bitten by dogs, or getting stabbed with a screwdriver, or having cigarettes put out on my arms for hours. Because it'll come to that. It'll come to a point when I can no longer stay. And I'd go through all those other things again right now just to change that. But I can't. "I'm sorry," she says, because she probably knows what I'm thinking. She has a way of knowing that. But I had to say it. "And now you did," I say. "Because I need you to know that you're the only family I'll ever need. And that's the truth." It's not. She needs her family and she needs her music, and she can have both without me. The way things are, she'll have to. "And I love you because you say things like that," I say, and hold her tighter. "Even when you can't possibly mean them." But I don't say that, because there's no use hurrying this thing that we both know is coming.
Chapter 17. Harper. The days that we've spent here at the cabin have blended into each other, and I no longer have any idea how many of them have passed. I just know there haven't been enough of them. Between making love just about everywhere we could, in the grass, in the forest while skinny dipping in a gorgeous, untouched wild lake we found, or simply on the floor by the fire, Between laying in the grass and watching the starry sky so full of shooting stars, I ran out of wishes. Between writing songs more beautiful and complete than any I've ever written and singing them for him. Between playing house, that led me to try and make the kind of wild blueberry muffins my mom is famous for, messing up the entire kitchen, and Jack's pretending they're the tastiest thing since Nutella, even though they were barely edible. Between all that, we found the love we've been searching for, and I'm not letting it go. I've been fiddling with my phone, using the SIM card I got for him to get an internet connection and at least post an update to my social media. I may not know exactly how many days we've been off the grid, but I know it's been long enough for people to worry why I'm not posting. Trouble is, I'm barely getting a signal, and nothing is loading properly. I'm sitting on the front steps of the cabin's porch because it has the best view of the mountains, which are just starting to develop the gorgeous sunset colors. Jax is in the forest, taking one of his walks, but I can already see him returning now. We always watch the sunset together. He's turning into quite the mountain man, with the beginning of a beard that he hasn't shaved since we got here, and his t-shirts and jeans all showing signs of hard work and wild living. "You making a call?" he asks, eyeing the phone in my hand like it's a snake. I set it down on the step beside me and tap a spot for him to sit. I tried to post an update for my fans, but I'm not sure if it went through, I say. I figured I had to, because otherwise Ariel might get worried. "Who's Ariel?" he asks as he sits beside me. He smells of wild berries, the clean waters of the lake, and the fresh forest air. In short, like the sunset we're about to be graced with. "Veronica's sister," I answer. "And who's Veronica?" "Chance's girlfriend," I say, and smile at the shocked look on his face as he turns to me, which is exactly the reaction I was going for. "Chance has a girlfriend?" he asks and laughs. I didn't see that happening anytime soon. What happened to him staying available for all the ladies? "I guess he found the one sooner than he expected," I say, and laugh too. It's nice to just talk about our friends without mentioning everything that's come between us. And her sister, Ariel, is dating Ruin. She's also my biggest fan and tends to get real worried if I don't post updates regularly. "Well, she might be too busy consoling Ruin these days," he says. "He was with the team that was supposed to be watching you when he ran away with me. I'm sure Scar cut them all a new one over that oversight." And here we are, back to that. I left on my own, and he knows that. I doubt that changes much in his mind. He tries to laugh at that too, but it's a very brittle sound. I wrap my arm around his waist and lean on his shoulder, looking at the mountains, which are turning all sorts of lovely shades of pink today as the sun sets. The colors are reflected in our little river, and I'm sure in his psychic orb eyes too, but I don't want to look at that because I know I won't like what I see. I wish we could just stay here forever, I murmur. How long has it been anyway? It feels like either years or a day. I can't tell. "Tomorrow's the 7th day," he says. "And tonight's the 11th hour, it seems." And what's that supposed to mean? I laugh, but it sounds just as brittle as his did. "The last hour before the clock runs out, and it's all over," he explains in a hollow voice. "That's why you're trying to reach home, because you need to get back to your life." Sometimes I feel like you're not even listening to me, I snap, but then take a deep breath to continue in a less confrontational tone. I've been thinking, why is it so impossible for you to go home with me? Devil's Nightmare MC has been successfully hiding criminals worse than you for decades. They can hide you too. And then we could have it all. My father will come around. He's never said no to me that I can remember, and he's not about to start now. He sighs and wraps his arm around my shoulders, pulling me closer. "It's not just Scar. Everything else is fucked too. I almost got Hunter killed. Though if I'd been there to watch his back that night, it wouldn't have come to that." "It turned out okay," I mutter, because okay is too strong a word for how it all got resolved, and I'm still not fine thinking about Hunter almost dying. "I also got friendly with the men who tried to kill Hunter and got Chance arrested for aiding and abetting a child trafficking operation." "You didn't know that's what it was. Neither of you did," I say. "I knew something bigger was going on, and given what the Riders do, I could have guessed," he says darkly. "What I should have done is gone with Hunter when he came to stop me. I think about that a lot. But I didn't because I was too angry at everyone and everything. But you also broke out of prison to protect me, I say. That's gonna count for something. No. The way I see it, you just have a lot of explaining to do, and I'll help you. Chance and Hunter will too. It's nothing that can't be fixed. He sighs and doesn't say anything for a while. I don't either, because I'm hoping he's thinking about it and starting to see it my way. The pink of the mountain face has turned a dark purple by the time he says, I wish it were that easy. But there's also the pervasive problem of my lack of discipline and not following orders. And just riding off from time to time. I open my mouth to argue, but he beats me to it. Though, to be fair, to me, a lot of that had to do with seeing you. He says and glances at me, smiling and squeezing me tighter. Because you never take no for an answer. You want what you want, when you want it. I laugh, and it's finally the way it's supposed to sound. So what makes you think I'll take no for an answer now? From you or the devils? I won't. He finally looks at me properly, and his eyes are showing me none of what I feared and all of what I wished to see. All right, let's try it your way then. And those are the best words he's ever said to me. I cup his cheek, kind of wishing I could feel his skin and that the beard wasn't covering half his face, though I kind of like this rugged look too. I was right about his eyes reflecting the gorgeous purple of the sunset, and all the green and blue around us too. But I wasn't ready for the look in them piercing me right through. It leaves me breathless, almost prevents me from speaking. It's good that you agree because I couldn't stand it if you cut up that gorgeous face of yours, I whisper to him. He rolls his eyes. If all else fails, I'll do that. And you could. You can stand anything. Then he leans down and kisses me before I can tell him he's wrong, that there's at least one thing I can't stand, and it's being away from him. But by now, I'm sure he finally knows that. His lips taste of berries, sweet, clear waters, and all the endless possibilities that have opened up for us now that he's finally agreed to fight for us.
Chapter 18. Scar. It's been almost a week since Harper disappeared. Intel of the Renegades gathering and fraternizing with every MC club that ever had a problem with us has been reaching us like a flood since then. There's no doubt that they're planning a move against us, and there's little doubt that Harper is somehow in the middle of that move. Jax is the reason for that. He must have sold her out to escape from prison. And why my brothers don't see that as clearly as I do is not something I understand. She could already be caught, abducted, hurt, or worse, and they just haven't told us yet. But every time my mind goes in that direction, I lose the ability to breathe and want to kill everyone that dares say a word to me. So I've been trying not to let my mind go there. No news is good news. For decades now, we've only been running guns and no longer working as mercenaries, hired to fight in and finish club wars, among other killer-for-hire jobs. But we had crossed many men in those days, gave them all very good reasons for hating us and yearned for revenge, but they all left us alone. Clearly, going after and eradicating the Riders didn't so much remind everyone of the killers we can be when challenged. It gave all our enemies the excuse to band together against us. And now my daughter will pay for my sins. Just thinking that is almost enough to make me puke. And I've never been a man easily fazed by anything.
No news is good news,
Hawk told me this morning when I went to ask if he'd located her yet. I blew up at him, hard not to. How can he just lose her if she switches off her phone and destroys the SIM card? He's our intel guy and supposed to be the best. He didn't take kindly to being called out. Told me in no uncertain terms to chill the fuck out, go home and wait. I wish that would help. But Lynn's been so worried she hardly speaks. Just cleans incessantly and cooks mountains of food that no one eats. And if she's not doing that, she's up at the ranch with the horses, which tells me it's complete bullshit when she insists Harper's with the man she loves and just fine. She retreats to be with the horses whenever she can't handle life. And I can't even comfort her, because I have to be here, ready to ride at a moment's notice. I've been pacing around Sanctuary for the majority of this last week, waiting for news and driving everyone insane. When I get my hands on Jax, it won't be pretty. I've been thinking a lot about that and planning it. It helps. This whole thing's that little delinquent upstart's revenge for me telling him to stay the fuck away from Harper. The fact that my brother, Reggie, the piece of shit who cut up my face when we were children and made me who I am, has been sided with the renegades is not helping my mood. I should have killed that asshole the last time he threatened Lynn. And now I will. I've waited for this revenge long enough.
My office, now.
Cross, our MC president, says as he sticks his head into the dining hall where I've been nursing a scotch, even though it's too early in the day to be drinking, and no amount of booze will calm me down besides. I finish the glass anyway, the liquid hardly burning as it slides down my throat, and follow him there. Hawk is already inside, standing by Cross's gleaming brown wooden desk and shooting me an angry look as I enter, which tells me clearly he's not yet over our spat this morning. Fine by me if it means he's working harder to find Harper, which I hope this meeting is about. Tank, our VP, and his son Chance are there too, sitting side by side on the old black leather sofa that, along with the matching armchairs, takes up about half this office. The set's been in here since I joined the MC, which is going on 40 years now, but its age isn't showing yet. Leaning against the side of one of the armchairs is Rook, our Sarge and the guy who brought Jax into our lives and ruined Harper's. I probably shouldn't blame him for that, but I do, and I haven't been able to look him in the eyes for the last week. That still holds. They're all silent and staring at me as I enter and close the door firmly behind me. "Any news?" I ask, since I clearly have their undivided attention.
"Yeah,"
Cross says and sits in his chair behind the desk.
"There's news."
He signals Hawk to take up telling it. Hawk clears his throat but doesn't take his belligerent eyes off mine. "She just posted something on her Instagram account and kept the location tagging on, thankfully. She's in deep country Idaho and she's doing just fine, judging by what she wrote in the picture she posted. Her and Jax both are." He has the audacity to grin at me as he says that, and it's only years of training my patience and our long friendship preventing me from punching that grin off his face. "I'm going," I say, "and Jax won't be fine after I find them. I can promise you that." Chance shifts in his seat, making the leather creak. "About that scar." His voice falters as I glare at him, but he clears his throat and goes on with, "Jax isn't a bad guy. He wouldn't harm Harper. Because just like his father, he doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut. I'm just about done listening to praises of that good-for-nothing little shit," I bark at him. "He could never be depended on when he was with us. Threw the cut we gave him in our faces, then got you arrested and Hunter almost killed. He then threatened to kill Hunter and tricked my daughter to run off with him when we know full well he's working with our enemy who wants to abduct her." "I'm sure there's an explanation," Chance says. "He wouldn't—" "Can you guarantee that? Huh? Can you? Because he fucking escaped from prison with 2 riders like they were the best of buds," I say. "I'm sure—" "The only thing we can be sure of is that he's been working against us ever since he left," I snap, glaring at Tank and then at Cross. "What's Chance even doing here? Is this supposed to be a serious meeting or what?" Tank grabs his son's shoulder just as he's about to say yet another stupid thing and motions for him to leave the room. Chance thankfully does it without making any more fuss. It's been one fucking thing after another since the offspring decided they wanted to be more involved in the MC, and it's time for laying some ground rules. Rook stands up and faces me as the door shuts behind Chance, an infuriatingly patient look in his eyes. "Look, Scar, I get it. You're worried about your daughter. But I also doubt she's got anything to worry about from Jax," he says. He's rough around the edges and has a problem with authority. But he's lived under my roof for years, and he's not a bad kind. I shake my head and fight the urge to crack my knuckles menacingly. I wish everyone would stop trying to fucking console me. I appreciate it and all, but I know what Jax is, and he's no good for Harper. Give me their location, I'm riding. We can decide what's what later. Once Harper's back home where she belongs, and Jax is nowhere near her. Hawk clears his throat again. There's more. The renegades are also on the move. We gotta be smart about this now. On the move to where she is? I say, my throat feeling like the sound of Hawk's voice was an iron fist closing around it. We don't know yet, Hawk says, but they're closer to her than we are. We should plan this well. I never should have let her go on that tour in the first place. Not so soon after we took out the riders. I fucking knew it was a bad idea. You plan all you want, but I'm going now, I say and head for the door. Stop, Scar, Cross says, in that hard voice he uses when he wants it known that it's his word that goes and no one else's. I do stop, but mostly because I still need Hawk to tell me where to go. We're riding, Cross says, but we're bringing both of them in. What the fuck for? I snap. Jax is not one of us. No, not anymore, Cross says. But he might know what the renegades and the rest are planning. You can make sure he tells us everything. Now that makes me happier than I've been in weeks. Cross, come on now, Rook starts, but Cross silences him with one of his hard black looks that are impossible to argue with. Jax made his choice, he says simply, and now he's going to answer for it. If he's got nothing to do with it, then we'll know that too. Now get ready. I leave first, already calling Lynn as I do. Finally, I can tell her our daughter is coming home. It's all she's been waiting to hear, even if she insists all is well. So at least I can give her that.
Chapter 19. Harper. I gave our cabin stay 2 more days and nights because I was in no hurry to leave and wanted to show him he was wrong about the 11th hour thing. But then we also ran out of food, so we agreed it's best I go on my own into the town that's roughly a half an hour's drive from the cabin, get some supplies, and call home. There's a chance he'd get recognized as one of the prison break fugitives, despite the stubbly beard covering his face, since in small towns like that one, all strangers get looked at very carefully. He insisted that it's probably a small risk, but it's not one I'm willing to take now that we're so close to sorting everything out. And while I'm there, I'll also update my social media some. There's actually a lot of news I have to share, and a lot of apologies I need to make for missing the last 5 of my scheduled gigs. I'll probably have to miss a few more now, but then everything will be as it should be, and I'll have all the time in the world to make it up to my fans and supporters. I still taste the berries he picked for our breakfast. They were nothing I'd ever eaten before, with sweet flesh and a tangy juice, and I joked, asking if they were poisoned and he was staging some sort of Romeo and Juliet thing. I shouldn't have done that. He didn't laugh, just assured me he'd already had some and they were fine. And I didn't want to explain that being nervous about calling Scar was the reason for my edgy humor. I am very nervous. Because I've seen my father angry, and I know how long it takes him to calm down. And in this last week, I'm sure his anger has become a volcano ready to blow. And spill all over my plans, burning them all before I can even make my plea. I'm better off not worrying about that on top of everything else. And to do that, I better just get it over with sooner rather than later. I don't plan on taking anything other than a yes for an answer, even if it means Jax and I have to hide out in the woods for another year, or 3. So I take the turns of the winding country road leading into town too fast, almost spin out a couple of times, and am parked at the edge of town within 20 minutes of leaving the cabin. I stopped by the side of the road, on a gravel and dirt shoulder, next to a large, abandoned junkyard. The trucks, tractors, and other farming equipment strewn across it are covered in so much rust, there's no way to tell what color they were originally. and tall tufts of grass are growing amid them from the cracks in the asphalt. This empty, decrepit place is a good spot to call Scar, since I might have to say things that best not be overheard by nosy townspeople. I get out of the truck, grateful for the fresh air on my face as I lean against the back to make the call. Maybe I should be calling my mom first, get her help with persuading him to see things my way. But I do understand that the obstacles to Jack's returning to the MC are huge, and don't just have to do with Scar's objections to our relationship. It's club business, and whether Jax gets to come back will ultimately be Cross's decision. My mother has no influence over that, nor do Hunter or Chance, so I won't be calling them for help either. No, this is my wish, my favor to ask, and my plea, so I have to be the one to make it. My hands are shaking as I dial my father's number, and it gets worse as the line only rings once and then disconnects. The next time I try, the lady on the recording tells me the number can't be reached right now. Great. Just what I needed. Network troubles. I quickly text him that I'm fine, that I need to speak to him, and to call me as soon as he gets the text, trying not to see this failure to speak to him as a bad omen. All's well that ends well, and all that. I hear a Harley approaching as I dial his number one more time with the same result, and I suppose that's a good omen. It kind of makes me think he got my text and everything is going to work out. I don't see the rider, though, and the sound is gone by the time I open the truck door again to continue on my way into town. I'll try again later, once I've done all my shopping and taken care of the other things.
Are you broken down?
A man asks behind my back, his voice gravelly yet sickly sweet at the same time. No, I'm fine, I say without even turning around. And when I do, I wish I hadn't. It's him, the man from the bar where I played my first gig on this tour. The man wearing all black, staring at me and toasting me silently across the barroom. Up close, his face looks somehow very familiar, even though I'm certain I don't know him. Though if it's some crazed stalker of mine, maybe I have seen him in some social media profile photo, or the familiarity could just be stemming from the friendly way in which he's trying and failing to smile, showing me 2 rows of nasty yellow and black teeth. His eyes are like the deepest, scariest part of the forest. I'm all good, but thanks for stopping to check, I say pleasantly and practically leap into the truck to get away from him. My compulsion to be nice and friendly, even though this guy scares me to the depths of my soul, is a complete mystery to me. He makes no move to stop me from getting in the truck and driving away. I do it so fast that pebbles and dirt pelt the windshield, and I don't slow down even once I reach the town proper. I'm also not yet able to take a full, satisfying breath. It could be nothing. The part of my mind that always wants everything to be calm, even, and pleasant is saying in my mother's voice. But as much as I want that to be true, I can't pretend it could possibly be. This man has been trailing me since I started my tour, possibly since I left home. Even if he has nothing to do with the threat Jax and Scar both think I'm under, he's still a threat. Shopping will have to wait. My social media will have to wait. I just wish I didn't have to wait to speak to my dad. I text him the name of this town and the name of the company we rented the cabin from. Then I add, I think someone's after me. Call me. Then I make a U-turn at the town's largest, yet ghost-empty intersection and head back to the cabin, driving even faster than I did on the way here. The man in black isn't following me, and he's not where I left him at the abandoned junkyard. The road in the rearview mirror is completely empty. The road ahead of me is clear too, and I'm starting to imagine the junkyard scene never happened. But that's just wishful thinking, and a completely useless fantasy. All will be fine once I reach Jax. He'll know what to do. I wish I'd thought to take my gun with me when I ran away with him, but I didn't. He's pretty handy with the axe, though, and there are plenty of knives at the cabin. We'll be fine. He'll protect me.
Jax. Well, she's gone. I've been splitting logs since she drove off about an hour ago, and the pile is already up to my knees. We won't need that many. We probably won't need a single one anymore. Because we're leaving, and anything can happen once we do. I have no doubt that Scar wants me out of her life even more now than he did before. I have no doubt that Devil's Nightmare MC will sooner not take me back than take me back. And I don't doubt that Scar will tell Harper whatever she needs to hear to bring her home, whether it's the truth or not. I'm not scared of that. I just don't want our stay here to end. But it must end. One way or another, it will. So it might as well be with her trying to fix everything I fucked up. The muscles in my arm are starting to cramp up. Sweat is running down my back almost as steadily as that waterfall behind me, and every time I strike another log, the pain in my shoulder gets sharper. All the perfectness of the last 9 days that we spent here is flaking away like dried mud, and I'm now sure that I can hear snakes hissing in the soft river grass where we made love just yesterday afternoon. I'm trying as hard as I can not to remember the nights my mother's twisted husband would have me splitting logs until I collapsed in the cold and dark, guarded by his bloodthirsty dogs that he also made me sleep with sometimes. My mother could have spared me all of that, but she didn't even try more than once or twice. I kept myself sane by thinking of all the ways I could drive that axe through the bastard's skull or use it to chop him up into little pieces. And in the end, I probably held on to my sanity by walking away rather than going through with my plans. By rights, I should hate everything about splitting logs, but it's easy to forget all that when Harper's with me. Damn hard when she's not. And impossible when she could be out there spelling an end for us. The rumble of thunder sounds from far away, the echo off the mountains and the trees bringing it closer and closer. Fitting that the weather would decide to turn nasty today. I wait for more of it to sound, wait for the lightning and the rain to start, but none of that happens. All I hear is the waterfall hissing, birds singing in the trees, and the thuds as I start splitting wood again. And for a time, I manage to focus on just those sounds and think of nothing else. Until the unmistakable sound of boots trudging through grass and men coughing as they struggle to breathe reaches me too. They're too loud to be just a couple of hikers who lost their way. My first thought is that the devils had somehow tracked us down. But when I turn to look at the 20 or so bikers approaching the cabin in a loose circle with the aim of surrounding the cabin, I recognize none of them. Then they get closer, and one of them grins.
"You thought you'd just double-cross us, did you?"
Snake asks.
"You thought we wouldn't find you."
Suddenly, the fact that Harper went alone to call her father is the best thing that happened to me in my entire life, because it means she's not here for this.
"Yeah, well, you're a bunch of useless idiots, so what else did you expect?"
I shout back, wishing I could come up with something cooler to say, the way the devils always seem to. But I suppose that's just one more way in which I don't measure up. Whatever. In about 5 minutes, none of that will matter anymore. There's over 20 of them, and more are coming. Snake's face twists into an ugly, offended grimace, so I guess I hit my mark anyway.
"Grab him and make him shut up,"
he barks at the men encircling me, and they all start rushing towards me. I have enough time to make sure the cabin's sidewall is against my back before they're on me, but that's about it. Still, the axe does some damage. I use it to smack the first guy who comes at me across the face, a satisfying crack telling me I've broken his nose. The second guy gets a broken arm. Then I keep swinging the axe in a half circle around me, preventing the cowards from getting close enough to take it from me. But the axe is dull from all the wood I've already split, and I don't even know why I'm fighting them so hard and prolonging the inevitable. They just keep coming, more and more of them crowding around me as I swing my axe. I guess I should be honored that they thought this many men were needed to take me down. But mostly, I'm just hoping they'll take my body with them when they leave so Harper doesn't have to deal with that. I broke her heart by just leaving. What's this going to do to her? Sweet, beautiful Harper, always looking for, and finding, the best in everything, even the most damaged and broken things. But I don't think she'll be able to find that here.
"Just fucking take him down, you bunch of useless pussies,"
Snake yells. And in the next moment, a shot rings out, echoing like thunder over the trees and off the mountains. My side is suddenly on fire, but for 2 more swings of the axe, I can stay upright. But as my knees collide with the hard earth, the pain in my side almost makes me black out.
"You fucking idiots!" Snake screams. "Alive! We need him alive!"
I try to stand back up, but my legs won't take my weight again. And in the next moment, they're on me. At least 3 pairs of hands trying to rip the axe from my hand at the same time. They succeed. And then Snake's nasty, serpent-like face is right next to mine.
"You'll give us what you owe us,"
he hisses, while what feels like 10 pairs of arms restrain me and lift me off the ground. "I'll never give you Harper," I hiss back. And that makes him laugh like a madman. But it's a forced, fake sound.
"Oh, her," he says amid exaggerated little chuckles. "We already got her."
The blood in my veins turns to ice so cold even the burning pain in my side stops. I try to get free, thrash and kick, try to free my arms, but they're holding me too tight.
"She called for you, just so you know," Snake says and chuckles again. "Almost broke my heart hearing it. But it's her own damn fault, falling for a loser like you."
He really should have stayed quiet, because his words give me enough strength to wrench my right arm free and swing it at him, a satisfying gush of blood erupting from his nose as I deck him. But then I hear a thud deep inside my head, and a second later, pain blossoms and makes the world go black. But even as I lose consciousness, I know exactly what went wrong. I burned through my entire life supply of luck getting and being with Harper this time. So now there's nothing left. How the fuck did these dumbasses manage to find us here?
Chapter 20. Harper. I was driving fast back to the cabin, cutting the curves in the road to prevent the speed from pulling me into the pine trees that come almost right up to the road here. I saw the log lying across the road just in time to avoid dying in the collision. Not in time to avoid hitting it, though. My head bounced off the side window and hit the steering wheel, and hot blood was running into my eye, blinding me as I realized I was, in fact, still alive, and climbed out of the truck on shaky but unbroken legs. The road felt like water beneath my feet. The world was swirling and going in and out of focus as it does when I get drunk, but my fuzzy vision still showed me that the truck was most likely totaled. I hit the log from the side because I swerved, but the front was still all smashed up, and smoke was rising from the engine. This tree was not here half an hour ago when I first passed this way. This spot isn't far from the cabin. I can walk there. And that's the last thing I remember thinking as the thunderous roar of many Harleys came from behind and the front, with men coming at me on foot from amid the trees, too. I wished so much to see my dad's face as I spun in a circle, looking at every one of the bikers who had now stopped, but I didn't know any of them. The road was so silent that the birdsong seemed too loud to my ears as I locked eyes with my bearded psycho stalker. There, pretty Harper," he cooed, and this time the fake sweetness in his voice was enough to turn my stomach. "Are you hurt?" I tried to run. I did. But my pounding head and jelly legs weren't yet fully in sync, and everywhere I turned, more bikers I didn't know appeared. I called for Jax. I know that I did. To come help me. To save himself. I didn't even know. Eventually, the bearded man reached me and covered my face with a dirty, moist rag that smelled of chemicals. The next thing I remember is waking up on a lumpy mattress of a metal king-sized bed in a nearly dark room. My head was pounding and feeling like it's filled with fuzzy cotton, while my nose and throat burned like I inhaled or swallowed something corrosive. The window is open, the air bringing the scents of pine trees, stone, and earth. The room itself smells like dust and soap, especially the rough, hard sheet I'm covered with. Men are talking outside. I can hear their rough, hoarse voices, but not what they're saying. I rise up, the room spinning around me, which I ignore as I continue the laborious process of climbing off the high mattress. What is this? Someone's marital bed? But I doubt anyone actually lives in this room. Apart from the bed, There is no other furniture in this, no closet or table or chair of any kind, and no pictures on the walls, just the bed. And that seems significant in a way my addled brain can't process yet. The voices outside get louder, and this time I'm certain I heard my father's name spoken. I stand up, my legs wobbly but strong enough to support me, and concentrate on nothing but taking the 4 or so steps I need to take to get to the window. I take 2, before the sound of metal scraping against wood behind me is accompanied by the sensation of my left arm getting ripped out of the socket. I'm tied to the damn bed. Not tied, but chained, by about 2 feet of fat chain links ending in a metal shackle around my wrist, which is stinging and aching. How did I not realize that? The 2 men downstairs seem to have stopped talking, and then a voice I will now recognize as the voice of nightmares says,
"Sounds like the little bird is awake."
It's him, the stalker. What does he want with me? But that's a dumb question. He chained me to a marriage bed. My mind just refuses to put 2 and 2 together. Thudding footsteps on wooden floorboard and in the bedroom door opening. Bright yellow light in the hallway shows me just an outline of a man, but I know who it is anyway. The stalker. I'd recognize him anywhere now, in any light, any darkness. "Let me go!" I yell at him, but it comes out as a croaky yet high-pitched whisper. "What do you think you're doing? Do you know who I am?" He chuckles and flicks on the light switch by the door, casting the room in yet more blindingly bright yellow light. The bulb on the ceiling is bare and hisses as it burns. Then he kicks the door shut, rising a cloud of dust in the process. He's every bit as nasty and scary as he seemed the first time I saw him smiling at me across the crowded bar, and nastier than he seemed in daylight by the side of the road. Now I can smell him, too. Sour sweat mixed with the smell of something rotten. My father never actually told me what he does for the MC. We never talk about it at home. But I know anyway. I've heard the glory days stories told by the older MC members, and from Hunter, Chance, and even Jax, who heard those stories in much more vivid detail than me. Scar tortures people for the club, and I know his ruthlessness and mercilessness is legendary in the world of outlaw bikers. He's the monster who kills in a monstrous way. My father is Scar, and he will come for me and kill you. He'll cut you up and kill you slowly. This time the man barks a short laugh and starts approaching me slowly.
"Oh, I'm counting on that. Me and him, we have unfinished business, and it'll be nice to see my brother again. It's been a while."
His hand grips the hilt of the knife hanging on his belt, and I back away. But the only place for me to go is into the corner, and the chain on my wrist won't even let me reach that. "You're Reggie. You're his brother." That's why he looks familiar. Not that I've ever seen so much as a photo of my father's psycho brother, but now that I know, I can see a similarity in their features. They have the same nose and the same eyes, only this guy's are cold and dead. He's the one who gave my father that horrible scar covering half his face when they were children. I heard the story from the old-timers originally, though Scar confirmed it when I asked him about it. Didn't go into any details. I got those from his MC brothers, too, and tried to forget them ever since. This guy? He was born evil. He laughs again.
"Yes, I'm his brother. I see Scar's still crying about what happened. He always was a soft little whiner. Or maybe your mother told you all about me. We knew each other well, too."
Hearing that turns my stomach. I don't want to imagine this guy anywhere near my mother. That part of the story of how my parents met, I willfully keep blocked and never think about beyond the bare facts. "You're a sick fuck, and you're gonna die now," I hiss at him. He laughs again.
"You're such a little spitfire. But you're wrong. I won't die just yet. Maybe after I give you back to your daddy a little less pretty than I found you, but I doubt even that. He really should learn to take better care of his women."
He starts walking towards me again, since he stopped to explain everything. Clearly, he's too dumb to walk and talk at the same time. As he pulls the huge hunting knife with a serrated edge from the sheath on his waist, much of my angry defiance leaves, just blows away like smoke in the wind, and gets replaced by stomach-turning fear. I can't back away any further, and he walks right up to me, grinning, then lifts the knife and runs the tip across my cheek. I don't dare move a muscle.
Maybe I'll give you a scar to match your dad's,
he muses, something in his eyes moving in rapture as though they're a pit filled with snakes.
Or maybe I'll extend your smile,
he adds.
You have such a beautiful smile. Why not make it bigger?
I can't breathe, let alone answer. He suddenly moves back and sheathes the knife again.
But not yet. First, I'll let the guys have you. Lots of them want to send a little message to Scar through you. Maybe they'll even have better ideas on what to carve on that pretty face and body of yours. Get some rest now. You'll soon have visitors.
He laughs again, probably at what must be an utterly shocked look on my face. I wish I could breathe. Then I could scream all the nasty things I want him to hear. You sick asshole, I finally manage once he's already by the door. Not nearly nasty enough, and it just makes him laugh again.
Good night, sweet Harper,
he says and leaves the room. The lock turning feels like a punch to the stomach. But I'll get free. I'll chew my own arm off to free myself. I'll jump out the window. I'll use the chain to strangle anyone who comes near me. I will not be raped. I will not be cut up. I will die before that happens. But even in my head, all that sounds like the ravings of a woman condemned, a cornered animal, someone with no future. But that doesn't mean I won't try all those things and more to get free.
Jax. The first time I woke up, I wasn't strung up yet. I was tied, wrists and ankles all together in some weird way that made the pain in my side explode the second I tried to move. I was in some sort of black cave, except the cave was moving and I wasn't alone. As the boot to the side of my head let me know, right before I lost consciousness again. The next time I woke up, I was already strung up, coarse rope cutting into my wrists, causing hot blood to run down my arms since it was the only thing holding me up. My toes barely reached the ground, my head was pounding, my side throbbed in burning agony, and the bright reflector shining directly into my eyes wasn't doing me any favors either. I wanted to pass out again. All the pain would have made it possible. If not for the bucket of ice-cold water thrown in my face, it would have happened. Instead, it cleared my mind and made me remember everything. Harper, most of all. Men are moving beyond the bright light, 3 of them at least, just black shadows to me. They've already taken off my shirt, but left my jeans, and the room is freezing cold. "What the fuck do you want?" I mumble. "He's awake," Snake says in an excited, happy voice. Then the 3 of them walk to me, blocking out the bright light. One of them is a huge motherfucker, easily head and shoulders taller than me and twice as wide. He's holding something in his hand. Something metallic that glows copper in the light from the reflector. It's a knife. A huge hunting knife. Shit. The smaller guy next to him is just grinning at me stupidly. "What we want is what you promised us," Snake says. "The devils, served on a silver platter." "You let Harper go, and you have it," I say, my voice still not as clear and normal as I want it to be. Snake laughs so loud the pain in my head intensifies. The other 2 just chuckle. "Yeah, we're not going to fall for your lies again," he says. No. What you're going to do now is answer some questions." "Not going to happen," I say. "Not until you let Harper go." "That's what's not going to happen," the smaller guy says, sounding as dumb as he looks. "Then no deal," I say. I never did know how to keep my mouth shut, but these are probably the last words I'll get to speak, and I like talking about Harper. The small guy punches me in the stomach, his fist firmer and the punch harder than I expected it to be given his build. The sharp, burning pain in my side is back in all its unconsciousness-granting glory. But before it happens, I get hit with the ice-cold water again. It's not from a bucket. They have a goddamn hose set up in here.
How many members do the Devils have? Snake asks. Legion, man, I answer. Too many for you to handle. The second punch is immediately followed by a third. I should be unconscious, but I'm not. How do you reach them? The usual way, I respond, since it's an easy question. I get karate chopped this time, in the neck right where it meets my shoulder. The pain is incredible. The inside line? The one straight to cross? Snake spits. I want it. Once they know you got Harper, they'll come to you. Don't you worry, I slur. It's getting harder to speak. I wouldn't hurt her too bad if I were you. I wouldn't hurt her at all. Or they'll kill your mothers and wives and daughters too, after they're done with you. The Devils don't kill women and children. The small guy hackles. Everyone knows that. Yeah, but you crossed the line taking Harper, I say. Now all bets are off. I hope this is giving them some kind of pause and making them rethink their plans regarding Harper. But they're dumb enough that I doubt it. I get punched again. What the fuck? I slur. I'm giving you good information here. Take it. Let her go and fight like men. That pisses the little guy off, and in the frenzy of punches I lose count of how many there were. The thing is, I'm not afraid of pain. The trick with pain is not to fight it. That just makes it worse. What you gotta do is let it take you, like you must let water take you when you fall in. Then it will bring you where you need to go. You will call them and you will tell them where to come, Snake says, pulling the little guy off me. And we'll be waiting. No, I say, and leave it at that. The huge guy waves the large copper-colored knife under my nose. I call this knife the Bone Cruncher, he informs me. And you'll find out why if you don't stop acting stupid. Bone Cruncher? I say. That's a fucking stupid name for a knife. I know what I'm doing. I'm fucking with them so they'll hurt me so bad they'll have to untie me. I did the same thing with my mother's husband, and it usually worked. Eventually, he gets sick of listening to me and stop. And once I'm untied, I'll find a way out. It won't be a problem. I'll be doing it to find Harper, and Luck's always with me then. I'll show you how stupid it is, the guy says slowly and lowers it down to my leg. But Snake pushes his arm away. Not yet. We need him. For what? I have no idea. They're not getting anything from me. You know, I don't even think you have Harper. I think that was just another one of your dumb lies, I slur. So I'm not going to give you shit. Might as well let him kill me now. Maybe they're stupid enough to bring her to me. That would work nicely, because even without Bone Cruncher slicing through my leg, I'm not sure how far I can actually get in my current condition. The small guy punches me again, in the jaw this time, and unconsciousness floats over my mind like a black cloud on a sunny day, but won't stay. Snake turns to the huge guy. Soften him up. We can't talk to him while he's acting like this. But no knife stuff. No permanent damage for now. Prez will want to question him too, and he's not here yet. I don't know what you idiots think I can tell you, I say. The Devils kicked me out, and even before that, I was barely more than a prospect. I don't know shit about the way they work. I lied so you get me out of prison. If you weren't so damn dumb, you'd have seen right through it. Snake's the one who decks me this time, getting me right in the cheekbone and making hot blood trickle down my chin into my mouth. You'll talk, and you'll give me what you said you would, he hisses, then punches me in the stomach. I'm about ready to puke from all that, and I wish it would happen right now,
right in his ugly-ass face.
"We'll break you,"
the huge guy says.
"That's been tried before,"
I say, and even manage to grin, even though it makes my cheek feel like he's using Bone Cruncher on me.
"It didn't take."
Snake curses and the huge guy leaves me, unblocking the reflector and making me blind again. He reappears soon, though, rolling a squeaking cart in front of him. A cart that's attached to the wall by a thick black cord and has knobs and little green screens and shit on it. When he faces me this time, he's holding the electroshock handles, which are also glowing copper just like the knife.
"It hasn't been tried by me,"
he says and chuckles.
"Just don't kill him," Snake says. "I'll be back with some pictures of the girl after Reggie is done with her. Maybe that'll convince him to talk." "Done with her how?"
I yell after him as he walks away.
"I'll tell you nothing if you hurt her."
Snake stops and grins at me over his shoulder.
"You'll tell us everything we need to know and more,"
the huge guy says, and fires up his little electroshock machine. It whirs and buzzes as it lights up.
"I won't."
"Torture makes everybody talk,"
the little guy assures me.
"Not me."
Damn, I sound like a stupid 16-year-old boy. Snake just laughs and leaves the room, the heavy, loud way in which the door closes behind him not giving me much hope that I'll ever get out of this room. Nor does the fact that the little guy is right. Everybody talks under torture. That's no secret. Everybody knows that. I'm wide awake now, and I shouldn't be, not for what's coming. But I can't stop imagining all the terrible, horrible, unimaginable things being done to Harper. And why the fuck is the name Reggie so fucking familiar?
Chapter 21. Harper. I spent the whole night after Reggie left trying to get free. My wrist was bleeding alarmingly by the time I gave up trying to pull my hand through the shackles and started trying to pry the chain out of the wooden walls of this dusty, dirty bedroom. But it's attached to a metal plate and 4 fat screws. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole thing goes right through the wall and into the next room. I broke all my nails and cut all my fingers trying to unscrew it. But every time I thought about giving up, the knife and Reggie's dark forest eyes flashed before my eyes, and I worked even harder. There are 3 more of these chains nailed into the wall and the floor, 2 for the arms, 2 for the legs. And every time I let myself think about what they'll be used for, I redoubled my efforts at getting free. I made a lot of noise banging on the wall as I tried to break the wooden slabs and kicking the bed so I could rip off a piece of the metal to use as a tool or a weapon. And finally, just kicking stuff in frustration because nothing was budging. But I figured, let them come. Sooner is better than later. I can still use the chain to defend myself. They'll have to kill me before they rape and disfigure me. Not that I doubted they would. But no one came to see what I was doing, or after I screamed for help for a while. So I'm sure I'm alone in this house. I also doubt there's anyone else near it. But I can't see out the window because it's covered by a thin, opaque, and yellowish curtain. It doesn't block out the sun, though. It's just coming up now, casting a soft, pale gold light, prettier than anything I've ever seen. I'm sitting on the bare floor by the bed, my back against the wall, my head and my hands and my heart aching because none of this would have happened if I just listened to the warnings. First from Jax, and then from my dad. Jax could be dead. They could very well have killed him after they took me. So I'm hoping so hard that he was in fact working for them like my dad claimed, because that would mean he's alive. But I don't believe any of that. No one loves me as much as Jax does. That's not possible. He would die before letting Reggie take me and chain me up in here, just as I would die before I let my father kill him or whatever he feared. Not that there's any point in thinking that way. We're both gonna die now. Separately. Alone. It's more than I can stand thinking about. So I just stare at the wall, admiring the soft golden light and think of nothing at all. I must have dozed off because the door creaking open wakes me from a pleasant, fuzzy dream I don't remember or want to leave. My heart is racing so bad I'm nauseous and dizzy because I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready to give up. Not ready to lose what I just got back in all my dreams besides. But it's not Reggie who enters. It's a middle-aged club girl with dyed bright red hair that comes down to her butt. She's wearing a tight leather miniskirt and a tank top made out of silver sequins. One of the straps of her bra is hanging down by her elbow, and the ton of makeup, mascara, and lipstick she's wearing is smudged all over her face. She's holding a plastic bag and swaying precariously on her silver platform shoes as she approaches the bed. "Who are you?" I ask, startling her, because she clearly expected to find me on the bed and not on the floor beside it. "What's it to you?" She snaps and tosses the plastic bag on the bed, causing a water bottle to roll out. "I brought you some food." Up close, she looks even older than I assumed. She's pushing 50, at least. I'm sure her nose has been broken at least once, and there's a star-shaped scar on her left cheek, which her smudged mascara only accentuates. Her neck shows evidence of severe strangulation sometime in the past. Maybe even a cut. This life has not treated her well. "How about you help me get out of here instead?" I ask and stand up, the movement of the metal shackles against my bruised and cut-up wrist shooting sharp pain all the way to my shoulder. She laughs harshly, revealing a bunch of missing teeth. "That's more than my life's worth, sweetie." "I'll make it worth your while," I say. "I can get you out of this life, set you up with a nice house, maybe even a job." I'm thinking primarily of Anne's, Doc's wife's charity and halfway house for women that were chewed up and spit out by this world. But I'm pretty sure my parents will chip in too. She laughs again, throwing her head back this time, which makes her stumble backwards and almost fall. "What makes you think I'm not exactly where I want to be?" she asks, still chuckling. "And I'd never take anything from your backstabbing piece of shit family, pretending to care for abandoned children and abused women while your murderous men go out and make widows and orphans everywhere. You're all just a bunch of hypocrites and murderers." "You know who I am?" I ask dumbly. Clearly she does, and she seems to know much more than that besides. She smiles and gazes at me with a look that suggests she thinks I'm stupid. "You're Scar's daughter. Devil's Nightmare MC killed my old man many years ago. Your father and the rest of them are the reason I am where I am now. I wouldn't be. Not if you were still around. So no, sweetie, I will not let you go." Her words feel like a slap to the face, or more like several. No wonder I was never allowed to go anywhere growing up. No wonder all us children always had teams of bodyguards everywhere we went. How many lives did the devils ruin? How many people are burning to get revenge on us? I get that. I do. I'm sure my entire family does. It's the main reason that shroud of sorrow hung so heavily over everything and everyone when I left. And I'll have to find some sort of peace with that eventually, but first I have to get out of this with my life. They never killed women and children, I say, and this I know for a fact. They're all very proud of it, and it's one of those things that lets them live with all the rest that they did do, from the youngest member to the oldest. And here you are sacrificing me to get your revenge. How's that fair? I probably wasn't even born yet when whatever happened to you happened." "Sins of the father," she says and laughs again, this time turning and walking to the door. "The devils made their bed. Now you have to lie in it." I walk after her, the pain in my arm excruciating as the chain snaps me back. "I left someone too, and these men you're working for probably killed him by now too. He had nothing to do with what happened to you or your man either. He's not with the MC, not with the devils. He never killed anyone. Please, give me a chance to find him. Give me a chance to save him if I still can." My words made her stop, but she's not turning around, and she's not saying anything. Give me the chance you never had. Please. She turns, and I almost wish she hadn't, because her face is a terrible grimace of hatred and anger. It makes her look like a monster. "Shut up with your naive shit, little girl," she says. "What do you know about love? Nothing. And you never will. Because in a few days you'll either be dead or wish you were dead. If you're very lucky, you'll end up like me.
So shut up, eat your damn sandwich, drink some water, and leave me be. She practically runs out of the room after that, slamming the door and locking it twice. I'm shaking so hard my teeth are chattering. She's wrong. I do know what love is, but that's not going to get me out of this room. I'm afraid nothing will. And I can't stop imagining what's coming.
Jax. Letting the pain take you is a good rule to live by, but this time I went too far. A few times it was actually death tempting me to let it take me, and I almost did. They asked me questions while the big fucker was shocking me, but except for a word here and there, I didn't even understand them. So, not answering was easy. But somewhere between not knowing if the pain will ever stop, or whether I'll be able to take another breath after it does, I realized something. I'll never betray the devils. And not just for Harper's sake, as hard as that is to admit. For mine too, and theirs. It just won't happen. And no amount of torture will change that. Ever. So it was easy to keep my mouth shut and just focus on taking another breath, however hard that was. And eventually, the big guy shocking me realized he was going to get nowhere and stopped. I can still smell my own burning flesh. The smell is now seared into my nose, I think. They're all gone, and the room is dark. Problem is, I'm still strung up by my arms, and now I can't feel them anymore. Similar thing with my legs. I doubt I'll walk out of here anytime soon. But at least the pain is subsiding now. Even the one in my side is now just a dull, throbbing ache. The bullet didn't pierce me, it just grazed me. I know I passed out, but have no idea how long I was out for, or how long I've been in here. It feels like a lifetime, yet less than a minute somehow. A part of my mind is still stuck in that cabin, Harper in my arms and the fire crackling, warming us both while the wind howls outside. And all this is just a nightmare that won't end. I can hear the door sliding open, slowly, making just enough noise for me to know more pain is coming and become more alert. I wish my whole body had gone numb, but it's just my damn arms and partly my legs. They'll kill me if they don't stop the torture now. I hope they realize that. And in almost equal part, I wish they'd just get on with it. I can't see shit because this room is so dark. Whoever entered closed the door just as slowly behind them and is now approaching very gingerly, their shoes making only the slightest noise. Somehow, that is even scarier than the labored breathing and lumbering footsteps of the big guy. Jax, are you alive? It's not a voice I ever expected to hear again. Gene? I ask, or croak more like. He rushes forward, reaches up and starts undoing the rope knots around my wrists, completely oblivious to the fact that he's jostling me around and waking every pain in my body, making me want to scream for the first time since they brought me here. I'm sure I screamed before. My throat sure is sore and raw enough, but I don't remember it. He finally manages to cut through the rope, making my arms flop down on their own, dead to me, and no use in breaking my fall. I smack my head against the hard ground, and now I see stars. Here, drink some water, he says, and brings a bottle to my lips. It just dribbles down my chin. I've had enough water sprayed at me while I was strung up to last a lifetime. Can you walk? He asks nervously. We have to hurry. They're gone now, but they could be back any minute. My fuzzy, stupid brain finally gets its shit together, and somehow I manage to move my legs in the approximate right position to let me stand. But it's not going to happen without the help of my arms, which are full of extremely annoying, painful pins and needles now. Help me up, I manage to croak, and he does. He's stronger than he looks, I'll give him that. And I do think about saying it as I lean on him generously and let him half carry me out of the room. Then down a dark corridor, lit only by the open door at the end of it and the moonlight streaming through. We reach the door eventually, and the fresh, slightly crisp air on my face finally tells me I'm free, or as near as.
Where are we?
I ask, kinda stupidly. Or in some sort of compound, surrounded by a tall chain-link fence. There are 3 other buildings besides the one he dragged me out of, all dark, and the gravelly ground is crisscrossed by tire tracks of bikes and cars.
An abandoned clubhouse, he says. It belonged to Crow Party MC.
I've heard that name before. I think the Devils took them all out decades ago, long before my time with them, in other words.
There's the car,
he says, pointing out into the darkness behind one of the buildings.
Can you drive?
I honestly doubt it very much, I tell him.
You'll have to, he says.
Where are we? I ask, causing him to look at me sharply, concern all over his face.
What state? What city?
I clarify.
Border of Nevada, Oregon, and Idaho, he says. Near a town called St. John.
That means almost nothing to me. He keeps dragging me to the car, and I let him.
And where's Harper?
Who?
The woman who was with me,
I say. The love of my life, I should have said.
She was here,
he says. Then some big old guy with a beard took her somewhere. A place called the Orchard or the Grove or something. I stop dead, yanking him back. Some feeling is returning to my arms and legs, and the pain everywhere is terrible.
Which is it?
I ask.
And where?
Grove, he says, and tries to get me moving again. But I don't know where it is or how far it is from here.
Come on, you have to get out of here.
Take me there, I say, and start moving again.
I'm not taking you anywhere, he says. You're going, I'm staying. I'm setting you free like you set me free from prison. I didn't know they'd take your woman too. I thought they just wanted your help with this war against Devil's Nightmare MC. I swear I didn't know they were going to torture you. Honest, Jax, I didn't know.
Bit by bit, I start to understand what he's trying to tell me.
You're the reason they found us?
I ask. And if I had just a little more feeling in my arms, I'd probably grab him by the throat.
She posted on Instagram and kept the location tagging on. She might as well have posted the address, he says. I didn't know what they'd do. I swear.
What the fuck did you think? I snap.
That they just wanted to chat with us? We have to keep moving, he says, and keeps on walking and pulling me after him. I'll take you as far as the hospital. No, you'll take me to this grove or whatever, I say. You can barely stand, Jax, he says. You fucking owe me.
We've reached the darkness where the truck is parked.
Why are you doing this?
I ask. My brain is making yet another connection it should have made before now.
Why are you freeing me if you're one of them now?
You were my friend when I didn't have any friends, even though you had no reason to be. You looked out for me in prison, and you didn't have to, and you took me with you when you escaped, he says, kind of gushingly. I didn't know what they were going to do. I was just trying to survive, and if I gave them nothing, they would have killed me. And I don't want to be one of them. I just want to live. Jean freeing me could be a trap, a way for the renegades to get the answers I wouldn't give them. But maybe not. He sure sounds sincere enough. And we were friends back in prison. The renegades never were his friends, and they always treated him like shit. I doubt that's changed much. Besides, I can't get out of here on my own, and I can't free Harper on my own. That's the bottom line and all that really matters. I walk, or more like shuffle, on my own to the passenger side door.
Let's go, I need a phone.
I'm only taking you as far as the hospital, he says.
You're coming with me,
I say, and manage to open the truck door with my still half-dead right hand.
You found us from Instagram, you say?
I ask once he gets behind the wheel. He nods. It means Hawk must have tracked us down too. There's no way he'd miss a thing like that. And that means the devils are close. They gotta be.
Where are we going?
Gene asks as he hands me his phone, then drives off slowly without turning on the headlights.
We're gonna find the devils,
I say, and dial their emergency number I have memorized.
They'll kill me for sure,
he says in a high-pitched voice, and even in the poor light, I can see him turn a couple of shades paler.
You and me both, maybe,
I say.
But maybe they'll listen first.
That's all I'm hoping for is someone picks up. I don't recognize the voice, but I do know the devils are Harper's only chance now. I'm too messed up to try and rescue her on my own. I'll just fuck it up. So I better make my next words count.
Chapter 22. Harper. I spent the day either frantically clawing at my restraints, dozing off, or trying to remember how to breathe when panic overtook me. The woman came again in the evening, but this time she just opened the door, tossed a bag of food at the bed, and left again. I called after her until my throat was raw, pleaded with her, promised her all sorts of things, but it didn't work. The bottle of water she brought rolled to my feet, but I almost dislocated my shoulder to get the sandwich, chips, and candy bars that were still in the bag she tossed at me. Maybe I should be refusing food and water, forcing them to let me go that way. But they're not gonna let me go. The only way I'm getting free is if I manage to run away, and I'm going to need all my strength for that. And I'm not ready to give up on that dream just yet. Wind is blowing the curtain in and out of the open window, and the sun is setting. The bit of sky I can see every time the curtain moves is slowly turning from lovely lilac to dark purple. Jax should be with me to enjoy this sunset. I should be leaning against his chest with his arms around me, not chained and leaning against this cold wooden wall. But in a way I am in Jax's arms. If I imagine it hard enough and vividly enough, that's where I am. What difference does it make if it's just in my thoughts? Does that make it any less real? The sound of bikes roaring rips right through that fantasy, making the answer to that question a very loud yes. It is just a fantasy. The reality is, my life is about to end, one way or another. The sky is indigo blue now, covered with many diamond-bright stars. I should be enjoying the sight with Jax, too, but instead I'm about to be mutilated and destroyed and possibly killed. The echoes of the bikes persist long after they've all stopped in the yard below, and the dust they kicked up is a cloud obscuring the sky. At first I couldn't hear their voices over the roaring echo of their bikes, but now they're starting to shout at each other, so I do. I'll do what I want with her, Reggie is saying. She's mine. We didn't sign up for this shit, another says, an older guy judging by the grating quality of his voice. This was always part of the deal, another man says, darkly and kinda hissingly. We take Scar's daughter to bring him here faster, but we don't give her back in one piece. Now come on. I need some pictures of her for that idiot Jax, else he's gonna let us torture him until he's dead before he talks. Jax is alive. The news rises like a soft bubble of hope in my chest, pushing away all the fear and sadness, for about 2 seconds, because they're torturing him, because he's almost dead. And if he cuts her up now, then we can use the same pictures to send Scar, another guy adds. 2 birds with 1 stone. We're as ready for this fight as we're ever gonna be. The Gister Kings don't mutilate women, another guy says. I'll do what I want. Reggie snaps. This is between me and my brother. Come on, Snake. The guy who raised the first objection says, ignoring Reggie completely. Man on man, I'm willing to fight the devils to the death, you know that. But going after one of their daughters like this, that ain't right. Cherry's been on me all day about it, and she's right. You're an old school idiot, Dice, Reggie says. And now you've started listening to whores, which makes it even worse. We do this thing. She's mine.
Now everyone shut up and go get ready. She'll be ready for you when you need a break. All nice and chained up. I'll get things started.
The mere thought of him anywhere near me turns my stomach, and him touching me is beyond anything I ever want to imagine. Another wave of roaring bikes approaching sends echoes into the night. For a second, I dare hope it's my dad coming to rescue me. But then the sound dies down, and Reggie shouts in an annoyed voice,
"What the fuck now?"
"He's gone," a man says breathlessly.
"That little hacker rat must have freed him. I told you not to trust that weasel."
"You useless pieces of shit. How hard is it to guard a tied-up man?" The hissing man shouts. "What are you even doing here?"
"Go find him. He can't have gotten far. He was half dead."
Several bikes roar back to life and leave. Jax. Could he be talking about Jax? I hope with all my heart that it's true, because fantasy can be reality. It can. But it might be too late for me. Reggie will hurt me, and no one's gonna talk him out of it. I know that now. I heard it in his voice. His hatred for my father is too strong. It has driven him even more insane than he already was to begin with.
Jax. "It's Jax," I told the guy who picked up the phone. "Harper needs your help. I have someone with me who can show us where she is." In hindsight, I probably should have found better words. The guy told me to hold on, and then all hell must have broken loose on his side of the line if the little of the cursing and yelling I could hear of it was anything to go by. "Where are you?" was the next thing I was asked. By Cross, no less. Jean provided the name of the road, then the make of the car and its license plate number when asked. Then Cross just told us to keep driving west and ended the call. "What's going to happen now?" Jean asked in a shaky voice. "Now they're going to find us," I told him, and closed my eyes for a second. I was more or less passed out by the time they came, masked and coldly efficient as ever in making Jean stop the truck by the side of a dark road and dragging us out of it. They took Jean's phone and the knife he had on him, threw us in the back of a windowless van, and drove off. "What's going to happen now?" Jean kept asking me, but I had no real answer. "We do what they tell us to do," I told him. "Just make sure you give them all the info they want and hold nothing back." Then they put a black cloth bag over our heads and tied Jean's hands. I heard him bitching about it. But they kept mine untied after seeing my injuries. No one spoke to me. Not Creed, who I pulled from under a burning bike about 5 years ago. Or Edge, who I saved from a knife in a bar fight once. Or Ruin, or any of the others who had come to pick us up. But they spoke among each other in hushed tones of awe at my injuries. Then they carried me into this room I'm in now. The floor is hard, there's pebbles on it, and once I take the mask off my head, I still can't see shit. I imagine I'm in a small, windowless room with a heavy door, but I'm too woozy and in too much pain to try and check if I'm right. If they don't come speak to me soon, I will pass out, and that can't happen either. It takes me an unbelievably long time to persuade myself to try and stand. It's like talking to a child, really. But I have to get up. I have to bang on the door. I have to tell them where Harper is. I have to make them take me with them when they go. I get as far as my knees and am struggling to grip the wall so I can stand all the way. But my arm still has no real strength in it, and so it's not much use. Then the door crashes open and someone rushes in.
"Where is she?"
Scar growls. His contorted, scarred face is right in mine, his eyes blazing with anger and hatred. I kinda wish I was still wearing the damn mask. But that's a stupid thought to waste what little brain power I still have on.
"What did you do to her?"
He demands, yanking me to my feet, which fails because I got nothing to help him with. I'm just dead weight. But I'm acutely aware of the fact that I could soon be dead for real if I don't at least try to answer him. But it's such a loaded question,
He releases me when he realizes he can't lift me.
I escaped from prison when I found out what the renegades were planning to do.
I slur more than say.
I wanted to protect her.
I don't believe you, he snaps. Where is she? Where do they have her?
The Grove, Jean said.
I say.
I don't know where.
No more lying, punk, he says. Tell me now or I'll break every damn bone in your body.
He grabs my arm like he's about to get started on that right away, and I don't doubt that he is. More men come running into the room. Rook reaches us first.
Stand down, Scar, he says. This isn't the way.
He's gonna tell me what he knows, Scar says. Right now.
And then he does something to my arm that hurts like a motherfucker, but doesn't actually break it. I don't know how I managed not to scream. But letting the pain take me does almost make me pass out. And that can't fucking happen right now.
I can't let you do this, Scar, Rook says and pulls him back. Not until we know what's what.
We know what's what,
Scar is saying as he fights against the hold Rook has him in. By this time, Doc is kneeling beside me, shining a bright pinlight into my eyes, then tuts at my injuries. Which seems odd, because I don't even feel that much pain anymore. Even whatever Scar did to my arm is fast becoming just a dull throb.
He's gonna die if I don't treat some of this, he says.
For what it's worth, he's probably right.
Help me with him,
he calls over his shoulder at someone I can't see.
Not until he tells me where Harper is,
Scar complains.
Don't give me anything that'll knock me out, I tell Doc. I have to go find her.
He doesn't look like he understood a word of that. He's just looking at me with a funny expression on his face. Something like pity or disgust, probably. But he's seen me in worse states than this. Like that time I walked across the entire state of Idaho. I was in a sorry state then.
What you need is rest, he says. And probably a couple of stitches. Maybe even a trip to the ER. So just settle down.
He looks over his shoulder at the guys who came at his call. Chance and Rune, and possibly Creed too, I think.
Get him to one of the beds,
he says, and moves aside so they can lift me. They have more luck with it than Scar did.
Good to see you, Jax,
Chance says breathlessly, grinning in my face.
But how much damn weight did you put on in prison?
I don't want to sleep, Chance, I tell him. I have to find Harper.
It's gonna be fine, he tells me, in a more serious voice than I've ever heard out of him. Rook is still restraining Scar with an arm across his chest, and Scar is still glaring at me like he not only wants to break all my bones, but tear me to pieces with his bare hands, too. I wish I could give him more info. Then something clicks in my brain, a memory surfacing and finally locking into place.
Reggie has Harper,
I tell him as they carry me past him.
That's your brother's name, right? Reggie?
He goes statue still, the rage on his face now looking like a permanent feature. Rook is looking at him too, as one might a ghost. The guys carrying me don't stop, and I don't know what happens next. But Scar isn't coming after me anymore, and I can't make them stop walking, no matter how many times I ask them to. But they have to let me go. I have to go with them to get Harper. Chapter 23. Scar. We're crammed into one of the tiniest rooms I've ever been in. It has no windows, and whatever air manages to get through the open door is quickly used up. Cross is in here, as is Tank, Rook, Ice, along with several others, including Chance, who is wisely keeping his mouth shut today. I can hardly breathe, and they're saying we need to wait and plan. Wait for what? For Reggie to cut up my little girl? I think someone's after me. Call me. That's the last thing she said to me, a plea that went unanswered for hours.
Because she couldn't get through to me. Because there's no damn cell service in this godforsaken old weapons depot we're in. Because I wasn't there for her. But how did that punk even know about Reggie? But this isn't Jax's fault. It's mine. Because I didn't kill my brother like I should have when I saw him last. There's no time to wait, I tell Cross for what feels like the millionth time. We don't have the time to waste. Give me a few men, volunteers only. I'll go on my own. This could be a huge trap, he says, also for the millionth time. Jax could still be working for them. I doubt that, Doc says. He just came into the room after trying to keep Jax alive for at least an hour, and for I don't know what purpose. He's been shot, beaten, shocked, possibly cut. Could be fake. Staged to make it more likely we'll believe him. Cross interrupts, but Doc shakes his head. No, they almost killed him, Doc says. I don't buy it. They wanted something from him, and he wasn't giving it. There's jostling at the door, and a couple of moments later, Hawk walks in, standing in front of Cross, even though there's hardly any more room for him in here, or air to breathe for that matter. We should be riding, not hiding in this windowless bunker. What did you find out? Cross asks him, and he sounds relieved to be changing the subject. Hawk grins and nods his head. What didn't I find out? Jean knows everything. Who's after us, how many there are, where they're hiding out. And where the grove is? I ask. Hawk shakes his head. That he was never told, but he says he installed an app on all of them so he can track their movements. He wants access to a computer, and then he'll tell us exactly where they are. We're not letting him near a computer, Cross says. He could lead them straight to us. He's their man. We can't trust him. Actually, he's only been with them for the last couple of weeks, Hawk says. He's Jax's friend from prison. We're not just trusting them this blindly, are we? I snap. What the fuck is this? Amateur hour? Let me go see him. I'll get him to tell us where the grove is and who's waiting for us there. No computer needed. Stop it, Scar, Chance of all people says. Jax wants what we all want, to save Harper. Probably more than we do. So if this guy he brought with him can find her, we have to use that. It's too early for trust, Cross tells him before I can say anything. We're late as it is, Chance protests, taking the words straight out of my mouth. He's not wrong. We reached that cabin Harper and Jax rented in the woods 8 hours after she'd sent the text. Cross is also right to be careful. I don't see a way out of this, and the clock is ticking. We're 200, and if what Jean is saying is true, they have over 400 men all told, Hawk says. We have to play it safe. As if anyone fucking asked him. Oh, fuck this. Fuck all this fucking talk and waiting. Jax is telling the truth. I believe him, and I'll vouch for him, Chance says. All that earns him is a hard, dark look from Cross, another one from Tank, and one more from me. So he just jostles past the guys around him and storms out of the room. I want to do the same. Just go. Do anything and everything I have to and find my little girl. Find out where the grove is, Cross tells Hawk. Give him a computer, but make sure he doesn't send any kind of message to anyone. Hawk nods and leaves, and Cross turns to me. Chance is right. We can't waste any more time. But I can't send us riding into the unknown either. I know you understand that. I don't, and I do. And it's just one big fucking mess. And all my fault. Because my brother could be dead if I wasn't such a sentimental coward. And then my daughter would be safe. Now she may never be again. Even if we find her alive, she will never be the same. Just like her mother wasn't after my brother was done with her. I don't want to think about that. But I can't stop thinking about it.
Harper. The roar of bikes started up again soon after the news that Jax escaped. the cloud of dust floating into my room twice as large now and thick enough to make me cough. For a moment, I thought I was safe, that whatever was to happen to me wouldn't, at least not yet. Then I heard men's voices, one of them Reggie's, the other the hissing man's. I didn't hear what they were saying at first, because they were speaking quietly and I was too far away from the window. And then I didn't hear what they were saying because the thudding of their boots on the floorboards overshadowed it, as did the whooshing sound of blood that my racing heart was sending through my body with insane speed. But for all that, I was surprisingly calm as the door opened and Reggie entered, followed by the other guy, a black-haired man with a snake-like flat nose. Snake, someone called him, and it fits. "You've been talking to Cherry," Reggie says, then adds, "The whore I had bring you food." When I just look at him stupidly. "You shouldn't have done that," he continues. "Now she'll have to be punished, and it'll all be your fault." "No," I say as I cross my arms over my chest, making the chain rattle, and look him straight in his dark forest eyes. "It'll be your fault, because you're an insane man who enjoys hurting women and children." "And everyone else who doesn't know how to behave and show due respect," he says, and something sharp and very dangerous flashes in his eyes, like a very poisonous snake slithering across the forest floor in the dead of night. But a snake, that's this other guy, is already with him, and they seem to be very close, or at least on the same page about raping me, then cutting me up. Respect, I ask. Don't make me laugh. I will not be one of those shrieking women who go out screaming and crying and begging to be spared. Dying well has its own honor. All the devils know this. Hunter, Chance, and Jax used to be obsessed with the notion when we were younger, and it doesn't have to apply just to fighting and killing. It can apply to getting raped and defiled when you can do nothing about it. Like when you're chained to a wall, for example. Trixie taught me that. The things she'd been through, I don't want to even imagine. Yet she was still able to hold her head high and love and look anyone in the eyes. It didn't break her, and it won't break me. And the last thing I'm going to do is grovel before this psycho who has been a plague on my family for so long. He comes at me, grabs my arm, and tosses me on the bed, the chain tugging on my arm painfully. His knife is in his hand, and then I don't see it anymore because it's pressed against my cheek. This is it. Goodbye. At least I went out true to myself. "Wait, Reggie," Snake says and grabs his arm, the one holding the knife. "The bitch has a mouth on her, I'll give you that, but she's still more useful to us whole for now." "I won't be told what to do." Reggie froths, spittle from his mouth hitting my face. He jerks his hand out of Snake's grip, the tip of the knife narrowly missing my eye in the process. "Let's tie her up, get her ready for the guys," Snake says. "No one's gonna want to fuck her if she's all cut up and bloody. Save that for the final humiliation." My head is spinning because I'm trying so hard not to imagine all these things he's suggesting, trying to force what I'm hearing to not paint the pictures in my head vividly. But the fear that it's all going to be my reality pretty damn soon is stronger, and I already see it all. Reggie's hate-filled, scary forest eyes fixed on mine have a lot to do with that too. "Come on, Reggie," Snake says in an even more calming voice. "This was your plan. Stick to it." Reggie grins, his eyes turning a few shades darker and scarier, but he takes away the knife and stands up. "You're right," he says, then turns to me. "We are gonna give you back, you see. That's why the whore and the old man have no reason to worry. You're just not gonna be as pretty as when we found you anymore." They both laugh at that. I'm racking my brain for something to say, something to throw at them and wound them, but the fear still has me in its ice-cold grip, and nothing's coming to me. Maybe for the best. Before I'm raped, before I'm cut up, before I'm dead, I still have a chance to escape. After, I won't. No use pissing Reggie off and making it all happen faster. Jack says that sometimes it's better to be quiet and think your own thoughts, and I think that applies here. They huff and puff as they maneuver me around the bed so they can attach the last chains to my other wrist and ankles. I don't cooperate, give them a hard time, until at one point Snake just sits on my chest, almost crushing my rib cage in the process. I'm still trying to catch my breath as Reggie rips open my dress, sending the buttons flying and clinking against the hardwood floor. Snake whistles appreciatively as he gazes at my near-nakedness, his gaze like something cold slithering across my skin. She's a fine woman, I'll give you that. A rare beauty. If you want first dibs, she's all yours, Reggie says and chuckles darkly. I feel like someone's sitting on my chest again, preventing me from breathing. But thankfully, Snake shakes his head. Later. Right now, I'm just gonna take a few snaps to show that motherfucker Jax who thinks he's smarter than all of us, he says and grins at Reggie. You know, for after they catch him, which they will. The flash of his camera blinds me, and for a while after they leave, I see nothing past the red splotches in my vision that it caused. I can barely move. My arms and legs are already beginning to ache from being pulled in opposite directions by the chains, and my heart is still racing in my chest and my ears. But I'm no longer upset, no longer frightened, no longer stuck in a hopeless situation. If Jax got free, he will stay free, and he will find me and save me. He always does. He always comes to me when I need him the most, no matter how impossible it might appear at first glance. It never is.
Chapter 24. Jax. The bed I'm in is shaking. I'm shaking with it, and I can't for the life of me open my eyes. Maybe I'm in an earthquake, and the concrete box of a room I'm stuck in is caving in on itself, caving in on me. But it's not just me. Harper's with me, too. And I can't hear her voice. I can't feel her touch. I can't hear her breathing.
Jax, wake up. Now! Damn it.
The voice has to repeat itself a few times before I finally realize what's happening, and who is talking. I open my eyes to see Chance's very blurry face staring at me.
Finally,
he snaps.
I've been trying to wake you up for at least an hour. You gotta talk to them and convince them to trust you. I'm glad you're alive, by the way.
Very slowly, the blurriness starts to fade, and my surroundings start to make sense. I'm in a narrow bed, soft and warm. My chest is covered with bandages. Something's tugging at my cheek, and the aches and pains I'm feeling everywhere are just that, nothing too serious. As for alive, yeah, I'm starting to feel like I might be. I wasn't sure for a while when Doc was working on me. I try to sit up, and it works. Doesn't make me want to curl up in agony. There's a needle stuck into my hand, the tube attached to a half-empty IV fluid bag hanging off a screw in the wall. I don't feel well, but I feel better, and suppose with everything that's happened, that's the best I can hope for.
Did they find Harper yet?
I ask, and with that question all my lucidity returns. I know where I am. I know what's at stake, and I know Scar hates me every bit as much as I knew he would. As I deserve, probably, because I shouldn't have taken Harper from under his protection, not when I knew what the renegades wanted her for. Chance shakes his head.
They don't know where that Grove place is yet, if she's really there. How much do you trust this Gene guy?
I shrug and put my feet on the ground. Whatever meds Doc gave me returned a lot of my strength and didn't make me drowsy. Good.
I think he's telling the truth about why he rescued me, I say. As for the rest, who knows how much of their plans they actually shared with him. He seems to be some sort of computer whiz kid. Hawk is really impressed by his skills, he says. But Cross and them want more proof. As for Scar, he wants me dead, I say, saving him the trouble. What the fuck did you wake him for? Doc asks angrily as he rushes into the room, followed closely by Scar. Cross said we're riding, and I knew he wouldn't want to miss that, Chance says. I wouldn't, I say, then stand and look past Scar at Cross, who is already fixing me with his hardest, blackest look. He and Hunter have the same sort of steadiness in their gazes, but Hunter's is never this hard or this unyielding. I don't have much of an excuse for all the things I've done and caused, I tell him.
wishing I could come up with some anyway, or at least some better words.
I'll make it up to you, or die trying. But if you prevent me from going to get Harper, I'll go on my own, and I'll fight anyone who tries to stop me.
If anything shifts in Cross's eyes at hearing that, I don't see it. But I mean what I said, completely. I won't live long after Harper is gone. I've always known that. And if something's already happened to her, if she's beyond my reach now, I'll only live long enough to avenge her.
Fine, Cross says, and Scar turns to him so fast a blast of air hits my face.
What the fuck do you mean, fine?
He asks Cross. I mean he's coming with us. Someone get him some clothes,
Cross says, then shrugs at Scar.
Your daughter trusts him. My son and Chance do too. Maybe they know something we don't. Finally, someone listens, Chance says, kinda needlessly, but it's his way to provoke.
This is insanity,
Scar says.
They don't know shit.
Look at him,
Cross says.
He's been tortured for hours, and now he's standing there, ready to fight me, you, all the rest of us for a chance to go find Harper. I mean, just from your professional standpoint, you know how rare that is.
Scar's face is contorted like he really wishes he could say it's not, but can't.
Plus, he brought us the hacker who now showed us exactly where all the renegades and the rest of the clubs with them are,
Cross says.
It's exactly what we needed. You let the hacker track the phones?
Chance asks. This is all news to me, but I'm glad to hear Gene's been proving himself useful. He might end up saving me in more ways than one.
Yes, he found them,
Hawk says as he jostles into the room.
But that's not all. They sent some photos.
His voice kinda catches in his throat, and he's hiding the screen of his phone like he really doesn't want to show them to us.
Of Harper,
he adds, but he didn't have to. I already knew. And no, I don't want to see no pictures. Scar seems to be having a similar reaction, judging by how wide and lost his eyes look. But he recovers quickly.
How bad is it?
He asks. Hawk turns on the phone and shows him, making Scar's face fall and turn many shades paler. He can only look for a second before he averts his eyes. I don't want to look, but I have to. So I do. She's chained to a bed. She's still wearing her underwear. She still has that warrior queen look in her eyes as she stares into the camera as though daring it to fight her. I know that look. I get it every time I make her mad. I'll never make her mad again if I get her back. I almost say that she looks fine, but manage not to, because I don't think I would be fine if Scar heard that. Thankfully, my brain is working well enough now for me to realize that.
Where is she? With all the rest of those fuckers?
Scar asks.
Maybe, Hawk says. But there's well over 300 men there. So it's not a place we can just storm,
Cross says to Scar, sounding almost apologetic.
But we'll get her back.
It sounds like a hollow promise. I don't want to hear that, but it does.
We prepare and then we go in,
Cross says.
And you, Hawk, have the hacker give us everything he can. And I want 2 men watching Jax at all times. I'll watch him, Chance says. I don't need help. But you're getting it,
Cross says and leaves the room. For a while, Scar just stares at me like he's trying to decide what to do. Follow Cross, kill me, or help Chance watch me.
She's not broken yet,
I tell him.
We still have time.
Probably not the best idea to say anything at all, but if he didn't see it as clearly as I did, then he deserves to be told. That was my reasoning anyway, for good or ill. And even if she is broken by now, I'll still want her just as much as I always did.
I know,
he says, and leaves the room, his footsteps echoing down the concrete hallway.
That went well,
Chen says, looking after him. Ruin comes in carrying a t-shirt and a jean jacket.
These should fit.
I mess up all the pristine white bandages putting it on, then refuse to let Doc, who stayed behind, check me over once again.
I want to go see Jean,
I say, and get disappointed groans all around in reply.
That's just going to make you look sneaky,
Chance says.
Maybe,
I say, and leave it at that. Thing is, I have a hunch, but I don't want to say anything until there's something to tell. Getting hopes up and having them dashed is a terrible thing. Best if I'm the only one hoping for now. Jax. Chance wasn't wrong about me wanting to speak to Jean looking suspicious, but eventually I talked my way into the tiny room with the computer where he's tracking the renegades. Scar, Chance, Jean, Hawk, Ruin, and I are all in the room with him now, and there's 2 guys on the door. Hawk saw merit in my suggestion that Jean should compile a list of all locations where groups of them converged at one point or another since yesterday. There's not that many. One is the place where they're all at now, another is the building where I was tortured, and about 3 more locations that we can't identify. He has all the renegades tagged with his tracking app, except for Reggie, which fucking sucks.
Reggie wanted her to himself,
I tell everyone gathered in the room, though speaking mostly to Scar. He's not saying much anymore, just glaring at everyone, mostly me.
I read that much between the lines of what they told me back in prison. And Snake, he was set on delivering her to him. It felt like some sort of favor-type arrangement between them.
Scar scoffs but doesn't say anything. I'd need a hell of a more powerful setup to track all of them in real time, plus check the individual movement history of each, Jean complains. I'm talking 5 computers at least.
Just focus on Snake,
I tell him. It takes a long time for him to do anything, and I'm killing the weight thinking about just how much I fucking hate Idaho. This damn state has now swallowed Harper too, and won't give her back. He went to this place a couple of times, Jean suddenly says, pointing at a blinking green dot on a black screen. He punches in something on the keyboard and a bunch of green numbers appear. This is him riding away from it not long after we got here.
That's actually closer to the time we got the photo of Harper,
Hawk says, peering at the screen, which now shows a bunch of numbers in addition to the green dot. A few I recognize as coordinates. The others are the time and maybe a phone number.
Where is it?
I ask. Hawk types something and a satellite map comes on, this time with the red dot which isn't moving.
It's in the middle of nowhere,
he says.
About 5 miles south of the place where they're all gathered.
He types some more to show us where that is on the map. It's now full of green blinking dots. And it looks like a group is riding there now, Jean says.
And this is the only other place Snake went to today?
I ask him.
Besides the one where the rest of them are, and the place he tortured me in?
Yes, that's right, he says. I stand up and fight groaning in pain as I do.
I'm going to see if she's there,
I say.
That's insane, Jax.
Hawk barks at me.
We have no idea what we're looking at. And we won't, not from looking at a screen,
I say. And the more I talk, the more certain I am I could find her there. If I hurry. And if I don't, it could be too late.
I'm going. I'll need a ride. And a gun. Or at least a knife. Stop being an idiot, Jax,
Chance says, since it's him I directed my request to.
I know I have to go there,
I tell him.
I don't know how I know, but I do. Maybe all those electric shocks made me psychic. It's much more likely they fried your brain,
Chance says, and he could very well be right. But that doesn't matter.
We're not moving against the mass of those green dots anytime soon,
I say, and look at all of them in turn.
And if that's where they're hiding her, then we're shit out of luck. But if I'm right, and Reggie wanted her somewhere all to himself, then this is where he could be keeping her.
I point at the red dot on the map.
It's worth a shot.
They exchange glances, none of them looking at me. I wonder how far I'd get if I tried to fight them so I could get out of this place. Probably not even to the front door. But I'm going to try anyway. Then Scar turns to me. His face is dark and contorted, and so full of hate I'm sure he's about to deck me at the very least.
"Let's go,"
he says instead. I doubt I convinced him with my reasoning. It's more that what I said gave him hope. But I'll take it.
"Where is this place?"
he asks Hawk.
"It's not a good move, Scar," he tells him. "And they're riding there now. At least 20 of them."
He points out those moving dots on the screen. Scar just gives him a level, hard, and full of cold, seething hate kind of look.
"I'm riding," he says. "The coordinates."
Hawk gives them this time with no further arguing. And not long after, I'm outside in the fresh air again, then getting into the back of a van again. I could use some more painkillers before we go because the ones Doc already gave me are starting to wear off. But I don't ask. And as soon as the van starts moving, I don't need them anymore. Luck. The one thing that always follows me when I'm trying to get back to Harper. That's what I'm trusting now, and not any bullshit psychic abilities. That luck has never let me down before. And it won't now. It can't.
Chapter 25. Harper. It's not easy holding on to hope or even anger when you're chained to a bed, alone in an empty, dark house where no one can hear you scream, especially not when you're expecting the worst because you already know it's going to happen. The pins and needles in my arms and legs gave way to cramps, then numbness. It was in the cramps stage that fear took over, no matter how much I tried to fight it. I slept, but only after I willed myself to think of nothing but the last week Jax and I spent at the country house, reliving every moment. The bird song and soft morning sunshine that woke me, the kisses that followed, the songs that flowed out of me, all perfectly in sync with the natural beauty all around us and the pureness of our love. His strong arms around me as we watched the sunset every night, and the fire warming my naked skin after we'd made love until we couldn't anymore. Will we ever have that again? If by some miracle I get out of these chains before it's too late, I'll make sure that's all our life will be from now until forever. Just love and beauty and peace. Scraping against the door wakes me in the dead of night. Cold air is coming in through the open window, and it's so dark I can barely make out the door, which is slowly opening. The hallway on the other side is dark too, but what little light there is catches on the silver sequins on Cherry's shirt. She's barefoot, walking on tiptoes as she enters the room. She puts her finger against her lips to signal me to be quiet as I move to look at her, and the chains rattle. She walks all the way to the bed and shows me a small, gleaming metal key, points at my chains and mimics unlocking them, then signals me to be quiet again. As if I'd make a peep and jeopardize this, my most burning wish come true. Outside the window, a diffused band of silver is starting to push up the darkness. Sunrise will follow, and I will be free to watch it, just like I dreamed. Then the roar of bikes rends the nighttime silence before Cherry's even done unlocking the first of the chains holding me tight. The bikes come out of nowhere when they come. That's what it always seems like. I never hear them approach, only hear them when they're already here, as though they ride in from some underground lair or something. Hurry, I tell her, but her hands are shaking so hard she can't fit the key in the lock. The bikes have stopped downstairs, and the thunderous sound is just echoes now. The dust a cloud obscuring the beautiful silver light outside. She manages to unlock both my wrists before the door crashes open and Reggie is standing there, flanked by 2 men, followed by many. "You stupid old whore," he yells at Cherry, runs at her and grabs her by the hair. He punches her in the face 3 times fast, then hurls her at the wall. She hits it with a thud and slides down, her eyes shut, her face bloody, her body lifeless. "You psychotic fucking asshole!" I scream at him. His chest is heaving, and his eyes are shooting pure black hatred as he advances on me. "You don't know the half of it," he whispers, and I'm sure he's telling me the absolute truth. The rest, I don't ever want to find out.
Jax. 2 vans, 10 guys. That's what we took. Ice, Tank, and Ace came with us. So did Chance, Ruin, Creed, and Edge. And Grizzly, who told me in no uncertain terms that we'll be having words later over me taking Harper away while she was on his watch. That won't be a fun conversation, but it's the least of my worries. 10 of us should be enough to check out an empty farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, on arid ground, bordered by a sorry excuse for a mountain range and a pine tree forest. The house is one of those wooden 2-story houses straight from Wild West frontier times, with a porch in front and lacy curtains on the windows, but as run down and abandoned as they come. We parked at the edge of the forest, about half a mile from our actual destination, according to the coordinates, along a narrow country road that looked like it hadn't been used in years. Tufts of grass grew out of the cracks in it, tall and lush, and even a tiny pine tree here and there. Nature taking its own back. Then we took a hike through the forest and reached this dark farmhouse just as dawn was breaking somewhere behind those rocky, crumbly mountains beyond it. With the possible exception of Chance, there's a lot of bad blood under the bridge that's my relationship with the guys here, and the rest of the devils for that matter. But somehow I felt it clearing as we trudged beneath the trees to reach our dark and quiet destination. But before Tank was done laying out the best approach plan, a roaring snake of bikes came over the mountain and down a dusty, winding path straight to the front door. 20 guys, and I only recognized Snake, who trailed the tall, bearded guy leading the way into the house.
"Reggie,"
Scar growled, and it took both Ice and Tank to prevent him from running after him and straight into the line of 20 men.
"We gotta be smart about this,"
Tank said in a low voice because whispers carry. I'm sure Scar would have knocked him out if his hands were free, going by the dark look on his face. A faint light comes on in one of the upstairs rooms where a flimsy see-through curtain is blowing in and out of the window.
"No, we gotta be fast,"
I say, a moment before a thud is followed by Harper's clear, carrying, beautiful, and very angry voice calling someone a psycho.
"We're going in now,"
Scar growls. Ice and Tank release him. Then it's Scar who hands me one of his own knives as Ice hands me a gun. The courtyard in front of the building is empty now and no sound is coming from the house, but I already know the next sound I hear will be Harper's scream, unless I hurry, unless I find a way to stand between her and the psycho. Her window is just to the left of the porch roof. A leap should do it. And that's all the thinking I do before running to the porch, hoisting myself onto the porch railing, then the porch roof, and making that leap. If I had thought about it, I'd have decided it was a bad idea with all my many throbbing injuries, some of which hurt worse than getting slashed by a knife as I catch myself on the windowsill, and again as I hoist myself through the window. All I really see when I enter the room are Harper's bright blue eyes swirling with the only sunshine I'll ever need. "You came," she breathes, and there's absolutely no doubt that I would in her voice whatsoever.
"Always,"
I tell her. But we're not alone in the room, even though it feels that way, and there's more than her eyes to see. As in the 3 guys charging me from the doorway with more squeezing through after them. But I already hear yells and thuds and screams from the hallway outside the room, the sound of my brothers at work. Snake lets out a growling yell as he charges me too, his eyes glassy with hate. I don't even bother stopping for his attack as I rush to get between Harper and the tall bearded man who has now pulled out a huge knife and has eyes just for her. I just slash at Snake's chest and throat with my own knife, hitting and slicing flesh, and barely make it in time to knock Reggie off Harper. Everything hurts, but not as bad as it would have if he'd reached Harper with that knife of his. He's old, but he's stronger than me because of all my wounds, some of which have opened up and are oozing hot blood. I wouldn't have been able to get him on his knees and into a headlock if Harper hadn't hit him on the head with the heavy chain they'd used to tie her down. The rest of the room is a frenzy of thuds, yells, groans, and screams of pain. The devils are getting the upper hand, but it's taking time. I got my knife pressed into Reggie's throat, right at the softest spot, and I want nothing more than to plunge it in. But instead of finishing him off and wrapping my arms around Harper, I keep glancing at the door, through which I'm expecting Scar to enter any minute. Reggie isn't my kill. He belongs to Scar. And as soon as he finally enters, and his eyes lock on Harper before finding mine, we both know it.
Let him go,
Scar tells me in a low, menacing voice that's all for his brother.
I'll finish him off.
I do it, but I can't help giving Reggie a kick in the back after I do. Then Harper's in my arms, shaking and squeezing me so hard I feel my ribs cracking. But I feel no pain, none whatsoever. Only love, only gratitude that my luck, our luck actually, held. That it came through for us when we needed it most. Nothing else matters now that she's in my arms. I knew you'd come, she tells me. I knew you'd find me. Then she holds me even tighter, and I'd be more than happy to just stay like this forever.
What's the matter? You can't kill me? You coward.
Reggie slurs behind my back, and Harper gasps and looks at the scene, forcing me to turn too. The room is quiet. The devils have done their job, and now they're all just standing there, looking at Scar and his brother facing off.
Always were a coward, always will be,
Reggie adds. Blood is oozing from the many cuts he's already suffered from Scar's knife. Some to the face, some to his arms and chest. He no longer has his knife. It's safely tucked away under Tank's boot a few paces away.
You're the fucking coward, Scar hisses. Going after women, children, you sick piece of shit. I should have given you this years ago.
And with that, he plunges his jagged knife into Reggie's heart all the way to the hilt. Reggie has enough time to look scared and confused before life leaves his eyes, and he falls to the floor with a thud, his head bouncing off the floorboards. I move aside so Harper can hug her dad. She's mumbling "I'm sorries" and promising she'll always be careful from now on, while he just strokes her hair and tells her she's safe now, over and over again. She takes my hand in his once they finally part and brings them together, tears rolling down her cheeks. Be friends. Please be friends now, she whispers. For me.
Family,
Scar says hoarsely, as he looks directly into my eyes and shakes my hand. I just nod, can't actually speak. Then he returns my hand to Harper and walks off to pull his knife out of Reggie's chest. And I could just lie down and fall asleep with Harper in my arms. But Tank's in some sort of rush to get us out of there, so it'll sadly have to wait. I don't remember a whole lot of the way back to the vans. I think Chance or someone, possibly even Scar, had to help me walk part of the way. But I do remember the rising sun casting a pale golden light across Harper's face, her soft hand in mine, and her beautiful voice telling me to hold on and that she loves me. And that's all I ever really want to remember.
Chapter 26. Harper. Jax fell asleep with his head in my lap in the back of the van that brought us back to safety. He's been asleep for a day and a night now, and I'm getting worried despite assurances from Doc, his wife Anne, and even Melody, a club girl who was interning at the ER of the hospital here in Pleasantville and came to check on him 3 times now. He just needs rest. He's been through a lot. He'll be just fine. That's what they've all been saying. And to be fair, I've been sleeping for most of that time too, in one of the 5 hospital beds in Doc's basement infirmary at Sanctuary. They brought us here to the MC's HQ soon after I was rescued. Cherry, the woman who tried to free me, was gone by the time it was all over, otherwise I'd insist we take her with us. She must have slipped out of the house while the fighting was going on. Thankfully, we've remained alone in this sick room, Even though my father and the rest of the MC are still in Idaho fighting the war Jax and I were hurt in. But I need him to wake up now. I need to know he's truly all right, and I need us to start the rest of our life together. It's almost 9 in the evening. There are no windows in this room, but it's time for another sunset, which we should be spending together. We are, so to speak, but it would be so much better if he were awake, as I've told him a couple of times already, along with other things, which I would much rather tell him when I'm sure he can actually hear me. I sit in the plush armchair I brought down here from the upstairs living room so I can sit beside his bed and take his hand. It's warm and strong, even in sleep, and I bury my face in it. Feeling his fingers stroke my cheek is almost as good as getting kissed by him for the first time. He smiles at me as I lift my head to look at him, his eyes just slits. "Harper," he says in a voice that's hoarse and gravelly from days of disuse, yet dreamy all the same. "Where are we?" "Home," I tell him. "At Sanctuary. How do you feel?" He moves his arms and shrugs his shoulder, wiggles this way and that on the bed. "Not too bad," he finally says. Then his eyes go wide. "And you? Did they hurt you?" I shake my head and stroke his cheek, liking the prickly stubble covering it. But I prefer him without anything covering his beautiful face. "Don't worry about me," I say. "It'll take more than getting chained to a bed to break me. You found me in time." "Just in time," he says, and his eyes look lost and glassy, so I just know he's imagining all the ways it could have all gone very differently, and very wrong. I don't want him to think about that. So I lean down, my hair falling like a curtain around us, and kiss him. And in that kiss, all the bad that was, and all the bad that could have been is like nothing, like less than nothing, like a single wispy black cloud floating across a cloudless, bright blue sky, lit by a warm golden sun. When you're well, and when all this is over, we'll go somewhere, just the two of us, I tell him later, when I'm lying beside him in the bed, our bodies pressed together, our legs and arms entwined, his strong heartbeat in my ear keeping the perfect rhythm to the gorgeous melody already playing in my head. A new song, better even than the ones I wrote at the cabin. He doesn't reply, just strokes my hair gently. "And we'll stay there for as long as we have to," I add. "Forever sounds good, as far as I'm concerned." "Forever does sound good," he says quietly. "But what about your music?" "We'll figure it out. I'm sure we will," I say fast, even though I'm not so sure. The thing is, I could tour on my own. I could travel the country to sing my songs and entertain people every night, and it would be my dream come true. But it wouldn't be the same without him in the audience. That was always part of the dream, an integral part, and one of its most important pieces. There would be no songs without him. But he's a fugitive now, and will always be. So I guess it's time for a new dream. And I know that one will be just as sweet as the first. His heart starts beating faster, and there's a tension in his arms around me that wasn't there a moment ago. I lift my head and kiss his lips softly. "I mean it, Jax. There's always a way, and we'll find it. Come on. You climbed through a second-story window while on the edge of collapse just to save me from my psycho uncle. And before that, you broke out of prison just in time to save me from another freak. Don't even start thinking of doing some noble thing and releasing me yet again. I won't have it this time. I won't have none of it. We belong together." He grins and lays his hand against my cheek. "I will never make the mistake of leaving you again, Harper. You're the only reason I'm still alive." I lean into his hand and finally release the breath I was holding. His clear green eyes told me his answer before he even spoke, told me all about the depth of his love for me, his desire to be with me always. "Ditto," I say, and then he pulls me down for another kiss, one of those slow and lasting ones that carry decades of love and devotion and even desire in them. The door of the room flies open before I'm ready to stop riding that wave of love. I turn to see my father bursting in with Hawk on his heels. "What's going on?" I ask. "Is someone else hurt?" How quickly the sadness of that thought can erase most of the soft, happy love I was just floating on. "No, but it's time to take care of Jax," my dad says in a hoarse voice. He's gonna have to die. My breath lodges in my throat like a brick as I look from my father to Hawk and back at my father, who has the audacity to grin at me and even laugh softly as though he didn't just destroy me. "I'm sorry, honey," he says. "I'm tired. What I meant was, we have to make him dead and give him a new identity so that the two of you can have a future together. We need his DNA and fingerprints, and then one of the dead renegades will take his place in the afterlife," Hawk explains, coming over to the bed. "You can do that?" Jax asks as he sits up. "Just like that, and I'm not a fugitive anymore. A new name and a new identity, and a guy in the ground who's supposed to be you," Hawk says while he gets a fingerprint kit from the bag he's carrying. "That's gonna take some work, but it's a good thing they tortured you as much as they did. That's gonna make our job now easier." He starts fingerprinting him carefully. "Your DNA is all over that room already, and when they find a charred body to go with it, they won't ask too many questions. We'll have to get the feds involved, which is always a risk, but yeah, I think it will work." Gene claims he can hack even into the FBI database if push comes to shove, and I believe him. He's quite a find. "Yeah, I'm glad he thinks so," Jack says, grinning at me. "I figured he might be. I thought I'd introduce you two after he broke out of prison, but then everything went sideways. It's good that you're happy with him." "Open wide," Hawk says, and takes a DNA swab from the inside of Jax's cheek. "And I'm more than just happy with him. I think maybe we finally found my replacement. Hell, he might even be better than me." "Why do you have to scare me like that?" I ask my dad quietly as I move to stand beside him to give Hawk more room to collect his samples. I'm fighting the urge to smack him on the chest, but he just wraps his arm around my shoulders and chuckles. "This is what you want, right? Because otherwise I can still take care of him if you'd rather be free. Just say the word." "This is what I want, Daddy," I tell him and hug him tight around the waist. "Thank you." "For what? I didn't do anything. He did all the work saving you," he says, nodding his head at Jax, who is still asking Hawk questions about how this new identity thing will work. "I'm just glad I caught on in time to help him do it. From the moment he came to us all bloody and on the verge of passing out, all he talked about was going to find you. No care for his own injuries, or the fact that he had a lot of shit to answer for to us. Just you. I can't ask for more from a son-in-law. I really can't. I'm just sorry I didn't take care of Reggie before he could hurt you. That's my biggest mistake, and will always be my biggest regret." I hug him tighter still. "Don't, Dad. It's not your fault your brother was a psycho. I'm actually glad you let him live. Family is family." He kisses the top of my head. "It is. But just because you share blood doesn't make a person your family." Hawk is already putting away all the samples and looks over at Scar. "I got it all. Let's go. The faster we get all this done, the better." Dad gives me another squeeze, and then Jax and I are alone again. And all the happiness of what just happened is finally washing over me. Not just washing, but more like crashing against me like 10-foot ocean waves. "I told you everything was going to work out," I say as I rush into Jax's open arms. "It's the luck," he tells me. "It's gone wild." "What do you mean?" I ask, looking into his psychic's orb eyes in which our future is now finally laid out from here until forever. Everything beautiful and perfect. No more darkness in sight. "The luck that always comes to help me find you when I get lost," he says. "But I don't plan on getting lost again." "Good. That's what I want to hear," I say, and he scoops me up and sits me down in his lap and holds me as we kiss. And I know that as soon as we get out of this sterile hospital room, I will have everything that I ever wanted and ever could want. Or no, I already have it even here. It's in this kiss, in his strong arms around me, in the knowledge that all our problems, big and small, are a thing of the past, and our future is as bright as the images I saw in his eyes, and as beautiful and perfect as the ones popping into life as we kiss.
Jax. 3 days later, I had a new name. Martin Smith, of all things. A new birth certificate, and, in a lot of ways, a new life. I'll stay Jax to everyone, Just got to be careful out there on the road, and I don't much mind ditching my father's last name. The feds bought the charred body found hanging off a hook in the torture room as being me. They couldn't get any DNA off it, but they got plenty of it off the electroshock machine and the blood all around it. I spent the last 3 days with Harper at Sanctuary, eating good food, getting lost in the forest that covers this hill the house is on, listening to her sing the new songs, and falling asleep next to her. But today, Cross and the rest returned from Idaho, and I'd been called to Cross's office where he, Scar, Hawk, Rook, and Tank were already waiting. I got the new papers, was told the story, and had to make some promises I should have kept a long time ago. Never to betray the club again was the gist of them, in thought or deed. It was an easy promise to make, and I tried not to apologize too heavily and look like a whining pussy. I've never been in this office before, and I don't necessarily see myself in here often after this. My place is by Harper's side, and I told him this in as uncertain terms as I dared, given that I'm still on probation. But she'll need a bodyguard, and I'm perfect for that. That kind of thing. They accepted it. She is one of their MC princesses, after all. Cross is sitting behind his desk, Tank and Scar are on the black leather sofa, and Rook is occupying one of the armchairs, and everyone's looking at me. I'm standing by Cross's desk, holding the folder of papers containing everything I need to be the new me.
Sit,
Cross tells me, even as he stands up. I take the other armchair across from Rook.
The renegades and all the rest who banded together against us have dispersed,
Cross says as he walks over to us.
We only fought one group, and the rest all ran as soon as they found out what happened at the farmhouse. The president of the renegades died there, as well as his oldest son, so they're leaderless for now. But they'll be back.
He takes a pause to let all that sink in.
Snake might have survived, he continues. He wasn't listed among the dead as far as we can tell. He'll take over the revenge war now.
A solemn silence falls and persists for a few moments.
Meaning we're at war,
Tank says.
Just like old times.
No one reacts to that, and the words echo off into another silence.
Your father has reached out,
Cross says to me.
He wants our protection. What do you think?
The question comes completely out of left field. Thing is, I expected it would be my father, if anyone, who would come save me from that torture chamber. In my darkest moments, when death was nearest, I hoped he would come. Might even have called for him. My memories of that session with the shocks are still patchy, but they're coming back. He didn't come. Of course he didn't. He'd never been there for me before.
I wouldn't trust him. He turns as the wind blows, but he's always been loyal to the renegades,
I say. Sure, a part of my mind is screaming for family, annoyingly suggesting I should ask Cross to bring him in so I could finally have the father I never had. But the devils are my family. They took me in. They raised me and looked out for me. And now, they've forgiven me for acting out.
He'll find his way, I add. He always does.
Cross nods and more silence follows.
Go now, he finally tells me. Diesel found a bike for you. He's out front.
I try not to jump up in excitement like a little kid and run out of the room to see my new bike. Maybe I even managed it, but I sure leave the room fast. My bike is probably rusting away in some police depot somewhere, and it'll have to stay there now that I'm officially dead. Rook gave me that bike when I turned 18 and showed me how to take care of it. And now they've given me another one, and so much more besides. Harper is already sitting on my new bike when I come out, wearing one of her flowing, flowery dresses and her riding boots. She's chatting to Diesel, but they both turn to me as I come out of the house. I understand this is yours, Harper says, giving me one of her gleaming smiles that never failed to make me feel like the sun is shining just for me.
That's what I hear too,
I say, and somehow manage to take my eyes off her smiling face and long tanned legs stretching across the seat so I can take in the perfection that is my new bike.
Harper had some suggestions,
Diesel says as he points out the decals of music notes along the sides.
But other than that, I kept it classy.
And that he did. Black leather and chrome accents all gleaming almost as bright as Harper's face.
You knew about this?
I ask her as Diesel hands me the keys. She nods, smiling wide. But I've been dying to tell you. Let's go for a ride now. The sun is starting to set. She stands up. Diesel chuckles at her eagerness, and I can't help doing the same. And as soon as she wraps her arms around my waist and her legs around my hips, as soon as the bike roars to life under me and we take off down the long driveway to the gates of Sanctuary and beyond, I truly know that I am finally home. Even if I am currently riding off into the sunset with my girl behind me and the open road in front of me, I know I'll be back. I'll always be back. Because this is where I belong.
Epilogue. 1 month later. Harper. Crickets are chirping in the darkness around us. The smell of smoke from the many torches burning in this clearing is mixing with the wholesome scents of the redwood forest and moist earth, and I'm leaning against Jax's chest as he holds me loosely. I could stay in this moment forever. I just finished performing all my new songs for my family in the garden at Sanctuary, and now I'm sitting with my friends in the grass, adrenaline still pumping through my veins and music still echoing in my mind. Hunter is finally back from his stay at the reservation. Chance and Veronica just left us to be alone, and I think Ariel and Ruin are about to do the same. Ariel cried during my concert, and the tracks are still visible on her cheeks when the wind moves the torch light just so. But she's smiling widely now, a new lightness in her voice as she tells Ruin all about a cat she once had as a little girl. Edge and Summer have disappeared into the darkness of the trees even before I finished my set. Ariel and Ruin do, in fact, stand up and say goodnight. A certain tightness is still there in Ariel's face, and maybe it'll never go away, given what she's been through. But I think it's not as pronounced either. I think everything's finally gonna work out now, I say to Jax and Hunter as I watch my parents embrace and kiss like teenagers by a tall redwood tree at the edge of the clearing. I should have made that call to Cross right after we came out of the prison, Hunter says gravely. Everything would have been different if I just told them to trust Jax from the start. He's been apologizing a lot since he got back a couple of days ago, and taking a lot of the blame on himself, needlessly. Even though the reason for him being out of contact this whole time wasn't just bad cell phone reception at the reservation. He'd actually turned off his phone during his stay. But he needed the break. That darkness that shrouded his eyes and his voice when we left home together is less noticeable now. Not gone, though. And you wouldn't have been butchered if I came back home with you instead of pig-headedly messing everything up, Jax says. What might have beens are a pointless thing to dwell on. We're all here now. Except Trixie. I hear that unsaid thought loud and clear, and as though someone actually spoke it. Probably because all three of us must have had it at the same time. I still haven't found the words to ask Hunter about her, and I won't tonight because he's already getting to his feet. I'll see you later, he says, and walks off. Jax holds me tighter and kisses my neck softly as I watch Hunter walk into the house. He's gonna figure it out. He always does. I lay my arms over his and burrow even deeper into his arms. Maybe I should postpone the restart of my tour for a couple of more days, I say. You might need someone to talk to. I still have 10 gigs left to play on the original roster, and I planned 10 more besides to make up for the ones I've now missed. Jax and I are leaving tomorrow. That date has been set for weeks. If that's what you want, he says, and kisses my neck again. But I doubt he'll want to be the cause of you missing any more of your tour. You're probably right, I say. But this is why I love you. Well, one of the reasons. He says awkwardly and clears his throat. Because you always think of everyone else's happiness first. He's never been good at talking about his feelings, but when he does, it never fails to make me feel all the butterflies and all the sparkles of getting kissed for the first time. But I think we should go tomorrow, he adds, else your fans might come here to storm down the gates. He's not wrong. My fans have been getting louder and louder about wanting to see me perform. Yeah, let's just do it, I say, and lean my head back to look into his eyes. We've waited long enough. He kisses me, sparking yet more notes of yet more songs that are still waiting for me to write them. But it will be the song of our love and our life together that will be my greatest work of all. And it starts tomorrow morning. But really, it started years ago, in a clearing covered with soft grass much like this one, when I first found the courage to speak to him